Hakai.
The first thing we need to know is that Dragon Ball Hakai was created while the manga was in Moro's arch, so this story happens after this arch. Well, the story begins with a narrator telling that Moro was a great evil for Universe 7, but he was defeated, and then the universe was in peace, until now. We go to a mysterious place, a kind of platform present in the sky of a planet, but something wrong is happening here. A battle is happening, and we see a guy being thrown from the sky onto this platform. We find out that who took this blow was a guy named Anzen, and from what we saw later on, he seems to be the leader of the Celestial Guardians. Another guy goes to Anzen, and that guardian reminds me a lot of Yajoribe. From what they're saying, it seems that a guy attacked the Guardians in a well-planned way and caught them off guard, and according to this guardian, this guy was making everyone freak out and kill themselves. From what the situation showed us, the Guardians were trying to take a little box somewhere, and somehow that was very important to the universes, but this mysterious guy wanted to stop them for some reason. The Guardians didn't have much time to talk because the enemy was coming, and then the fat Guardian told Anzen to move on and he would delay this guy. As expected, the Guardian doesn't make it and dies. And then, when Anzen is about to lock himself in a room that, according to him, the enemy couldn't enter, the guy ends up entering when the door was almost closing. Poor Anzen, he almost did it. Although the enemy is much stronger than him, Anzen seems to be very motivated to put the box he was carrying in a bigger box, and he called this little box the battery box, and the bigger box the ceiling box, and their function we will understand a little better later. After facing this opponent a little bit, Anzen managed to push him away and get the battery box, but when he was going to put it in the ceiling box, he ended up being hit from behind by the enemy. Guys, the scene was too brutal. The guy simply ripped Anzen's body from behind, took the box from his hands, and then removed, destroying even more his chest and back. It was really gory. Continuing, when Anzen is defeated by this mysterious enemy, he ends up destroying that small battery box, and then the ceiling box, the big one, releases a kind of light, and 4 mysterious beings come out of it, which, as the scene has already suggested to us, they were sealed inside. But who are these 4? Who is this mysterious enemy that killed the Guardians? Only time will tell us. Continuing with the analysis, the manga cuts to Universe 7's planet of destruction, the Beerus planet. There, Goku and Vegeta are with Whis, and Beerus is taking a nap as usual. The two Saiyans are in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, Goku using the Kaioken, sure, increased 20-fold, and Vegeta using the evolved stage of the blue form. During their fight, we see that Vegeta has a little advantage, and Goku needs to back off. Goku realizes that Vegeta has already discovered his weakness, and then Vegeta reveals that although the evolved blue form and the Super Saiyan Blue with Kaioken have the same strength, Goku still has the disadvantage because the use of Kaioken is very exhausting for him, and because of this, he has less durability in the fight. In short, they both start with the same power level, but Goku gets tired much faster by using the Kaioken, and then he gets weaker, while Vegeta manages to maintain his level longer. Well, Goku gets a little more beat up by Vegeta, who tells him to use Ultra Instinct. That's very funny because Goku says he didn't want to use Ultra Instinct because otherwise he would beat Vegeta very easily, and it wouldn't be fun. It was hilarious to see Vegeta's angry reaction. To protect his pride, Vegeta insists, ordering Goku to use his true power. So Goku finally uses Ultra Instinct, and after that, he asks if Vegeta will use the Hakai in the fight, saying that he was training this technique with Beerus. With that affirmation, it's clear to us that, chronologically, this manga is taking place in that time skip between Moro's defeat and the appearance of Granola in the Dragon Ball Super manga. Well, continuing with the analysis, as expected, Goku quickly ended up with Vegeta in his evolved blue form, but the noise of the Saiyans' combat woke up Beerus, who was very angry and came out to beat Goku and Vegeta, but he ignored Vegeta when he saw him all smashed there on the ground, and at that moment, he and Goku faced each other, and when they were ready to fight, Whis interfered, stopping their blows with his finger. To explain in the meantime, while Goku and Vegeta were fighting, Whis received a communication from the Grand Priest, and the Grand Priest announced that there would be a meeting between the gods and the angels, and the reason for this meeting is a shutdown announcement, and Goku and Vegeta have to go too. This Daishinkan's revelation make Whis quite impressed, and when Whis stopped Goku and Beerus, he talked about his meeting, which completely scared Beerus. Goku, curious, wanted to know what this shutdown announcement was about, and Whis explained that this was a very rare type of meeting where one god of destruction is removed from his position and another is announced. And if Goku and Vegeta were being called, it was because one of them would be the next god of destruction. Like all of us, Goku was completely shocked. Zeno's palace. All the angels, gods of destruction, and gods of creation are gathered in the great hall of the almighty Zeno's palace. They were all called there for an important meeting, and they were waiting for the most important participants of that meeting. They arrive, Goku and Vegeta, accompanied by Beerus, Whis, and Shin. As soon as they arrive, everyone kneels, with the exception of Goku, who greets the supreme deities with total irreverence and is reciprocated by them in the same way. But Goku notes that, unlike the Zenos, the others in that place aren't as happy by his presence, and the Saiyan comments that everyone seems to hate him. Vegeta confirms this suspicion and tells him not to make things worse. Beerus scolds the two, ordering them to shut up before they were reprimanded, and he also orders Goku to kneel, and so the Saiyan does. Daishinkan reveals that it's time to start the subject, and that only the candidates and their master should remain in the center, that is Goku, Vegeta, and Whis. The Grand Priest sends Beerus and Shin to the side of the others. After doing this, Daishinkan starts saying that everyone already knows the reason for that meeting. That was a shutdown announcement, and at that moment, a god of destruction would be removed from his position, and who would take his place would be one of the mortals, Son Goku or Vegeta 4th. Goku, again without any reverence, gets up and asks why he and Vegeta were chosen, arguing that there are other persons more capable than them, such as Toppo and Jiren. But Daishinkan explains that right now, Goku and Vegeta are the only mortals in the 12 universes who are receiving angel training, and this is a very important requirement to become a god of destruction. He also explains that Jiren, even though he's very powerful, is not being trained by his angel and his god of destruction, and Toppo will take Belmont's place in the future, and that's why he wasn't chosen. Goku is very dismayed to hear that. Vegeta, on the other hand, is resigned, saying that he's already accepted the possibility as a condition for training with Whis, and the Grand Priest is glad to hear that from him. Daishinkan then proceeds with the proceedings by asking Whis, the master of the two candidates, to state his qualities and competences to assume the position as god of destruction. Whis begins to say that Goku is a very powerful warrior and was able to master Ultra Instinct, something that not even the gods of his generation could do. But on the other hand, he doesn't see any other qualities in Goku. The angel claims that his disciple is very absent-minded and is so kind that it comes close to stupidity. In short, with the exception of the fact that Goku is powerful, Whis doesn't see any other qualities in him to be a god of destruction. Goku doesn't like this very much, but what can he do? It's true. Now talking about Vegeta, Whis says he doesn't know Ultra Instinct, but he is learning Hakai and seems promising in learning the technique. The angel also says that, unlike Goku, Vegeta acts with intelligence and seriousness, and he possesses the ferocity necessary to be a god of destruction. Obviously, Vegeta is very proud and brags to Goku that he is better than him. After hearing this report from Whis, the master of the two candidates, Daishinkan, proceeds by saying that now all the gods and angels must assess everything that has been said and vote on who they think should be the next god of destruction. And after the vote, the great Zeno will give his final decision. The gods and angels gathered to vote, and after a while, Daishinkan already had the result. He announced that all the gods of destruction and angels voted unanimously, and with a score of 24-0, the one chosen by the deities was Vegeta. Of course, the Prince of the Saiyans teased Goku with this, and although he didn't want to become a god of destruction, he was annoyed by such disproportionate result. Daishinkan, speaking to the Zenos, says that according to the decision of all the gods of destruction and angels, the one who should be chosen as the next god of destruction should be Vegeta. But the Zenos don't care what others say and choose Goku, leaving everyone at that meeting absolutely shocked. Very angry by this one-sided choice of the Zenos, Vegeta is about to protest, but Beerus, fearing an action from the supreme deity, scolds the Saiyan. Faced with the threat of the destroyer, Vegeta gives up talking and kneels down again. Understanding that he would be a god of destruction, Goku is very upset. But with no choice, he just asks which universe he will go to. That question brings the Grand Priest into the second part of that meeting, announcing which god of destruction will be deposed. He says that among the 12 destroyers, only 4 of them are doing a satisfactory job, which are those 4 whose universes didn't participate in the Tournament of Power. Jin from the 12th universe, Liquor of the 8th universe, Arak from the 5th universe, and Iwan from the 1st universe. With the exception of these 4, all the gods are at risk of being deposed. That's because the average of their universes have fallen too far, and some have even disobeyed the divine rules, acting in their own benefit. Hearing these serious statements from the Grand Priest, the gods are frightened. Daishinkan finally reveals which destroyer will be removed, and the destroyer is Champa of the Universe 6. With the Grand Priest's revelation, Champa is apparently saddened, and not only him, but other deities as well, including Beerus. Daishinkan asks Champa to go to the center and to Fuwa, the Supreme Kai, to join him. When they do this, Daishinkan says that in addition to Champa's universe having a very low average, showing the neglect of him as a god, he also broke the realm rules by entering Universe 7 without the god's permission to collect the wish orbs. For these reasons, he is being removed from his post. Champa, apparently resigned, says he's been waiting for this, but asks what happens to him now. The Father of Angels replies that he will now lose his energy of destruction, and losing his divinity, he will begin to age again from the moment he became a god. And because he was the ruler of Universe 6, he could choose any planet in that universe to live his life as a mortal. Champa decides to choose Universe 6's planet Earth as his home, probably because of the delicious foods on the planet, and perhaps because it's a gift from his brother. Fuwa sadly says that he tried to convince Champa to work properly many times, but was always scolded by him. He ends by saying that it is sad to end up like this. Daishinkan tells Fuwa that because his life to be bound by Champa's energy of destruction, with the loss of the destroyer's divinity, he will inevitably die. Now your destiny is to return to the supreme planet of Universe 6 as a dead god. Like Champa, Fuwa accepts his fate. Daishinkan asks the Xenos to do the procedure, and so they do. With the removal of Champa's deity, a halo appears on Fuwa's head. Champa was no longer a god, and Fuwa was a dead god. This is the fate of the gods of Universe 6. Daishinkan asks Vados to accompany Champa and Fuwa back to Universe 6. She immediately complies, but not without acting out a false sadness at her former student's fate. And obviously, Champa unmasks his bad acting. When Vados is taking him and Fuwa away, Champa takes one last look at his brother, Beerus. After that, give a last look to his brother too, a discreet display of affection. After that, the Daishinkan concludes the meeting by saying the preparations for the formation of a new god of destruction takes approximately 24 Earth hours. Until then, all gods are dismissed. He instructs Goku to be on Universe 6's planet of destruction within 24 hours. Until then, he can do whatever he wants. After these closing words of the Grand Priest, all the other gods and angels go away. Only those from Universe 7 are left in the palace. The Xenos waste no time in going to Goku to ask him to play with them, but Goku kindly denies it, saying that he needs to go back to Earth and say goodbye to everyone, and even ventures to say that Bulma will prepare a party for him. Nothing pretentious about this Goku. The Xenos don't care. After all, now that Goku is a god, he'll be able to play with them for a long time, even whole centuries, right? Goku is a little scared with this affirmation and immediately makes an excuse to get out of there. Then they leave. Capsule Corporation. When they arrive at Capsule Corporation, Chi-Chi and Bulma are there, relaxing in the garden, and also Goten and Trunks are there having some fun. Goku is startled to see his wife there. When the two women reach them, Bulma is alarmed that they are back so soon this time, and seeing Beerus, Whis, and Shin, asks if Earth is in danger again. Beerus answers this question, saying he's there because Goku mentioned a farewell party. Hearing this, Chi-Chi asks who is leaving, and Goku decides to tell her the truth, revealing that he will be a god of destruction from another universe. After everyone's shocked, Chi-Chi faints. As soon as she received the news from Goku, Bulma called an emergency party, calling all of their friends, and everyone wanted to better understand what was happening, and also to say goodbye to Goku. It was only at night that Chi-Chi finally woke up. Goku immediately justifies himself, saying that he didn't want to be a god, but it was the Xenos who chose him. Bulma asks why he didn't deny it, and he replies that if he had, he could have been killed, or worse, the entire Universe 7 would be destroyed. But to everyone's surprise, Chi-Chi is starting to accept the idea, saying that at least Goku would have a job, and this time, a job that suits him better than being a farmer. Gohan disagrees with his mother, arguing that the work of a god of destruction is too cruel, and he doesn't see Goku doing such things. Beerus agrees with Goku's son, but says he couldn't argue with the decision from the great Xeno. Trunks questions his father if he lost to Goku again, but shuts up when he is threatened with a beating. Bulma asks Goku how he's going to destroy planets if he can't even kill his own enemies. The Saiyan replies that Daishinkan told him that a god of destruction's job was much more than just destroying things, and that he would see that. But he also says that he'll avoid killing people as much as possible. Gohan asks if Goku will work with the Supreme Kai, and he says he doesn't know, because Universe 6's Supreme Kai died when Champa lost his divinity. But Shin reassures him by explaining that Fuwa died because he had his life linked to the Champa's energy of destruction, but when the ritual to make Goku a deity was done, he would also have his life linked to a Supreme Kai. Goku, curious, asks how a Supreme Kai is chosen. Shin says that there are a few ways this could happen, but in this case, the Universe 6's Kaiju tree probably bore a golden fruit, which is probably why they've decided to change the god of destruction just now. Continuing with the interrogation, Vegeta asks what the Kaiju tree is, and Shin explains that he and all Supreme Kais, as well as the King Kais, belong to a race called Shinjin. Shinjins are all born from a divine tree called Kaiju tree. The common fruits of this tree give life to Kingo Kais, while golden fruits, which are much rarer, give life to Supreme Kais. Probably a golden fruit was born on Universe 6's Kaiju tree, which is why they're making this exchange now. Trunks is surprised that Shinjins are born from a tree, and he thinks that's weird, but Whis argues that it's much better than the way they're born. Such a comment provokes curiosity in Goten. After all, how are we born? Chi-Chi is furious with Whis. She probably hasn't had that conversation with her son yet. The angel apologizes for his inappropriate comment. Goku, still in the conversation about the birth of Shinjins, asks about what happens if a fruit is born rotten. Shin explains that when an ordinary fruit is born rotten, Makaios, corrupted King Kais, are born. And when a golden fruit is born rotten, a Makaioshin, a corrupted Supreme Kai, is born. In all cases, these corrupted gods are sent to the demon realm, and they rule there. Shin further explains that they met a Makaioshin a few years ago. That was Dabura. That is, he and Dabura belong to the same race. They obviously are in shock with this information. Beerus, strangely uncomfortable with this matter, interrupts the conversation, saying it was time for them to go. Ready to say goodbye to her husband, Chi-Chi asks if Goku will be able to visit them. Whis replies explaining that until Goku learns the basics of his role, his universe, and how to control his powers, he won't be able to visit them. But as her sister, Vados, is quite strict in her training, maybe that won't take long to happen, so he can visit them. That's if Beerus doesn't mind, of course. But for the Destroyer, whatever. Goten asks his father if he could go along with him to train. It's Whis who answers that question too, saying no. Mortals cannot stay long in other universes except in exceptional cases. But Goku comforts his son by saying that when he does return, he wants Goten to be strong enough for them to train together. Goten, excited, promises his father that he'll get stronger, so Goku ends his family's farewell by asking Gohan to take care of them. The firstborn assures Goku that he will. The next to say goodbye are the members of Goku's martial arts school. Krillin says goodbye, asking Goku never to forget his essence as an Earthling, and Master Roshi tells his disciple to show the gods the power of the Turtle School. Finally, Vegeta tells Goku that it doesn't matter whether or not he's a god, he'll be the strongest. Goku doubts that. Then the big moment arrives, and Goku leaves with the gods to the other universe, starting his new journey as a god of destruction. Bulma, who was his companion in his first journey, wishes him good luck and says they'll be waiting for him. Everything seems normal on Universe 6's planet of destruction, but there's nothing normal about the day. Someone arrives at high speed on the planet. It's Goku, accompanied by Whis, Beerus, and the Supreme Kai. The Saiyan comments that place is identical to Beerus's planet, and the god of destruction comments that the gods' planets are the same. But there isn't much time for them to talk. Vados immediately arrives to greet them. Beerus, wasting no time, asks about the food, and has Goku's full approval on this question. But Vados is sorry to say that there's no time for food. It's almost time for the ritual to start, which scares Goku. Inside the castle, walking down a dark corridor, Goku doesn't have a happy expression. Whis wants to know the reason for such sadness, and Goku reveals the obvious. That place was so depressing, he didn't want to live there. But Vados tries to cheer him up by saying that there are many places to see in the universe, but he will also be busy, since Champa left a lot of work accumulated. Also, as a god, he would have many special trainings. The part where it says training really cheers up Goku, which changes his mood. They finally arrive at the place where the ritual would take place, and there are already gathered all the others who will participate. The 12 gods of destruction, the 12 angels, the 12 gods of creation, and of course, the Grand Priest. Goku is scared that everyone is looking at him so much. Was he late? Vados says, no, they were 2 minutes early. But these meetings were always very tense. Goku looks for the Xenos, and Beerus says they won't come because they don't like this kind of meeting. The Destroyer agrees with them, but unlike the Supreme Gods, he can't deny his participation. Something catches Goku's attention. He notices 3 statues in one corner of the room. One of these statues belongs to Champa, and the other 2 are unknown people. But looking at the costumes, we see that they're all gods of destruction. One of them is a strange lizard man, and the other looks a lot like Tapion, a character from the latest Dragon Ball Z movie. Goku asks who they are, and Vados says they're all the ancient gods of destruction from Universe 6, and as he can see, Champa is the 3rd. Goku is surprised that the gods was changed so many times. Whis explains that eventually, the Destroyers leave their position. This can happen at their own request, by expulsion, or even by death. The last phrase scares Goku, who can't think of anyone killing beings as powerful as the gods of destruction. Beerus explains that in this thing they call existence, there are many powerful beings, and that even though the gods of destruction are very high on that scale, they are still very far from the top. Bottles promises Goku that he will teach him about it in his lessons. But what he needs to know now is that there are 3 generations of gods of destruction, and he's the first deity of the 4th generation. Goku seems to understand. He says the Toppo is being groomed to be Universe 11's new god of destruction, just as he and Vegeta were being groomed to be Universe 7's new gods. Beerus praises Goku's sudden insight, but states that the change of generations can be very slow, and the time of reign from one god to the next can take up to millions of years. Daishinkan announces that the time has finally come to begin the ritual. He has 2 pillows in front of him, one of them empty, the other with a golden fruit on top. Daishinkan asks Goku to sit on the reserved pillow, and facing that strange fruit, Goku asks what it is. The Grand Priest explains that that fruit will be the new Supreme Kai of the universe, and that once their lives were connected, the Supreme Kai would be born. Goku thinks that he was a little weird, but okay. Daishinkan asks Goku to completely empty his mind, and that it's important to do that. The Saiyan obeys, and then a kind of energy starts to circulate around, and 2 small energy balls appear, one white, the other purple. Purple energy goes to Goku. After that, he opens his eyes, and he's already dressed as a god of destruction. When he looks to his side, he sees a Supreme Kai standing there. He says he didn't see her, and she says why. His eyes was closed. Goku takes a good look at Supreme Kai and reveals not knowing that these beings can be born female. She explains that Supreme Kais are genderless, but that they can be born with a female appearance. After explaining this, she introduces herself. Her name is Liai. Goku responds by saying his name as well. Daishinkan says that they better get along very well, for from now on, their lives are connected, and they must work in harmony for the good of the universe. Goku changes the subject by asking Daishinkan if the ritual went well. That's because he didn't feel any different, but the angel says that yes, everything was fine, but that he will only feel the changes in his body gradually. But he has stopped aging, meaning he is now a deity. Vados, playful as ever, says that Goku looked better in that costume than Champa, and only now does the Saiyan god realize he was no longer wearing his usual clothes. All the deities present in that place approach. Daishinkan commands all angels to greet the new god of destruction and the goddess of creation, Son Goku and Liai. After that, he tells the new gods that it is now their duty to work for the peace and good of Universe 6. They agree. After that, Daishinkan ends the meeting. Everyone leaves with the exception of the gods of Universe 7 and Universe 6. Coming to Goku, Whis, his previous master, asks if he still doesn't feel differences in his body. Goku this time says yes. He feels like there's a strange energy inside of him. Whis understands and says it's the energy of destruction. Goku doesn't understand very well and asks if the angel refers to Hakai. The answer comes from Vados, who explains that Hakai and the energy of destruction are not the same thing. Both are similar since Hakai is a byproduct of the energy of destruction, but there are differences between these two concepts. But she says he'll learn that later. Goku doesn't understand anything she said, but gets excited anyway. He looks at Beerus and says he's going to train hard so they can have their rematch. Beerus smiles, saying he's barely become a god and is already getting arrogant. He then calls Whis and Shin to go home, and they go, leaving the gods from this universe alone. Liai is confused. She doesn't know what to do, which is understandable. After all, she was born a few minutes ago. Well, Vados explains that, as has been said, Champa and Fuwa didn't do a good job. More Champa's fault, to be fair. Anyway, the new gods now need to prepare to do a good job. Goku will train with her. Meanwhile, Liai must go to her assistant, a god named Kiboru, who has been waiting for her. Kiboru was waiting for the ritual to end to take her, so Liai must go with him. The new Supreme Kai walks up to her assistant and greets him. The assistant does the same. After that, they leave. Now only Goku and Vados are there. Goku asks if he can wear his usual clothes. He doesn't really like that God of Destruction costume. Vados replies yes. While on his planet, he can wear whatever suit he wants. The God of Destruction outfit is only mandatory on formal occasions. After changing Goku's clothes, Vados asks if they can start with activities now. Goku says he's tired. He hasn't been able to rest since he started this whole thing about becoming a God of Destruction. Vados agrees and asks if she should wake him up in approximately 35 years. Goku freaks out. Would he need to sleep for decades now? Couldn't he just wake up tomorrow? Vados laughs. She now remembers that sleeping for so long is a characteristic of the Neko Saiyans. probably the name of Beerus and Champa's race. Now that she would deal with an waking god every day, things would change a lot. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, Beerus is sitting on a tree stump watching his planet's lake. Wiz watches him. He asks if the destroyer is okay and that he's been there since he got home from the meeting, which is many hours ago. Beerus says he's enjoying the silence and quiet, but Wiz refutes it, saying he doesn't seem to be enjoying it that much. Beerus admits something is bothering him. It's a little too quiet. He must have gotten used to those idiots over there. Wiz agrees that two are really fun, especially Goku, with his goofy, laid-back personality. Speaking of Goku, Beerus asks how Wiz thinks he's gonna deal with this whole God of Destruction thing. He always said he couldn't destroy anything. Wiz says that's a good question. How would Goku handle all the moral dilemmas this role entails? But the angel says he will no longer be the same and asks if that's what worries Beerus. The destroyer smiles. Worried? No. He is at most curious. He says he's going to take advantage of the silence to get some sleep, and that in a month, Wiz could wake him up to go to Bulma's for something to eat. The angel obviously agrees. Beerus flies out of there, but as he flies, he wonders why he is so concerned about the life of a mere human. Did he care more than he should? The next day, after a long rest, Goku begins his training as a god of destruction. Vados and Goku are on the planet's field. The Destroyer's master explains that the first step of his training will be to access his Destroyer's energy. Goku asks how he does it. Vados says that there are several stages of controlling this energy and that he will learn this over time. For now, he'll do it in the simplest way, which is to feel the feelings necessary for destruction. Goku doesn't understand this information very well. Does he access the energy of destruction with feelings? Vados explains that when someone is destroying something, it is natural to feel things like anger and other negative feelings. Goku smiles. It would be easy for him. He already feels angry when he transforms into a Super Saiyan. But Vados explains that it's not so simple. His rage cannot be simple. It has to be a specific rage, a desire for pure destruction. He needs to rid his mind of any hesitation. He just needs to want to destroy and nothing else. Goku comments that Vegeta said something similar to him when he told him about his training with Beerus. Vados says the form of training may be the same, but the result won't be. All a mortal can do is simulate the energy of destruction in order to perform Hakai. But this is a limited simulation, and it can't compare to the destructive power of a true Hakaishin. Well, even after all this explanation, Goku doesn't understand anything. Vados gives up the verbal explanation and suggests a practical approach. Goku prefers it that way and says he's going to be very angry. He increases his ki, even causing weather anomalies on the planet, but it's all useless. Vados tells him to stop. He's not using the energy of destruction, just ordinary ki. Goku is disappointed. He felt all the anger he could feel and it still didn't work. Vados says that if it wasn't working that way, they had to try another way. Meditation. She says that by doing this, Goku will be able to find the energy of destruction in his body, and if he can do that, he should familiarize himself with it. Goku still doesn't quite understand, but says he'll try while sitting in a meditation pose. Vados says to the Saiyan God to focus and try to feel all of his ki, as well as his thoughts and feelings. He will find a source of negative energy within himself, probably in the darkest places of his mind. When he finds this source of energy, he must merge with that energy, but he must be careful, because if his will is weak, the energy will consume him. Goku manages to reach the dark region of his mind, but he thinks that place is too scary, and he had no idea that such a place could exist inside him. Goku closes his eyes and concentrates to find the negative energy, and when he does, he flies towards it. The energy source is a large globe of purple energy, and seeing that, Goku says he gets chills just getting close. Goku touches the energy, and then he starts to feel something bad. And according to him, he never felt so much pain in his life, and he's also feeling a great rage. Goku suddenly remembers his moments with his grandfather and his death, remembers the times Krillin died at the hands of Tambourine and Frieza, and also remembers Miras's death. But the Saiyan says with great determination that that energy will not consume him. It will obey him and give him power. An impact wave makes the planet windy. Vados wonders if he was successful in his internal journey, but when Goku stands up with a serious expression and forms a small ball of destructive energy in his hand, she wonders if he's been overpowered. Goku exhales an aura of ki, but then disperses that ki along with the energy in his hand. Goku signals to her, "It's okay." Vados congratulates the destroyer and says that the first step of his training is complete. Planet Hale is an inhospitable planet with an icy climate where apparently no living being is able to survive for long. On top of a large glacier, a ship lands, which we can identify as Frieza's ship. The ship's gate opens, and who comes out is Frieza, accompanied by his two loyal servants, Kikono and Berry Blue. They walk across the glacier until they come to a rock of ice. Kikuno presses a button that is hidden in his rock, and it's revealed that it's actually an elevator. They enter the elevator, which takes them inside the glacier. While in the elevator, Frieza comments that it's been a long time since they've been in that place. Berry Blue agrees and adds that's the last time King Cold was with them. They went there to lock someone up. Actually, that prison was built to hold that person, and after that, it was no longer necessary for them to go there. When the elevator door opens, they're in a hall inside the glacier, and in that hall are several soldiers from Frieza's army. At first, they're talking casually. However, when they see the Emperor, they are immediately startled and kneel down. Frieza smiles, says that there are many soldiers there, but they're all useless. If he woke up, they would all be killed. Berry Blue, in his thoughts, remembers that many years ago, the general of Cold's army was the Great Cooler, Cold's firstborn son and Frieza's older brother. Cooler, as general of Cold's army, won many victories for his father's empire. However, his power was so great that even the king feared him, as Cooler was much more powerful than Cold and Frieza. So, fearing that his eldest son would usurp his throne, Cold, along with Frieza, betrayed Cooler and imprisoned him and his most trusted soldiers in the prison built especially for him. This prison they're in. They arrive in front of a large door, and Frieza, pressing a button, opens it. This is the door of a big hall, where in the center, there's a big capsule. Inside that capsule, there's someone imprisoned. That person is Cooler, and his arms and legs are stuck in metal blocks, and around him, there's a strange liquid. Upon seeing his brother, Frieza praises Kikuno, saying that the prison capsule he created is still effective, even after many years have passed. Kikuno thanks his lord's praise, and explains that the liquid inside the capsule contains a powerful sedative, which keeps Cooler paralyzed and sleepy, and those blocks that hold Cooler's arms and legs emit a very specific type of radiation that neutralizes ki. Kikuno adds that he worked for months to build that capsule and also spent a lot of resources. Frieza again praises Kikuno's work, but orders him to empty the capsule. Kikuno is surprised by that order and asks if Frieza is sure about that. He says that only the metal blocks might not be enough to keep Cooler under control. Frieza explains that his brother was much more powerful than him and his father in the past. However, since being arrested, Cooler has not increased his powers, but he, Frieza, has gotten much more powerful. His brother was no longer a problem. Kikuno obeys, and when he presses a few buttons on the computer, the capsule begins to pour the sedative liquid, and Cooler reacts immediately. Kikuno is surprised. In a few seconds, he was already starting to react, but Berry Blue wasn't surprised. Could anything less be expected of the Great Cooler? Cooler wakes up, and then, with great rage, shouts his brother's name, who responds with a sarcastic smile and compliment. Cooler asks how that bastard dared to stand in front of him, and what about Cold? Did he not deserve his father's illustrious presence? But Frieza gives him the news. Cold has been dead for a while. Cooler doesn't like to hear that news. He was the one who should have killed Cold, but the shock was yet to come. Frieza says that, oddly enough, it was a Saiyan who eliminated the king. Cooler says that was impossible. Those monkeys could not kill their father. Frieza explains that a lot has changed since he was imprisoned. In fact, the Saiyans were no longer the weak beings they used to subjugate, and as painful as it may be, there are Saiyans stronger than them. But to Cooler, it was blasphemy. How could Frieza let this happen? Cooler's power, increasingly awakening, began to crack the metal blocks that held him, which scares Kikuno and Berry Blue. But Frieza, with a sad expression, says that unfortunately their army, which once dominated everything they wanted, is now no longer sovereign in the universe. And Frieza says he needs his brother to join him so that together they form a powerful elite of warriors that is capable to defeat the Saiyans who live on Earth. But Cooler thinks that proposal is absurd. Join him? No, he would kill him, and he would kill his servants. And then he himself would go to Earth and kill those Saiyans. Kikuno yells for Frieza to be careful, and then Cooler breaks free of his handcuffs, and the pressure of the prisoner's energy launches Kikuno and Berry Blue out of that room, and also pushes back the soldiers that were in the hallway. Afterwards, Cooler flies to Frieza to land a hit on his younger brother, but is completely shocked when Frieza easily handles his hit with one hand. Frieza says he's very happy that his brother's powers have not decreased by even 1% in all those years, but time has passed, and now Cooler's power is totally surpassed. Frieza starts releasing his energy, knocking Cooler to the ground, completely scared, and then he shows the golden form with a smile, proud of his power. Cooler opens his eyes wide to see that transformation. He is shocked. That form surpassed all his transformations. Frieza agrees, but tells his brother not to be sad. If Cooler joined him, he would teach him that transformation, and he adds that together they will form a powerful elite that will overcome the warriors of planet Earth and also all gods of the universe. In this way, Frieza's army would once again be sovereign in the universe. Cooler, seeing no other option, finally agrees, with the only condition that Frieza also free his special forces, who were also trapped in that prison. Frieza agrees, and the two brothers seal the deal with a handshake. A few minutes later, they finally leave the prison. Frieza, Kikuno, and Berry Blue are now joined by Cooler and Cooler's special forces, the elite troop of the former general of Cold's army. Entering the ship, Cooler notes that it was much more technological than the ships they used in the past, and Frieza says that he must thank Kikuno, who built that wonder. Cooler looks at Kikuno, who fears him very much. Frieza says that the ship was not only beautiful and comfortable, but that it also had very spacious and sturdy special training rooms, and it was also much faster than the old ships, which was perfect for the trips they would take. Cooler observes a creature of the Yadorat race in one place of the ship. He asks who it is, and Frieza says his name is Linzur. Cooler asks why he's there and says he seems to be very weak, but Frieza explains that his abilities will be very useful and he'll see that in the future. Cooler changes the subject and asks what they will do from now on. Frieza goes to a computer and presses a button. Then an image of 5 cocoons appears, and below each cocoon is their names. They are Janemba, Hiru, Hatch, Majin Buu, and Kalimor. Frieza explains that in addition to Cooler, he has selected 5 other extremely powerful warriors, or rather 5 super powerful beasts. He states with these creatures, they will be able to subdue all warriors on Earth, and also all gods of all universes. But Cooler doesn't understand that very well. Gods? Universes? Frieza said strange things. But Frieza assures his brother that he will explain everything in due time. All he needs to know now is that there are beings far more powerful than they are, and they've their lives in their hands. But with these beasts, they will be able to defeat these beings. Cooler says that this conversation about gods and universes can wait. He wants to know more about these such powerful beasts. Taking a closer look at Majin Buu's image, Cooler recognizes him. He comments that he's seen that creature somewhere. It's that Majin Buu that millions of years ago destroyed hundreds of civilizations. Many years ago, Cold's army investigated this creature because of the mythology about him that they found in some parts of the universe. Cold, at that time, instructed them not to bother Majin Buu in case they encountered him. The existence of that creature was a taboo. Frieza explains that these beasts are called the 5 great primal beasts. They are super powerful creatures that are part of a deity sealed away many years ago. He doesn't know the details, but he knows that these creatures can surpass even the gods of destruction. About Majin Buu, from what he found out, a part of his power was released many years ago by a mage named BBD, and it was that part of Majin Buu's power that caused all that destruction they'd heard about. That part of Majin Buu was released again a few years ago, but was defeated by the Saiyans. However, there's still most of Majin Buu's power that has not been unleashed, and it is this part that Frieza intends to use. Cooler is surprised. How can his brother know so much? How does he know about those beings and where to find them? Frieza explains that he learned all of this from a being called Zuno, an omniscient being who lives in their universe. He forced Zuno to reveal all this information. Zuno talked a little too much, wanted to tell everything in detail, so he forced him to summarize the information. And the important thing is that now he knows who the beasts are and where to find them. Frieza points to one of the creatures, Janemba, and says he will be the first they meet. Eager, Cooler tells him to go soon. He's curious to find these primal beasts. A month later, Kikuno and Berry Blue are bored by the trip, but suddenly something alerts them, a massive fissure in space. Kikuno thinks it must be there, but Berry Blue is sure it is. Frieza and Cooler are training in a special room. Cooler is completely exhausted while Frieza is apparently fine. Frieza praises his older brother, saying that in that month of training, he evolved what he would have evolved in 2 or 3 months. But Cooler is not surprised. After all, he's the great Cooler. But in his thoughts, Frieza says he'll be watching his brother's evolution, and if for some reason he thinks Cooler might be a threat, he won't hesitate to kill him. Their conversation and Frieza's thoughts are interrupted by Berry Blue, who warns them that they're arriving. Frieza and Cooler go to the main room of the ship. where they see where they're going. Cooler asks what is that place and why are they going there? Frieza explains it's a fissure in space that will lead them to the Makai world, or realm of demons, where they will find the new recruit. Kikuno notices something and looks to Linzer, and he tells the Yadorat that even though that ship is very resistant, it won't withstand the energy emanating from that fissure, and if they get any closer, they will be destroyed. He needs Linzer to teleport them beyond the fissure. Cooler is surprised by this and asks if it's possible to teleport to another dimension. Berry Blue explains it, saying that the Yadorat race is known for having many tricks, and one of them is that instant transmission technique. But actually, teleporting to another dimension is quite a task even for this race, but Linzer is a prodigy in this technique even among his race. Cooler tells Frieza that he now understands why he brought Linzer. It's an insect with interesting tricks. Linzer does his technique, and then the ship instantly goes to Makai world. The demons of that realm, upon seeing the invading ship, will immediately destroy it, but Kikuno was prepared for that. So with the press of a button, he creates a force field that protects the ship from the creatures. Frieza says that according to information given by Zuno, Janemba is in a floating fortress not far from that fissure. With this super fast ship, they should be there in a few hours, but they must be prepared. They will find resistance. A few hours later, they arrive at the castle, but the building is protected by a force field, but that won't be a problem. Linzer teleports them beyond the force field. When the ship lands, Frieza, Cooler, and Cooler's special forces leave. In the castle courtyard, they find a monster that is guarding the entrance, and as soon as it sees the invaders, the monster roars and runs towards them. Frieza says that this was a good opportunity for Cooler's men to show if they are still worthy of belonging to Frieza's great army. Cooler tells his men not to let him down. The trio of soldiers place themselves in front of their leaders. Captain Salza uses his tracker to measure the monster's power. The number is 250,000, which Salza finds impressive, but he says that together they'll be able to win. The captain orders the soldiers to make battle formation 16, and they agree. Frieza, in his thoughts, reveals that he remembers this old division of Cold's army that surpassed the Ginyu special forces. While Dor is facing the monster, Frieza, in his thoughts, reveals that he, in brute strength, surpassed all soldiers in his father's army. He could compete in strength even with gigantic creatures. While Knives takes advantage that Dor stopped the monster and accumulates energy in one of his hands and releases this energy to paralyze the monster, Frieza thinks that he doesn't have such impressive attributes, but with this technique, he is able to paralyze even super strong creatures. With the monster paralyzed by Knives, Salza prepares a Keyblade in his hand and then charges through the demon's back to kill him. And while the monster's head is separated from his body, Frieza reveals that Salza's Keyblade was capable of cutting through mountains like paper. While in active duty, he was considered the most powerful soldier in Cold's army, considerably surpassing Captain Ginyu. Well, in the end, Cooler's special forces, using an incredibly synchronized attack, easily defeated the Demon Guardian. Proud of his soldiers, Cooler sarcastically asks Frieza if he still doubts his soldiers' powers, and the Emperor admits they weren't bad. Meanwhile, they were watched by a trio of demons. They were surprised by the invaders had managed to defeat that demon so easily, which according to them was very powerful by the standards of that world. One of the demons asked if they should alert their master about these invaders. They could be the Celestial Mages, and their master ordered them to report anything strange that happened. But the White Cloth demon calls his companion an idiot and says that they've been in that place for decades, and that to prove their worth, they needed to face some enemies. Only then will their master recognize their power, and then they wouldn't just be apprentices and become true guardians. And then he says that these invaders are definitely not the Celestial Mages, and that they will be squashed like cockroaches. Something explodes the door of that place. It was the invaders, Frieza, Cooler, and their soldiers. One of the demons says that no matter what they want, they won't go through. Frieza looks at Janemba's cocoon and says that it's good to know his next soldier is well guarded. But one of the demons says he can't make Janemba his soldier. This beast has colossal power and he can't be controlled. Frieza, with an annoyed expression, says that he has known someone with colossal power and that he has seen a method to control people like that. When he says that, he remembers Brawly. The Guardian insists that he can't do that to Janemba, but Frieza doesn't want to talk and asks if Cooler's special forces can handle them. Salza, measuring the enemy's power by the tracker, says they only have 20,000 power, which is ridiculous. Then he tells the other soldiers that no battle tactics are needed to deal with them, just attack. Cooler's special forces attack. Door lands a punch on one of the demons. The other demon, drawing two swords, attacks Knives, who retracts his head to avoid a deadly cut and then paralyzes the Guardian with his energy. And Salza, with his Keyblade, attacks the Guardian leader, who defends himself with a sword that he takes out of his leg. But Salza fires her Key Blast in his hand, making him drop his sword. And then Salza attacks his enemy one more time to finish him off. But to the captain's surprise, the demon easily grabbed his blade with his hand. At the same moment, Dor, who thought he had seriously injured the other Guardian with his punch, has his arm caught and is counterattacked with a punch that knocks him down at the same moment, apparently affecting his organs. The other demon, who is apparently paralyzed by Knives' technique, shows that he can move and with an energy attack hits the soldier, who is surely defeated. Salza doesn't understand what's going on. With their fighting power, they shouldn't be able to do this. But then the tracker starts measuring another result, and now their power is 150 million. The demon leader says that he apparently misjudged the situation, and then he breaks the soldier's hand, who falls to his knees. Cooler doesn't understand what's going on either, and asks Frieza if he gave his soldiers a broken tracker. Frieza explains that no, on the contrary, those trackers are the most advanced his army currently has. What happened was that the enemies were hiding their power, so the trackers could not detect it. Cooler, disapproving Frieza's attitude, asks why he didn't tell Salza and the others. Frieza replies he wanted to see how the soldiers dealt with the sudden change in enemy power. Meanwhile, while the demon leader makes Salza suffer, he says that's what happens when they face the Celestial Guardians. But something hits the demon and pulls him away from Salza. It was an attack launched by Cooler, who walks up to his subordinate's side. Cooler scolds Salza, saying it's depressing to see his soldiers being humiliated like that, and says he shouldn't have attacked without strategy. Salza apologizes. He didn't want his lord's intervention to be necessary. But Cooler, taking a good look at the enemy trio, concluded that no matter if his soldiers attacked with a good strategy or not, they wouldn't be able to defeat even one of the enemies. The difference in power was too great. That was a problem for him to solve himself. Cooler advances, and facing the enemies, says that they exposed his soldiers to ridicule, and that group bears his name, and no one shames his name, and is unpunished. Now, they will be slaughtered by the Great Cooler.
Cooler warns his enemies to prepare to be slaughtered by him, and as he concentrates his energy, Captain Salza's tracker detects the fighting power of 600 billion! And not only that, it was growing even more and more. After concentrating his energy, Cooler tells Salza to try to measure his power with the tracker. Salza in thought says that his lord's power has already exceeded 1 trillion. That was madness. Cooler to the demon says that he could increase his power more, but that level was enough to defeat them. One of the demons says that Cooler's power can be compared to the gods of the celestial world. That was impressive. And the other demon asks if they should alter the master, since that man was no ordinary mortal. But their leader, the white-clothed demon, says that they shouldn't despair. He was just a mortal. It would be a shame if he had to call the boss to deal with him. They would never get promoted that way. It was time for them to show their full power. The three concentrated their power, and Salza detected that their fighting power is growing abnormally. But Cooler watches it all silently. The three complete the transformation. They are bigger and stronger. Cooler asks Salza about their power. Salza explains that individually they are weaker than Cooler, but together they can be a problem. Cooler smiles and says that was good. They would be good exercise. But those words irritate the demon, who rush towards the mortal at high speed. They move around Cooler so fast, they create a whirlpool of sorts. Two of them attack Cooler, but the mortal escapes the attack with a leap. But the leader was waiting for him, and attacks with a blow that could hit Cooler's neck. But Frieza's general is fast and moves to the demon's back, hitting him with a powerful kick, and sends him crashing towards the ground against the other two guardians. The other two jump away, letting the leader hit the ground hard, but Cooler, extremely fast, goes behind one of them and slashes through him with an attack. The demon wonders how he can move so fast. The other demon already came to attack Cooler, but before he could escape the blow, the demon whose body he had pierced with his arm grabbed his arm. He says that he won't let Cooler get away. The demon attacks with a move called Super Demon Fist. Salza yells at his lord to watch out, and Frieza watches with a serious expression. Then a big explosion happens. Salza, who had been knocked down by the impact of the explosion, stands up. He looks at the explosion site and sees through the smoke the silhouette of someone. When the smoke disappears, it is seen that Cooler held the demon's blow with a single hand. The demon is shocked. Did he hold off his attack with one hand? And Cooler mocks the attack. Super demonic fist. It should be called Worm Fist. After saying that, he breaks the demon's arm, but the Guardian, even with such pain, uses this as an opportunity to grab Cooler's other arm. So he yells at his boss, who is named Nikki. Nikki from above prepares his claws too, according to him, to tear Cooler to pieces. Salza, desperate for the possibility of his commander's death, asks Frieza to help him, but Frieza doesn't intend to do anything but watch. But the situation is resolved. Cooler doesn't need his arms, he has his eyes, which fire a powerful laser that hits Nikki's chest and knocks him down, which causes the other two fellow Guardians to despair. He then addresses the other two creatures holding him, asking if they still haven't realized they were useless. And then using his finger, he shoots an energy laser that goes through the neck of one of them, which immediately falls. After that, with his hand that is crossed in the other demon, he breaks him in half. Nikki, down, yells for his two companions, who we discover are named Ginger and Sancho. Cooler says he thought that he would be a bigger challenge, and it was a little disappointing, but at least he could have a real fight after so many decades. But Salsa is confused. Individually, Cooler's fighting power and the demon's fighting power weren't that different. So the fight would have been much more challenging for Cooler, but instead it was a real massacre. Frieza explains that Cooler is controlling his power so precisely that during the fight he changed his power several times to attack and defend. But the changes were so quick that the tracker couldn't measure it. After saying this to Salza, Frieza in his thoughts thinks that Cooler, despite his short training time, has energy control almost as good as his own. He'll have to pay more attention to his older brother. But the fight isn't over yet. Nikki gets up. He says that they are Celestial Guardians and they won't be easily defeated. Cooler says that from his point of view, they've already been defeated. He and Nikki can't do anything with that wound and the other two are already dead. But Nikki tells him to watch. The demon begins to concentrate energy and suddenly he pulls the corpses of Ginger and Sancho into his body, which seem to enter him. After that, an energy surrounds Nikki he was transforming. Salza apparently measures something on his tracker and is completely shocked by the power he saw. Then the transformation is complete and everyone beholds the great demon that was just born. It says that it was the fusion of Nikki, Ginger, and Sancho. Genisho, the most powerful demon in the world, is born. Everyone is surprised by the twist. Cooler says that they are really powerful and that can be problematic. And Frieza is just surprised that those worms have even more powers. In an instant, Genisho, who was distant from Cooler, appears in front of him, surprising the general. But the demon's punch only hits the ground, destroying it. Cooler is already behind him, preparing an energy attack that according to him would end the fight. But when Cooler fires his attack, surprisingly, an arm comes out of Genisho and defends the attack. Then another arm comes up and grabs Cooler's ankle, and then throws him hard to the ground. With his enemy down, Genisho approaches while showing 2 more arms for the total of 4 arms on his back. And then with his 6 arms, the demon attacks Cooler with many blows. Salza can't stand to see his master beaten up any longer. He decides to intervene before his master and commander dies. But Frieza warns him not to be stupid. At that moment, the demon was releasing a huge amount of energy. If he gets close, he will be killed. Frieza even says that Cooler is his brother and his army's general, and if he can't deal with an opponent like that, he's not worthy of living. When Genisho finishes his attack, Cooler is on the ground, clearly injured. He comments that he has never received such strong attacks in his entire life. Genisho holds Cooler's arms and legs with his extra arms, and lifting the opponent up with his normal arms, prepares an energy attack that would surely kill Cooler. And so he decides it's time for the invader to die. But Cooler calls his enemy a disgusting demon and says he won't forgive him. An explosion happens. Genisho walks away. Cooler is concentrating his energy. Salza already knows what's going on. Cooler is transforming. He is surprised that he will see the legendary transformation of the Great Cooler, and he didn't even know if it was real. Frieza in his thoughts reveals that unlike him and his father, who needed to use containment transformations to contain their powers because they couldn't control, Cooler was different. He was always able to stay in his original form by controlling his powers. But apart from that, he still has another transformation that increased his powers even more. He reveals that he has a bad memory of this transformation, and that is in the past. He had a lot of problems because of it, but it's a little nostalgic to see that from there. Cooler finally shows off his amazing final form. He said that he didn't expect to have to use that form there, but Genisho should feel honored to be killed by him in that form. The demon doesn't like to hear that, and while telling the invader to shut up, he throws his army at the enemy. Cooler gathers some energy in his fingertips, then lowers his arms as if finishing a cut. then Genisho's arms fall off. After that, at incredible speed, Cooler appears in front of Genisho, and before the Guardian can react, the cold demon pierces the Guardian demon's stomach with a single blow. Genisho says that was impossible. He can't believe his opponent's strength. Cooler says that Genisho's powers cannot be compared to his, and he still wasn't using all of his power. That is, Genisho never stood a chance in this battle. But the Guardian Demon doesn't give up. He tells Cooler to shut up, and with Ginger and Sancho's mouth on his chest, Genisho fires 2 energy attacks. But Cooler amazingly holds the attacks in his hand, which leaves the demon shocked. Cooler says he's tired of them, and Frieza, realizing what his brother was going to do, yells at him not to. But ignoring his younger brother, Cooler puts the energy attack back from where they came, and then Genisho explodes. A big explosion can be seen even outside the castle. We later see a pillar of energy apparently contain the explosion, and that was done by Frieza. Salza is relieved. He thinks that if it wasn't for Frieza, he would have been killed by it. Frieza scolds his general. If he hadn't contained that explosion, he could have destroyed the entire castle and killed everyone. But the 2 of them, and that included Janemba, Cooler's soldiers, and even those on the ship. Cooler, with an unconvincing expression, apologizes. He was too excited, and besides, those enemies weren't weak opponents that he could fight with absolute control of everything. Frieza is annoyed by his brother's fake answer, but decides to ignore it and goes to take a closer look at the cocoon. Frieza notes that the cocoon was unharmed despite all the pressure of the battle. But now what? How was he supposed to wake Janemba? Cooler asks if he didn't ask what he should do after he had possession of the cocoon. Frieza says no. He expected to ask those idiots, but he didn't have time. Also, Cooler killing them didn't help much. But the older brother already has the solution. How about asking Zuno, who knows everything? Frieza in his thoughts thinks that Cooler probably killed Genisho on purpose, thinking that maybe they could need to go to Zuno for some reason. Cooler could definitely like to see how to get access to someone who knows everything. After all, information is also power. But no problem, if he keeps his brother under his vision, he won't be a problem. Frieza puts on his face a fake smile and tells his brother that it was a good idea. They will go to Zuno. And after that, they took Janemba's cocoon to the ship and then starts a new trip, this time to see Zuno. Meanwhile, on Universe 6's planet of destruction, Goku is lying on the grass. He's exhausted. The Saiyan God says that even now that he's a god of destruction, there's an abysm between their powers, and she is really tough in her training. Vados tells him not to take all her toughness personally, but he must think on the bright side. He has advanced considerably in his training this month. Goku agrees. He remembers that he could barely control his own body, and his power was so out of control, and trying a single blow, he would cause terrible destruction and even hurt himself. He says he's not perfect now, but at least he can fight without destroying everything around him and losing control. Vados says that although he is controlling his energy a little better, he is still a long way from being able to control 100% of his powers, and there is still a large limit of energy he can release in battle. And if he exceeds that limit, somehow it can cause great catastrophes in the universe. But Goku is determined and says he will continue to do his best in training. Vados says that for now she thinks it's best if they take a break from training. A little rest can be good for performance. How about he know a little about his universe? Is there a specific place he would like to visit? Goku is excited with this question. He says that he would like to fight Hit again. He would like to know the Earth of that universe and would also like to know the planet of the Saiyans. Vados says that fight against Hit might not be a good idea. There is a risk that the battle will get out of control and they destroy the entire universe. But visiting Earth on Sadala might be a good idea. Goku thinks a little better. He's lived on Earth his whole life, so he shouldn't find much news there. In that case, he will visit Sadala. Vados agrees and suggests they rest for the day, and tomorrow they leave for Sadala. The next day, Goku and Vados arrive on planet Sadala. Looking at a large castle, Goku comments to Vados that he didn't know the Saiyans' planet was so technologically advanced. Vados says that it was not always like this, and that in the past the planet went through many problems. But in the last millennium, things have changed, and currently Sadala is one of the most important places in Universe 6, if not the most important. Goku asks why they're so important. Vados explains that there are a few reasons, but the main one is that the Saiyans are the most important force of order in the universe. Among all those who provide security and policing services, the Saiyans are the main ones. She tells them that in Universe 7 they have a galactic patrol to do this job. In Universe 6 they have the Saiyans. Goku remembers Kaba mentioning something like that when they first met. about Saiyans being heroes in that universe. A group of Saiyans find Goku and Vados, and noticing their strange look, Goku asks what's going on. Vados explains that they are close to the planet's royal castle and that area is probably off limits. This information is confirmed by the Saiyan guard who approaches the visitors, saying that this is a prohibited area. Goku says they don't want trouble and that he would like to see Kaba, Kale, and Caulifla, but the soldier is very angry with that. He asks them what they want with their captain and what relationship they have with those criminals. But Goku doesn't understand. He swears he's not a bad guy. But someone yells stop. It was Kaba, who was coming there to them. Kaba reassures the soldiers. He says that they can rest easy and that he would take care of those two. As the soldiers leave, Kaba asks what Goku and Vados are doing there, and also asks where Lord Champa and Mr. Vegeta are. Goku lightly explains the situation, saying that Champa wasn't doing a good job and that he's now the god of destruction. Kaba is shocked by that. Was Goku a god of destruction now? And how did he not notice the outfit that Goku was wearing? But then Kaba realizes something else. If the god of destruction was there, does that mean Salada should be destroyed? But Goku reassures the Saiyan that he's just visiting to see the planet. Calmer, Kaba says that in the case, he should meet the king. He should know there is a god visiting them. Goku quickly agrees. He would love to meet the king. After that, Kaba took Goku and Vados to Sadala's royal castle. In the castle courtyard, they were greeted with respectful greetings from the castle soldiers. Goku noted that Kaba is highly respected among the Saiyans. They treat him with a lot of respect and don't even ask him about him and Vados. Kaba explains that he is Sadala's elite captain, considered the #1 soldier in the king's army. No one but the king himself has more authority in the army than he does. Goku asks about Kale and Caulifla. Aren't they part of the army too? But Kaba scolds the god. He says, do not speak their name, which is a very complicated subject and that he explained later. Even seemingly confused, Goku just do as he says. They follow the castle corridor until they find a door. Kaba warns that this is the throne room. He will first enter to warn the king of their presence. Kaba enters the room when there are some Saiyan soldiers scattered, and in the background is the throne. Kaba addresses those on the throne and says that these are two visitors. They are Vados and Goku, the angel and god of destruction in the universe. The king asks about this god of destruction Goku. Wasn't the Hakishin's name Champa? But Kaba explains that now Goku was the new god. The king lets them in. Goku and Vados enter. Goku looks at the king, who returns the look with a serious expression. The king raises from his throne, descends the stairs, and then kneels. He respectfully greets the great god of destruction and asks the reason for his visit. Goku is amazed at his attitude. He says he doesn't have to do all that. He was just a Saiyan just like them. Vados disapproves of this behavior. Apparently, the divine behavior classes were not effective. The king is very surprised. He apologizes. After that, he introduces himself, and his name is Krista. Goku also introduces himself. Looking at the king's face, he notes that it's just like Vegeta. Krista recognizes that name and asks Kaba if this Vegeta wasn't that Saiyan from Universe 7. Kaba confirms and says that Mr. Vegeta and Lord Goku are great rivals. Krista, understanding the situation, says it's a little curious that a Saiyan from another universe became a god of their universe. Goku agrees it is kind of weird, but the king treats him very friendly, asking if he would like to join them in a feast. He wants to know more about the Saiyans of Universe 7 and is sure that Goku has a lot of interesting things to tell him. But unfortunately, Goku can't. He's grounded. But a god grounded? Krista is very surprised by that. Who explains the situation is Vados, saying that in one of their trainings, Goku ended up not following her instructions and he lost control of his powers and destroyed a large part of the universe. She needed to go back in time to fix this mess, so she decided to give Goku a punishment. She decided to forbid him to eat for a month. And as he was a god, he didn't need to eat to survive. But mentally, he still feels hungry from having been immortal until recently, so it was the perfect punishment. But Krista is impressed by that. Because of the lack of control, he destroys a large part of the universe? Suddenly, the king makes a serious expression. And then he makes a request. He wants Goku to fight him, leaving everyone in that place completely shocked. After Sadala's ruler, Krista, suddenly challenged the god of destruction, Goku, to combat. They headed to a vast desert, the region as far away from civilization as possible. Goku and Krista face each other as Kaba and Vados look on. A worried Kaba says that even though they are far from civilization, he doubts that such powerful men's battle will not affect the planet. But Vados, helpful as ever, takes care of it. She creates a force field around them. This force field will contain their energy so that it does not harm the planet, and it will also prevent them from being felt. That means they are completely under the radar now. Goku, as he begins to emanate his energy, says that Vados helped them, and now they can fight carefree. Krista, while taking off his cape and also emanating his energy, says this is perfect. Kaba, dissatisfied with the whole situation, says he doesn't know what the king has in his head to challenge Goku to a battle. Vados theorizes that it is perhaps in the nature of Saiyans to challenge powerful people, and she also asks if Krista is powerful. Kaba responds that Krista is probably the strongest Saiyan to ever exist in the universe. He tells that many years ago, an extremely powerful army invaded Sadala, and that army was so powerful that the Saiyan army could not do anything against them. It was a massacre, but an absurdly powerful child was among the enemy hordes, and that child single-handedly defeated them all. That child was Krista. Vados says this is impressive. Kaba agrees and continues to tell the story, saying that Krista was considered a great hero of Sadala, and he was becoming more and more popular until he managed to become king, and even though he was not part of the nobility of the planet, which was unprecedented in history, from Sadala. Since then, he has been a great king, and it was thanks to him that Sadala stopped being some barbaric planet because what it is today. Kaba even says that Krista is probably the best thing that Saiyan race ever had. But Vados says that Sadala's process of change and development must have taken many centuries, and Saiyans don't live that long. But Kaba explains that the king is special. Many years ago, harboring a great desire to protect Sadala, he went to Namek and made a wish for the Dragon Balls and became immortal. Since then, Krista has ruled Sadala, and that's been nearly 1,000 years. Vados says that she is impressed. A Saiyan who was already extremely powerful in his childhood and who is already over 1,000 years old. He must be a very special warrior. But Kaba is sad. He says that Goku is now a god of destruction and that even King Krista should be easily defeated. But Vados says things that are not quite like that. She explains that because he doesn't control his power well as a god of destruction, Goku has a huge limit of power he can use in his fight. This means that he will fight very limited, using a small percentage of his power. Krista has a chance to win. Goku and Krista have already raised their ki, both fighters emanating their power, and then they advance to begin combat. When they clash their fists, only the pressure of the impact destroys the ground around them. After that, the two disappear at high speed and start an exchange of blows so fast that only their figures can be seen. Krista kicks Goku, who defends. Goku punches Krista, who disappears to dodge. Kaba is impressed. They are so fast that he can barely see them, and they are so strong that just the impact of their blows makes his bones vibrate. Goku and Krista continue with an intense exchange of blows, both fighters attacking, defending, and dodging with great skill. At one point, Goku tries to land a blow on Krista, but the king disappears from his front and goes to his back preparing a kick. Goku manages to block the kick, but is thrown by the force of the attack. Krista accompanies Goku and tries to land another hit. Goku disappears to dodge, but Krista anticipates where he is going to appear, nearly punches Goku in the face, who narrowly dodges it. Kaba is impressed. Goku is under pressure. Goku in his thoughts thinks that Krista is stronger than he thought at the moment, but even though he was not transformed, he was using the power of a Super Saiyan 3, but even so he is at a disadvantage. The distraction is costly and Goku is hit by Krista's hard punch in the chest, and he clearly feels the blow quite a bit. The destroyer tries to fight back with an attack, but Krista disappears in front of him and reappears on his back and lands a kick on the destroyer. Goku is thrown a few meters away by the king's strength, but manages to stop. But Krista doesn't want to give the god time to think and launches 2 ki blasts at him. Goku doesn't stand still, and after creating 2 Kienzans in his hand, he launches them at Krista. The attack collides, and the Kienzans win and head towards Krista, who deftly dodges it by lying in the air and passing between the 2 energy discs. But Goku manipulates the disc to return to the king, but Krista manages to grab one of the discs without being cut and throws it at the second. Both explode. But this was the opportunity that Goku wanted, and he appears on the back of the king, ready to hit him with the attack. But Krista sees him and lands a strong kick in the abdomen of the Saiyan god, who is very surprised because he was sure he did the instant transmission right in Krista's blind spot and hid his ki. How did the king notice him? Krista wastes no time, and while Goku is still stunned by what just happened, he moves on to the Saiyan's back and fires 2 energy attacks from his hands that launch the God of Destruction into the ground, destroying a portion of the ground. After gaining space by knocking his opponent to the ground, Krista forms a large ball of energy, then launches it at Goku. Goku holds off the attack but has a hard time, and while the god is distracted by the major attack, Krista forms a minor attack in his hand and thinks that attack will end the fight. Goku, to get rid of the bigger attack, uses the Hakai, but Krista takes advantage of the fact that he was blinded by the attack and appears right in front of him ready to land the next attack. And then a huge explosion happens. Kaba, impressed, says that he's never seen King Krista use so much power in an attack, and if Goku was hit by that. But Vados reassures the young Saiyan, probably seeing something he doesn't. After the explosion, he sees a large crater in the ground, and in the center of his crater is Krista, who apparently hit nothing but the ground with his attack. And behind the king in the sky was Goku, who was now using Ultra Instinct. Krista, watching his opponent, says that he's finally transformed, but that doesn't look like a Saiyan transformation. Goku explains that this is Ultra Instinct, a special ability of angels that not even the gods of destruction can control well. Krista says that Kaba mentioned something like that when he got back from the Tournament of Power. Advancing against Goku with great determination, Krista tells the god to show him the power of his Ultra Instinct. Krista tries to string attacks on Goku, but the god of destruction dodges all the blows with apparent ease. Kaba, apparently worried, asks Vados if Goku should be using this ability. In the Tournament of Power, he seemed to suffer a lot using it. Vados explains that in the Tournament of Power, Goku still had the body of a mortal, and because this is an advanced divine technique, his body suffered when using it. But now that he's a god, he has an immortal body. That won't be a problem anymore. But in her thoughts, Vados thinks the problem was something else. If Goku uses Ultra Instinct too much and unleashes too much power, he could lose control, and that would be a big problem. For now, even using this ability, he is using a safe power level, even lower than what he used against Jiren. But the time between balance and imbalance is very thin at this point. That is, if Goku uses a little more power, he can lose control at any moment. While dodging Krista's attacks, Goku also thinks about his situation. He's at the limit of the power he can use, and if he raises his power just a little more, he might lose control. If he loses control, Vados will intervene in the fight, which means he will have lost. But he doesn't want to lose, he wants to win. Goku finally counters Krista with a punch. The king blocks the attack, but the destroyer's force is so great that it throws the mortal Saiyan away, causing him to destroy the ground to stop his body. But still, even blocking Goku's attack, Krista spits out blood, clearly very stunned by the attack. The king notes that not only has his opponent's defensive ability changed, but his offense is also much more powerful. This Ultra Instinct is really an amazing technique, but Goku is already after the king and he apologizes, but he needs to get this over with. However, to Goku's surprise, when he would land a finishing blow on the king, he simply misses, which leaves the god of destruction very confused. Krista wastes no time, and then, accumulating a strange energy in his fist, rushes towards Goku to land a blow on him. Goku clearly dodges, but strangely the attack lands, and it was a great attack. The destroyer is thrown very violently into the force field, causing destruction on impact. But it's not just Goku who's very surprised by the attack. Kaba and Vados didn't understand very well either. And Vados notes that Krista's last attack far exceeded the power he was going to use in the fight so far. Goku, while getting up, thinks that he is sure he dodged that blow, and also that he would land that attack. What happened? And what absurd strength was that? But the destroyer's reflections are interrupted when he looks up into the sky and sees something. Did he transform? In the sky, Krista shows a new form. Kaba is surprised. Can the king transform, and what form is this? Doesn't look like the average Super Saiyan. But Vados isn't the least bit surprised. After all, it's only to be expected that the millennial Saiyan warrior with a prodigious track record like his would have some sort of hidden power, right? But Goku recognized that energy. He's already felt something similar, and if that's what he's thinking, it could be very serious. And while he thinks that, he is remembering Broly. But the time for speculation is over. Krista is ready to finish the battle and screams for the god of destruction to get ready too. Krista lunges at the god of destruction, who was getting up to react, when suddenly he is startled to see around the king the image of an Uzaru roaming at him. Goku is very scared. What is that? Kaba yells for him to get out of there, and then a gigantic explosion happens. Kaba has to hold on to Vados to not being blown away by the wind, and he does so. He wonders if he wasn't going too far for a friendly fight. And Vados, in agreement with the young Saiyan, says that apparently Saiyans take even the most random fights very seriously. When the wind blows over, Kaba is finally able to release the angel and asks who the winner was. At the center of the crater is Krista, but he is alone there. Did he miss the attack? Kaba asks where Goku is. Vados, who has apparently already seen him, with a serious expression, questions if he really reached this point. And Krista, also seeing something, says it doesn't look good. And Kaba, just now seeing that what had happened, asks what this is. And then we finally see Goku, who has a completely different appearance, a demonic appearance, and surrounded by the energy of destruction. Kaba asks what that is. Goku has changed a lot, and he has never felt anything so dark in his entire life. Goku with a devilish smile raises his hand and says he's going to destroy everything. Krista with a worried expression takes his fighting stance, but then someone puts his finger on Goku's neck and he quickly returns to normal, very confused. Goku asks what happened and what he was doing up there. Vados, who was already behind him and was the one who turned him back to normal, explains that at the moment Krista was going to hit him. Goku increased the Ultra Instinct's power level so he could escape the attack, and how he was already at his limit of power he could use. Even this quickly increase in power was enough for him to lose control. Goku, now understanding what happened, lowers his head and, disappointed, assumes his defeat. Krista, also clearly very relieved, undoes his transformation as he sighs in relief that it's all over. But Vados has some thoughts about what just happened. She notes that actually, since Krista's last attack was direct and obvious, Goku should have been able to dodge it without raising his powers, but he probably saw or felt something that she and Kaba couldn't, and it distracted him. Because this, he was late to dodge and needed to increase his powers to dodge. It seemed that this man named Krista really has something very special. But now, with a relaxed smile, Vados calls out to them to heal them and fix their clothes. Some minutes later, everyone is talking peacefully in the king's palace. Goku and Krista's wounds have already been healed and their clothes have been also repaired by Vados. Goku thanks the king, saying it was so much fun fighting him, but he hopes that next time the king won't hide his real powers. Krista smiles, surprised that Goku noticed, but he also tells the Saiyan god that he also realized that he was far from using his full power. Goku confirms, explaining that until he manages to control his power well, he has a very big limit on how much energy he can expend. And then Goku asks why Krista didn't participate in the Tournament of Power. Things could have been very different for Universe 6 if he had been there. Krista explains that he promised a long time ago that he would always stay on Sadala to protect the planet and the people, and that's why he doesn't leave the planet. This surprises Goku, who says he's a very responsible king. Goku's admiration is understandable, as he would certainly never give up a good fight for something like that. And now, much to Kaba's annoyance, Goku calls him to see Kale and Caulifla. Kaba scolds the destroyer, reminding him not to talk about them there. Goku apologizes, embarrassed. But Krista doesn't care. He says that Goku is a god, and he has nothing to do with the planet's internal conflicts. The king says that Kaba can take him to them, but he must be careful and not go into too dangerous places. Sadala's elite captain accepts his king's order. Krista says he now has kingdom business to attend to, but before he goes, he asks Goku that, in case he sees Kale, try to get some sense into her head, and he completes saying that his daughter is very problematic. Goku is shocked. Is he Kale's father? Kaba laughs, embarrassed. He forgot to warn about that. A few minutes later, Goku, Kaba, and Vados are flying across the planet. On the way, Goku observes a poor village where the people seem to live precariously. The visitor asks Kaba why the villages in the region are so poor compared to the main city and the king's palace. Kaba explains that lately some regions are going through difficult times because of crime. And this region specifically is rebel territory, and they are suffering a lot from the war. This surprises Goku. Is the planet at war? Kaba says yes. There is a revolutionary force that wants to remove King Krista from power, and the one who commands his revolutionary force is Caulifla. This surprises Goku a lot. Caulifla is a revolutionary? But on second thought, now Goku understands why Kale and Caulifla's names caused so much resentment back in the capital and the palace. And Kale, the king's daughter, is a revolutionary leader's best friend. That must be pretty sad. Kaba explains that Kale, like many other people, disagreed with the king's rule and revolted against him. Although Krista is a great hero of Sadala, many have forgotten his heroic efforts over time, and many generations have passed. Krista doesn't make a point of reminding everyone about it so that his fame doesn't increase too much and spread across the universe. Since, if his fame spreads across the universe, many aliens would want to go to the planet to prove their powers against the king, which could put Sadala at risk. But because they don't remember Krista's deeds, many see him as a tyrant complacent with power, and so they decide to create a revolutionary force to remove him from throne. Caulifla commands this revolution. Kaba also explains that in the beginning the revolutionaries were just criminal groups that dominated small regions. But in recent times, the rebels have gained funding from a tycoon who takes advantage of wars taking place in the universe. Since then, the revolutionary forces have grown a lot and are giving a lot of work to the imperial forces. Kaba finally stops, and Goku and Vados do the same. The Saiyan captain points in the direction and says that the castle that served as a base for the rebels is there. He's already gotten too close, and he's already taking a risk. If he goes any further, he could have a lot of problems. Goku says that everything is fine and that they can go on their own. Meanwhile, in the rebellion castle, Caulifla devours a piece of meat while Kale watches her. A subordinate enters the room saying that a guy and a woman outside wanting to see her. Caulifla, with her mouth stuffed with meat, asks who it is. The soldier says he's forgotten their names but describes that man wore a funny necklace and the woman had a halo like an angel. Caulifla immediately scolds the soldier, saying that it must be Champa and Vados and that it was to send them in. The soldier, fearing Caulifla's anger, hastens to obey. Caulifla is curious about the reason for Champa's visit. She says that maybe he wants to ask them to fight him again. If that's the case, she can't accept it. She's too busy, but maybe they could accept it in exchange for some favor for their cause. After coming up with this idea, she asks what Kale thinks of it, but Kale just thinks Caulifla is really smart, and she agrees. And she also says that Champa will be stunned to see her on the throne. But when the gates open, they're the one who is stunned when they see Goku wearing a God of Destruction costume walking in saying hello. Some minutes later, Goku finishes explaining how it all happened and he became a God of Destruction. Caulifla now understands and agrees that Champa really seemed to be a very neglectful god. But then the Saiyan girl gets straight to the point. She wants Goku to fight her. He is surprised by the sudden request. He thought that after he became a god, people would be afraid of him, but it's the opposite. It seems that everyone is eager to fight him. Caulifla justifies her request by saying that she won't miss the chance to fight a Saiyan God of Destruction. She's sure that if they fight, she'll get stronger, like last time. But Goku apologizes. He can't. He explains that his powers are still unregulated and if he fights he could hurt her. She's too fragile to fight him. After all, she can't even transform into a Super Saiyan 3. Caulifla, annoyed by what Goku said, says that if that's the case, she'll make the fight more interesting for him, and then calls Kale. Kale, as usual, is not understanding anything. Caulifla, with a smile of someone hiding something, says it's time for them to do that. Goku is curious. What are they going to do? And then the two Saiyan girls start doing a very special dance. Goku immediately recognizes those moves and is then completely surprised. And then they complete the movement. And when that happens, a lot of energy is released. And according to Goku, it's a very powerful energy. And so a new Saiyan warrior is born. The Metamoru fusion of Kale and Caulifla, Kale, who is of course ready to kick his ass. But Goku is still confused. How did they both learn that dance? Kale explains that after the Tournament of Power, Kale and Caulifla were very impressed and excited by Kefla's power. So they asked the Supreme Kai Fuwa to keep the Potara earrings so they could fuse whenever they wanted. But Fuwa did not allow it, saying that the Potara's earrings are divine artifacts and could not be used that way. But with a little threat, the Kaioshin revealed another way to fuse, the dance of the Metamoru race. So the two went to the planet of the race and asked the Metamorus to teach them to dance. That's how Kefla was born. Goku finally got it. It looked like the Metamoru race is not extinct in Universe 6 as it is in Universe 7. Kefla reminds Goku that he wanted to see a Super Saiyan 3, so just watch. Kefla begins to emanate a large amount of energy so powerful that it makes Sadala tremble. And as lightning forms around the Saiyan warrior, her hair starts to grow. That's Super Saiyan 3. Goku is impressed by her power. That was no ordinary Super Saiyan 3. Her hair was green like that weird Kale transformation. That form was much more powerful than any ordinary Super Saiyan 3. Kale asks if the king is seeing this. That will be all for him. From his palace, Krista seems to sense Kale's energy and has a very serious expression. Maybe angry, maybe worried, who knows? After that, Kale asks Goku if he's ready to face the most powerful warrior in the universe. Goku is excited, and while doing his fighting stance, he says it's going to be amazing. But a sudden blow puts the God of Destruction to sleep. Kale complains, what was going on? Why she did it? Vados justifies it by saying that Goku has already abused his power once today, and if he fought her, he would definitely do it again, and that would be very dangerous. She says that it's best to take him to rest, so maybe next time. Kale, completely disappointed, undoes the transformation and says he's an idiot. In space, while Goku's away, Vados says that despite the scares, she is very grateful that Goku chose to visit this planet first. She is sure that seeing the powerful people who live in Sadala, he is more excited to be a god of the universe. He also understood his limits better and will definitely train more willingly to improve. Today was a good day. Frieza's spaceship travels through space. Inside it, more specifically, inside the training room, as Cooler and Frieza, who are apparently in yet another one of several intense training sessions. Cooler taunts his brother, saying that Frieza is starting to put more effort into their trainings. Doesn't that worry him? But Frieza, with a fake smile on his face, says no. To the contrary, intense training will make him much more stronger. But their conversation is interrupted by Berry Blue, who warns them that their destination is close. Cooler asks Frieza if he should call his soldiers, but Frieza says it's not necessary. On the Zuno's planet, there is nothing threatening for them. The ship finally lands on the planet. Frieza and Cooler leave surrounded by many soldiers, but something is wrong. They feel a very powerful energy in that place. Cooler asks his brother if he can feel it too. Frieza says yes, and they should be careful. They fly across the planet and Frieza sees something. They were brutally murdered, and when the two land, they see that those people who have served Zuno are dead. As they advance, they see a monster similar to a chimera, and that monster is holding Zuno in its mouth. On top of this monster is a strange creature, and when the creature looks to the brothers, they get very tense. Frieza says that just the presence of that person makes his body feel heavy, and Cooler asks his younger brother if he thinks they can beat this thing. Frieza says he doesn't know. He never felt such a presence of pressure before. But the creature begins to show an weird personality. The monster with a personality a little cheesy tells them not to worry. He just wants the chubby little guy there. This behavior leaves Frieza and Cooler a little shocked, and Frieza comments that guy had a bit of eccentric behavior. That strange person says goodbye, takes a card that has some strange design on it. He throws that card on the floor and a magic rune appears, and then he enters together with the monster and Zuno in that magic rune. After that, they disappear. Apparently, it was like a magical dimensional portal. Frieza scolds Cooler, why didn't he do anything? But Cooler says he still hasn't processed that situation very well. But they weren't the only ones there. On an asteroid close to the planet, someone was watching. This person in thought says that if Zuno is being targeted, that means the next target will be Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the Super Dragon Balls are completely destroyed. The person responsible for this was a woman who says it's good to be able to blow things up again, especially these damn relics. She's accompanied by 3 other mysterious people. One of them calls her Tyra, saying she did a good job. Now, Zarama's magic cannot be used in this realm. And that's how the Super Dragon Balls were destroyed by 4 mysterious enemies. And what did they mean about Zarama's magic not being usable? Now on the planet Shiriaru, Granola is arriving at Monaito's house. He enters very angry, which causes curiosity in the old Namekian. Granola explains that on his last mission, he discovered that Frieza is still alive. This is clearly a reference to the Dragon Ball Super manga, when in chapter 68, Granola found from Eric that Frieza was alive. And this conversation is a reworked version of the scene where Granola talks to Monaito about Frieza's rebirth in chapter 69. Well, when Granola tells Monaito that Frieza is alive, the Namekian tells him not to do something stupid. If he tries to fight Frieza, he will be killed. But Granola says he can't let Frieza go unpunished. He needs to pay for what he did, just like the Saiyans. But suddenly the Dragon Ball in Monaito's house suffers a strange incident. Granola asks what's going on, and before long the orb turns to stone. Granola walks to the orb and takes it in hand. Apparently in this Dragon Ball Hakai reality, he won't be able to ask to be the strongest in the universe, which means the Granola arc won't happen. Monaito is feeling strange for some reason. He feels something really bad. Now on planet Namek, the Grand Elder is sitting on his throne, if we can call it that. He is very reflective when a Namekian comes to his house and says that for some reason, the Dragon Balls have suddenly stopped working. The Elder, like Monaito, feels something strange, something very bad. Now on planet Earth. On the celestial platform, Dende is reflective, apparently very worried about something. Popo approaches Kami-sama and asks what's going on. The Earth God doesn't answer to his assistant. He just thinks that he feels the Dragon Balls have stopped working and that he has a sense of loss he can't explain. And by telepathy, he asked someone if he felt it too. The person Dende asked this was Piccolo, who was reflecting on a rock next to his house. This scene is very similar to what we saw in the trailer of the next movie, and it's a clear reference from Dragon Ball Hakai to the movie Dragon Ball Super, Superhero. Piccolo, receiving Dende's telepathic question, says yes. For some reason he can't explain. He also senses that something very bad is about to happen. Meanwhile, at the place where the Super Dragon Balls were destroyed, that person who kidnapped Zuno finally appears. The creature arrives at the location through the magical portal it opened on the Zuno's planet. Arriving at the companions and seeing that the orbs have already been destroyed, the creature complains, saying that it missed the show. Another member of the group, upon seeing Zuno's kidnapper, comments that apparently the other mission was also successful. The woman named Tyra comments that without Zarama's magical power, at Zuno's knowledge, they sure won't be able to resist them. She's definitely talking about the 12 universes. But the strange man who is appearing to be the leader of the group says that they had a big victory today, but it is better not to underestimate their enemies. And after saying that, he tells his companions that it's time to leave before those rats get in the way. Who is he talking about? Some hours later, a door to a strange room opens. When a person enters this door, another person asks, "How was it, master?" In the center of this room is a large table with several chairs, but only 2 of those chairs are occupied. One of the people who is sitting answers the question that the other has just asked, saying that by the look on the master's face, it certainly didn't go well. The so-called master, as he walks towards the table, says that they were deceived. The celestial mages did not return to their realm, but to Zeno's realm. Brajin, the great mage of invocations, kidnapped Zeno, and now the Super Dragon Balls were destroyed. One of the people sitting, who is revealed to be a man with spiky hair similar to Vegeta's, says he warned him. The master says he did his best for them to be cautious, keeping the apprentices on alert, but without confirmation that the enemies were indeed in Zeno's realm. He couldn't take any more serious action. Furthermore, this was no time for accusations. Zuno was kidnapped, and the Super Dragon Balls were destroyed. Zuno's realm was without a doubt the greatest source of information and the greatest source of magic power. The spiky-haired man says that if the master knows who kidnapped Zuno, it's because he saw it happen. Why didn't he stop Brajin? The master, apparently bothered by all the questioning, replies that apparently his Saiyan blood will still speak louder than his wisdom by the looks of it. He knows very well that a fight between himself and a celestial mage could cause the destruction of the entire Universe 7. He could never start a battle of such a level without the permission of the gods of the universe. The spiky-haired man argues against the master, saying that he would rather lose Zuno than break a simple rule. He liked his primal blood better. The third person at the table finally decides to say something. He intervenes in the discussion to side with the master, saying that the master of the Celestial Guardians cannot afford to break rules. He did very well. That's what Master Anzen would do. And just to remind you, this group called Celestial Guardians was the same one that appeared in chapter 1 of the manga, and Anzen was the man who was trying to link two strange boxes and was stopped by a mysterious enemy. Continuing with the scene, this man who spoke in defense of the master asked if he has discovered anything about Janemba. The master, finally searching the main chair at the table, pulls the chair to sit down while reporting yes. He found the silence of the Guardians in Universe 7's Makai World strange. He went there and found them dead. And here the master refers to the events that happened in chapter 4 and 5 of the manga, when Frieza and his subordinates went to the demon realm and stole Janemba's cocoon. The master continues telling the story, saying that after finding the three guardians dead, he went to Zuno to find out if whoever had done that was the celestial mages or not. But irony of fate, the thieves of Janemba cocoon were there. It was the mortal Frieza and another mortal who, from what he heard, was called Cooler. From what he understood, they also went after Zuno's wisdom. Hearing this report, the spiky-haired man is again angry. Why didn't the master take Janemba? That would be an easy one for him, as stealing candy for a baby. But the master again justifies himself by the rules, saying that his companion knows very well that mortals, whether good or bad, are citizens of a universe, and they, celestial guardians, are mediators of the realms. They cannot harass them without the permission of their respective gods. To do so would be a diplomatic offense. But the questioner says these rules are ridiculous. He doesn't think they should follow them so rigidly. But the master replies that is why he is the master and not him. The other with irony says that he is a great master. After all, he's only seen defeat since he took over. The master does not accept this offense silently, and with the same irony asks what victories your majesty had as a leader. This makes the man very angry, and hitting the table, he stands up while transforming into a form that looks like the Super Saiyan Blue. The other man on the table apparently doesn't approve of this, and so he too stands up, emanating an aura of ki. And well, there's no way to know exactly what that is, but on the surface this man has angel-like traits, and this aura could be something like the Ultra Instinct. In any case, he scolds the Saiyan, saying that he doesn't think it's appropriate to raise ki before the master. The Saiyan is clearly worried about this reaction, and after both stare at each other for a few seconds, they back off. After that, the angel-like guardian opines, saying that he thinks it's better to seek solutions than criticisms at this time, and he asks the master what he intends to do. But before listening to the master's answer, it suggests that the time for being discreet is over, and they need to alert Zeno's realm of events so that the correct measures can be taken. The master agrees. He says that they must alert the authorities immediately. The kidnapping of Zuno and the destruction of the Super Dragon Balls can mean nothing but war. And in this moment, we can see that this master's identity, he is Pecan, surely a remake of the character. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, Beerus is fishing in the planet's lake while Whis watches him, and the Oracle Fish sleeps in the aquarium. Whis, bothered by something, says that Vegeta has been in that place for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Beerus says. He didn't even notice. Whis continues saying that at this point, the oxygen aura he put around Vegeta must be running out. And if he still hasn't come back, it's because he's either dead or he's having a hard time. But so what? Nobody told him to be an idiot. He was so jealous by Goku becoming a god and gaining new powers that he wanted to resort to such dangerous methods to evolve faster. Anything bad that happens is his fault. In his thoughts, Whis reflects on where Vegeta is, the anti-life dimension, the most harmful place that can exist in the universe, a dimension where the universe sends everything it discards to avoid its own destruction. It is such a bad place that even the gods of destruction avoid going there, because even these deities feel uncontrollable with the adversities of that place. That's where Vegeta went 2 weeks ago. But Whis decides to speak again, and this time to provoke Beerus, saying that he's nervous because Vegeta has been in that dimension for much longer than he managed to stay the first time he entered. Beerus tells the angel not to talk nonsense. He was there for the first time millions of years ago. Vegeta is still light years away from him. Suddenly, this conversation is interrupted by the Oracle Fish, who shouts, "Death! Lots of death!" Beerus asks what he's talking about. The fish continues, "Very powerful enemies. Death! A lot of death! The universes are in danger!" Beerus approaches the fish, but he sleeps again. But suddenly, the sound of thunder can be heard. Many lightning strikes from the sky, and then a big tornado. That worries Beerus. A lot of energy was accumulating there, and then he tells Whis that if it spread out, the universe will. But Angel already knows. And by invoking his staff, he forms a protective globe around that area. A large amount of energy is released at that location, creating a huge explosion. But everything is contained by the force field created by Whis. After it's all over and Whis undoes the force field, we can see Vegeta, who is extremely injured. It doesn't take long for the Saiyan to finally pass out, falling to the ground. Beerus in disbelief asks Whis if Vegeta destroyed that entire dimension. The angel confirms, which makes the god of destruction complain this guy has no limits, but he discreetly smiles, perhaps an admiring smile. Whis tells Beerus he's going to take care of Vegeta. In the meantime, he'd better go to the meeting of the gods or else he'll be late. This scares Beerus. He forgot the meeting. A few minutes later, Whis has already healed Vegeta, changed his clothing, and is now putting him to bed. Whis, in thought, says that Vegeta was so exhausted that the amount of ki in his body was less than 5%. Almost every bone in his body is broken or fractured, and his organs are severely damaged. If not for the angel's care, the Saiyan Prince would be dead in literally a few minutes. All this just for the desire to become the strongest. Mortals are really fascinating. But Whis' musings are interrupted when he receives a call from his staff. He realizes that there's definitely something serious going on. In Universe 6, Vados has apparently created 4 cubes that appear to be made with Kachin. Meanwhile, Goku is waiting. He tells her to start. Vados throws the 4 cubes against the Saiyan god. Goku fires 2 Hakai energy balls, which completely explode the first 2 cubes. After that, Goku goes up to the 3rd cube and, touching it with his hands, again uses the Hakai, but this time turns the metal into dust. And lastly is hit by the 4th block, which has been thrown with such force that even the god of destruction is being dragged away. But he again uses the Hakai, this time making the big metal cube disappear completely. After getting rid of all the cubes, Goku turns to Vados and gives her a like. Sometime later, Goku has already been healed by Vados, and now he's sitting down for another class. Vados explains that there are a few ways the Hakai can be used: by blowing up the target, turning the target to dust, and making the target disappear completely. Goku in 2 months of training has already managed to learn all these forms, and for that, Vados congratulates him, saying that it took Champa about a year to be able to do this. Goku thanks her and says that Vados' training is amazing, but Vados says that there is something that Goku must understand very well: the essence of the energy of destruction. Goku is confused. Vados had told him once that destruction, energy, and Hakai were different things, but he didn't quite understand. Vados explains that the energy of destruction is a source of energy, while Hakai is a product of that energy. And to exemplify, she says it's like Kamehameha, which is done through ordinary ki energy. In this comparison, the energy of destruction is like ki, and Kamehameha is like Hakai. Vados also says that the energy of destruction can be simulated with training, like Vegeta and Topoto, but this simulation cannot be compared to the true energy of destruction that the gods of destruction have. Goku asks why that energy of destruction is so different from ordinary ki, and why he feels so bad every time he uses that energy, and it's always so hard to control. Vados says that in fact this energy is very different from ordinary ki or divine ki. That's because the true energy of destruction is a living energy. Goku asks what she means by living energy. She explains that when this energy is inserted into someone's body, it takes the form of a spiritual being with its own consciousness and desires. This means that ever since Goku received this energy within him in the ritual, another creature has come into existence with him. Goku is shocked. There's a ghost inside him? Vados says that the best comparison is that there's a demon inside him, because the energy is made up of pure destructive and negative desire. And worse, the spiritual being doesn't just want to live in Goku's body, but to dominate it. Goku asks if this is what happened to him during the fight against Krista. She confirms, and she also explains that in order to keep the energy under control, Goku's body unconsciously uses his ki to suppress this energy. The less control Goku has over this power, the more energy his body needs to keep this creature under control. And as a result, the amount of energy and power he can use in battle is less. At the time when he found Krista, Goku had very little control over his power, so the percentage of the total power he could use in that fight was very low. As Krista pressured Goku into battle, he ended up exceeding the limit of power he could use, and so the energy of destruction managed to momentarily take control. He was possessed. But Goku says that in this last month of training, he managed to control his power as a god of destruction much better. That means that now he can use more power, right? Vados confirms, saying that the amount of power he can use has increased considerably, and now the level of power he can use is already higher than the total power he used during the Tournament of Power. She goes on and says that now Goku is at least the 5th most powerful among the gods of destruction. Goku gets really excited about those words from his master, saying he wants to train more and more. Vados laughs. He's really very different from Champa, but unfortunately they had to stop. After all, had he forgotten that he had to go to the meeting of the gods of destruction? Goku had forgotten, but he didn't want to go. What would he do there? Vados says that actually the purpose of these meetings is for the gods to talk about matters pertaining to work, involving the universes, about work experiences and things like that. But since angels traditionally don't attend these meetings to make the gods more comfortable, what actually happens is that they talk about silly things and make silly disputes. Goku, knowing about the disputes that are made, is more excited. Maybe he can fight someone there. Vados suddenly receives a call, similar to what happened to Whis, like I said in the previous video. She deduced that something important is going on and says, as Goku doesn't know the meeting place, he's going to take him there quickly, and then go meet the Grand Priest. Between each of the 12 universes, there is a planet that is considered a neutral base. This planet is even tougher than the Supreme Planet, and also tougher than the Planet of Destruction. On these planets, the millenary meetings of the gods of destruction are held. Inside the planet, Likir and Hellas hold bows. Hela says she's the best archer in all the universes, but Likir assures her that she's the best for now. On the other side of the planet is Sidra, who agrees to serve as a target for the two just to show the power of his shield and also his incredible speed. The first shot is coming. The destroyer of the 9th universe notices and deflects. The shot goes straight through, destroying a mountain and who knows what else. Sidra recognizes that shot as Likir's arrow, and it was very easy to dodge. However, another shot follows and it hits the destroyer, cracking his shield. That was Hellas's arrow, which according to Sidra was so accurate that it didn't destroy anything in its path. So discreet that he didn't see it coming, and so strong that it cracked his shield, which is the most powerful shield among the gods. Hellas brags to Likir, she's the best. Meanwhile, Rumshi and Moscow are having a power struggle, which seems like a sumo wrestling match. Both gods put in a lot of effort, and it apparently is a little further from seeing a victor. Arak, Jin, and Iwan talk, and in that conversation the destroyer of Universe 1 reveals that it has been approximately 10 million years since he has cut his hair. He's cute like that, isn't he? Well, Jin and Arak decide not to answer. Meanwhile, Beerus and Kitela are in another deadly arm wrestling match. Belmont watching says he will face whoever wins, or rather, he will face Quitella. Beerus tells the destroyer of Universe 11 to shut up, he will win. But the truth is that Belmont doesn't want anyone to win, because if that happens, he's going to have to do some work. But suddenly, the relaxed atmosphere becomes very tense. Something catches the attention of the 11 gods of destruction present in that place. What catches everyone's attention is the arrival of the 12th destroyer, Son Goku, who upon arriving and realizing that everyone is staring at him is very apprehensive, realizing that they still don't like him. Goku runs to Beerus asking him to help him get along with the guys, but Beerus tells him to leave. He doesn't want to embarrass himself with the others. As if he were popular, Quitella says. The atmosphere starts to get even more tense. That's because the gods start to complain about Goku's presence. Jin sneers at the novice's arrival. Likir says that as if all the trouble he caused wasn't enough, he still became a god. But Goku asks his comrades to calm down. He didn't want to be a god, but Rumshi doesn't believe it. After all, did he start flattering Zeno for nothing? Iwan tries to pacify the situation, saying that Goku is now a colleague and they need to get along. Hellas agrees and says that having a handsome god at these gatherings is a rare thing, and a lady like her is grateful for that. Sidra falsely agrees, saying that it would really be nice for them to welcome their new colleague, and he says that by raising his energy. Kutella agrees and does the same. Beerus goes to Goku's side. Not that he cares about this idiot, but he doesn't like to see cowardice. Goku smiles. He was already tired of just training. It would be good to fight. The planet trembles with the release of energy from the gods of destruction. Kutella is the first to advance, but they all stop when a tube of light falls on the planet. Goku asks if Beerus is feeling that, and the destroyer of Universe 7 says yes. Whoever it is, it's very powerful. The one who just arrived is Pikkon, who tells the gods that they need to talk. When the 12 gods of destruction are gathered, the first thing Pikkon does is talk to Goku, acknowledging him as a Saiyan who made a remarkable and memorable participation in the Tournament of Power. He says that he had heard that Goku had become a god of destruction, but because of the problems that had arisen recently, he didn't have time to dwell into the matter, but congratulates Goku. The Saiyan is surprised to be so famous, but thanks for the congratulations. Pikkon says that as Goku is a new god, he probably hasn't had time to dwell into the history of the universes yet, so he'll explain it briefly for Goku to understand, and the other gods will also understand what's going on. Pikkon begins by explaining that a long time ago, what they call existence was a great void, but 7 extremely powerful creatures called supreme deities were born. One of these deities, they known very well, is the Grand Zeno. Goku's first doubt arises at that moment. Wasn't Zeno the supreme being of all the universes? Is there anyone as powerful as him? Pikkon explains that Zeno really is an absolute being in the 12 universes. However, the 12 universes form only one realm, which is known as Zeno's realm. But there are 6 other realms besides this one, ruled by other supreme deities. Goku is very surprised, so the 12 universes are just part of everything that exists. Pikkon says yes, the 12 universes form just one realm out of 7. In each realm, there are its own universes, divine hierarchy and all that. And each realm is ruled by a supreme deity, just as the realm is ruled by Zeno. But there's actually an exception to all this. Pikkon says that many years ago, before any of them existed, one of the supreme deities called Zarat, who was very greedy, wanted to expand his domains. He wanted to conquer another realm. As Zeno's kingdom was the weakest among all, Zarat decided to attack there with his hordes. But Goku wonders, shouldn't it have been easy to defeat him? Zeno can erase everything and everyone without difficulty. Why didn't he erase Zarat and his soldiers? But it wasn't that simple. Pikkon explained that Zeno's absolute power to erase all things only works in his own realm, and only to those who belong to his realm. He cannot do this to anything or anyone belonging to another realm, especially against a supreme deity. In short, Zeno is really absolute in his own realm for being able to erase everything and everyone as he pleases. But he has no martial skills, and so he was completely vulnerable to Zarat, who unlike him, possessed unimaginable abilities. Pikkon says it was a very difficult war, but with the help of the other realms, Zeno's realm was able to repel Zarat's attack, and he was sealed and his power was divided into 5 very powerful creatures called the 5 primordial beasts. And each one of these beasts has powers superior to the gods of destruction. These beasts were divided and hidden throughout the Zeno realm universes. Goku is surprised again. Are there other beings in the universes besides the angels and Zeno that surpass the gods of destruction so much? And then he asked Beerus if he knew all that. Beerus says yes, he has vast knowledge about all that, but Liquor noticed the lie. Pikkon continues with the story, saying that after Zarat was sealed, his realm, without the presence of a supreme deity, became a great chaos. Wanting to solve this problem, the 5 great celestial mages, who were the most powerful gods in the realm of Zarat, decided to restore balance by bringing Zarat back. And so they invaded Zeno's realm, creating a war to collect cocoons of the 5 primordial beasts. But this time, Zeno's realm was much more organized, and all the gods of all the universes fought together against the celestial mages and managed to seal them away. Jin interrupts the explanation, telling Pikkon not to be modest. That's because according to the story, he was mainly responsible for the victory against the celestial mages. This impresses Goku. Pikkon is apparently really very powerful. Pikkon tells them to ignore the details so they don't waste time. Belmont agrees not wasting time was a good idea. It was nice to remember the history classes, but it was time for Pikkon to explain why he was there. Then Pikkon finally says, the celestial mages have been freed. All the gods of destruction are absolutely shocked by this news. Arak questions Pikkon whether the celestial mages under the watch of the celestial guardians. Pikkon confirms, but recently the celestial guardians were attacked in a moment of weakness, which resulted in the death of the previous master, Anzen, and also the release of the celestial mages. Beerus is suspicious about that moment of weakness. This smells like betrayal, and that means Pikkon's group isn't that reliable at the moment. Pikkon agreed that there is an enemy infiltrator in the celestial world, and not even they, the celestial guardians, are completely trustworthy. Goku is completely lost. Celestial world? Celestial guardians? What is all this? but Beerus tells him to shut up. Nobody wants to explain everything to him. But Likir unmasks the destroyer of Universe 7. He's only saying that because he doesn't know very well either. Apparently, Beerus is not the most studious among the gods, which is expected of him. Iwan says that from what Pikan is saying, the Celestial Mage's escape doesn't seem to have been that recent. Why is it just now that this news is being given? Pikan justifies it by saying after the mages escaped, there was no way to be sure where they had gone, and he did not want to worry the other realms unnecessarily with speculation. But the truth is that they, the Guardians, had hoped to find mages before the news got out. But recently they got confirmation that the mages were in Zeno's realm. That's because Zeno was kidnapped and the Super Dragon Balls were destroyed. This was an act of war. Kutella, very angry, scolds Beerus. How did he let all that happen in his universe? But the destroyer justifies it by saying that the universe is so big. Goku remembers that there were also orbs in his universe. Could it be that the enemies were there and he didn't notice? But Pikan says there's no time for discussion. Now that the Celestial Mages have Zuno, they will discover the location of the 5 primordial beast cocoons. And that cannot happen. There are 2 beasts in Universe 7, one in Universe 6, one in Universe 8, and one in Universe 11. All gods who have a beast in their territory need to find the cocoons immediately. Hellas asks what should the gods do who don't have any beasts in their universes. Pikan says that they must also return to their universes as the angels are in a meeting with the Grand Priest, who gathered them all after he, Pikan, explained the situation. That is, at this moment, the universe is very vulnerable, and that is why it is important that the destroyers return. Beerus tells them to stop stalling and do what they're supposed to do. Before they go, one last warning especially to the gods who will go after the cocoons. It is possible that they will be attacked by the Celestial Mages, so they must be prepared for an extremely dangerous combat. This strangely cheers up Goku, and after the last warning from the Master of the Celestial Guardians, everyone leaves towards their respective universes. The chapter begins in a mysterious castle situated in a forgotten dimension of the multiverse. Someone screams inside the castle. Damn! Inside the castle are gathered 5 people, the 5 great celestial mages. The person who yelled is anxious. She taps her finger on the table to control her anxiety. Then she gives up and slams her hand on the table and then addresses the person next to her saying that she, Brajin, is an incompetent. And she asks what Brajin did to him. Brajin is the same person who kidnapped Zuno, and she assures him she didn't do anything to him. A memory showing the moment of the capture of the omniscient creature from Universe 7 appears. Zuno is face to face with the creature that belongs to Brajin, and the creature roars next to him. Zuno is thrown by the monster's roar, hits his head on a pillar and passes out. But Brajin assures her that her pet only wanted to scare Zuno, but he was so weak she didn't mean any harm. Tyra says her companion was an idiot. If Zuno was okay, the beast would already be with them, but now the situation has given the enemies time to act. The mysterious man, who is apparently the leader of the group, warns, Zuno just woke up, and since Brajin and Tyra are so worried about the situation, they should go get the necessary information from him. The two look at who gave the order, and apparently there have been some respect and fear for that person. Zuno is trapped in the castle's dungeon, and from the shadows comes Tyra, who asks if he knows why they are there. Zuno says that he knows. They want information about the 5 great primordial beasts. Tyra creates an energy blade in her hand and threatens Zuno. Now he's going to say everything he knows. But after thinking for a few seconds, he gives his answer, no, and this answer leaves her very shocked. Zuno explains that he won't say anything until someone kisses him, preferably someone handsome. Tyra gets very angry. Does this bastard know who he's talking to? Is he not afraid to die? Zuno says that after Frieza threatened him for information, he felt very bad for his cowardice, and after that, he dedicated himself to intense mental training to no longer fear death. Threats will no longer work against him. Besides, if they kill him, they'll never get what they want. Tyra raises her blade. She's going to teach him a lesson, but Brajin intervenes, flinging her companion away. If a kiss is what the chubby guy wants, she'll give it to him, even because she loves fluffy cheeks. But it's not exactly what Zuno wants. He doesn't want a kiss from someone that's ugly. Brajin is very hurt by that. Why did he call her a demon? It's not her fault if she only had that thing to use. Tyra now wants to join in the fun too. She throws Brajin away, throws part of her clothes to the floor, and shows off her feminine attributes, stating that she can be wild in other ways too. She kisses Zuno and asks him how he feels about receiving a kiss from a goddess. Zuno thinks about it and then he gives the result of the divine kiss. 2 questions. Tyra is shocked by that. Is he kidding? But no, he's not kidding. With that answer, she has just one more question. What? Did that count as a question? And yes, that counted as a question. And now the two questions from Tyra, who doesn't take the situation very well, are over. But that situation is interrupted by a third person who mocks the two champions, saying that they are two amateurs. He'll show you how to deal with someone like him. This man points his hand at Zuno and accumulates energy. Tyra and Brajan are worried. Is he going to do that? A light can be seen. Zuno screams, and when he opens his eyes, he got a harem. Enraptured by the beautiful women kissing him, Zuno gives his answer. They can do 100, no, 1,000 questions. But apparently, that only happened in its mind. An illusion. Tyra and Brajan are shocked, while the third mage smiles and brags no one is better at it than he is. After the meeting of the 12 gods of destruction, where the leader of the celestial guardians gave all the deities a quest, they return to their respective universes to collect the cocoons of the 5 great primordial beasts or prepare for a possible battle. In Universe 7, Beerus and Pecan fly through space. Beerus is clearly not very pleased with this situation and asks why among so many universes the Guardian wanted to go to his universe right away. Pecan explains that he thinks Universe 7 deserves special attention. That's where Zuno and the Super Dragon Balls were, and there are also 2 primordial beasts there. It was also this universe that the mages attacked first, and they will probably pay special attention to this universe, as it was the universe that won the Tournament of Power and became the most outstanding among them all. But then Pecan reveals that in addition to the logical reasons, there is also a sentimental reason. This universe was the one he ruled over. This surprises Beerus. Was Pecan once the god of this universe? The head of the Celestial Guardians confirmed he was the first god of destruction of Universe 7. He was the master of Taron, the master of Beerus. Just opening a parenthesis, Taron is a character that has appeared in Dragon Ball HAKAI. He is one of the main characters of a special Dragon Ball HAKAI story that tells the past of Beerus and how he became a god of destruction. Anyway, Pecan continues talking to Beerus, saying that maybe Whis talked about him. After all, he was the one who trained him. Beerus starts to remember on second thought. Pecan's name sounded familiar to him, but he couldn't remember very well. The current destroyer is scolded by his predecessor, who says that Beerus should be more aware of the history of his universe, and knowing the gods that came before him was basic knowledge. This angers Beerus, who now believes more than ever that Pecan was Taron's master. After all, he's just as boring. Pecan, not liking Beerus' attitude, says that he is now confirming what Taron said. Beerus is a hardhead, but that information leaves Beerus confused. How did Taron talk about him to Pecan if, when he was born, Pecan was already dead for a long time? This question generates another rebuke for Beerus. He should be more attentive. Taron, like Pecan, was killed by a corrupted god. That means they were reunited after death. And also Taron became a heavenly guardian too. They worked together all these years. With this speech from Pecan, we can conclude that gods who die at the hands of corrupted gods go to a different place, probably to the celestial world that was mentioned in the last chapter. Continuing with the dialogue, Beerus asks how his master is doing. Dead, replies Pecan, saying that he died in the last attack the celestial guardian suffered, just like almost all the other guardians. This information clearly saddens Beerus. In Dragon Ball, after a mortal dies, the body can be kept in the other world, but if it is killed again, it disappears completely. If this concept is repeated with dead gods, Taron and all the other celestial guardians can never be seen again. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Goku arrives on his planet despite the urgency of the situation. The Saiyan god is very excited, since apparently very powerful people will go to his universe. He will be able to face these people. All he needs to do is find this primordial beast, and Vados will help him do that. But there's a small problem with this plan. Vados is not there. What will Goku do now? He has no idea where the primordial beast cocoon is, and he doesn't know this universe very well yet. But then he has an idea. The Supreme Kai Lei can help. All he needs to do is go to her and ask for help. But there's a problem with that plan too. He doesn't know where the sacred planet of this universe is. But Goku starts to remember something. Vados has said something about this planet before. Some days before, Goku is thoughtful. He wonders how long it will take for him to become stronger than Beerus. But Goku's thoughts are interrupted by Vados, who says he should pay attention because knowing the universe is very important. Goku is very sincere. He says he got distracted because the class was too boring. Seeing that her student wasn't exactly a studious genius, Vados decides to change the method and appeal to a more concise and visual explanation. She creates with her a staff, a hologram, showing the design of the globe of the universe. And this globe that Vados is showing is really the macroverse of Dragon Ball, detailed in official guides of the franchise. Vados explains that beneath everything on the globe is the Maikai world, the same world that Frieza and Cooler stole Janemba's cocoon from. Above the Maikai world is the world of the living, where Earth and all the other planets are. Above this world is the cosmos, or the other world. Is in the other world where the King Kai and Emma Dio lives. Also, is there where the Snake Way is, and also those things we saw when Goku was dead. Outside this globe, revolving around it, is the Kai dimension, and at the center of this dimension is the sacred planet of the Supreme Kais. According to Vados, the planet of destruction is also outside the globe, between the cosmos and the world of the living. And this last information is not information from official guides. It's a new concept of Dragon Ball Hakai. Never was explained in official guides where the planet of destruction is situated in the globe. Returning to the present moment, Goku now knows what to do. He just needs to focus on what's outside the globe. If he does, he'll be able to find Leai's energy more easily. Goku manages to find it, after which he thanks Vados for her teachings and disappears from the planet. Meanwhile, on the sacred planet, Leai is on the ground and Kiboru is standing before her with a sword in her hand. They are clearly training. Leai is determined and gets up to continue, but just as the two are about to cross swords again, Goku appears and, well, they're going to need new swords. Goku rubs his head. He says he didn't want to come suddenly like this, but then they didn't need to try to kill him. Leai yells at the destroyer. He shouldn't suddenly appear like this. He scared them away. Kiboru asks why Goku was there, and he responds saying he needs their help and it's urgent. Meanwhile, on Universe 7's planet of destruction, a large rock floats in the planet's sky, and suddenly that rock is completely destroyed. Who did this was Vegeta, who is now controlling his Hakai much better. Suddenly, two people arrive on the planet. It's Beerus and Pikkon. Beerus is surprised that Vegeta is already on his feet. Vegeta explains that when he woke up, he was already completely healed, so he decided to go back to training. This causes Beerus to smile, saying that Saiyans are really tough. Looking at Pikkon, Vegeta in his thoughts notes that Pikkon, despite not emanating energy, can feel that the monstrous power he has, and his presence is even more intense than Beerus. Seeing Vegeta looking at Pikkon, Beerus introduces the visitor and explains he has come to resolve some matters in this universe. Pikkon so far hasn't said anything. He was looking for something he didn't find, and we found out he was looking for Whis. But apparently he was still at the Angel's meeting. That's a shame, since he wanted to see the Angel. Vegeta, curious, asks if he knows Whis. Pikkon replies yes, he was the first god of destruction in this universe, and Whis was his master. The information surprises Vegeta. He's the first god of destruction? But Beerus interrupts the conversation by saying that they should get straight to what really matters. He asks what Pikkon intends to do. Pikkon tells his plan. They go after Janemba. This beast is in the possession of Frieza, a mortal from Universe 7, so he wants Beerus to deal with his own mortals. Vegeta listens to everything like a good gossip, thinks that Frieza was taking a long time to cause some trouble, but Beerus doesn't quite understand. If there are two primordial beasts in Universe 7, why do the two go after Janemba? Who goes after the same part of Majin Buu? And guys, for those who forgot, it was already informed in Dragon Ball Hakai that the Majin Buu we know is only a small fraction of Majin Buu's real power. Apparently, most of Buu's power is still locked in a cocoon, just like Janemba. Upon Beerus' question, Pikkon says not to worry about Majin Buu. The Celestial Guardian deduced that the gods would cooperate, so he stepped forward and sent another guardian to take Majin Buu's cocoon. Pikkon assures him he's in good hands. The manga cuts to another place in Universe 7, a place called Planet Magma. Inside that planet, we can all see a big sea of volcanic lava, and out of that sea of lava emerges one of the Celestial Guardians, and he's carrying a cocoon that is probably Majin Buu's original cocoon. Meanwhile, back at the planet of destruction, we see that Beerus isn't so happy about it. He didn't like the idea of Pikkon assuming his decisions and acting on his own, but something was strange. If someone else was already sent to get Majin Buu's cocoon, why did Pikkon come with him? Wouldn't he keep one of the beasts just like Vermouth, Liquor, and Goku? When Beerus asks this, Vegeta discovers that Goku is also involved in this whole situation, as are the other gods. Poor Vegeta, nobody explains anything to him. Pikkon replies to Beerus that they chose not to leave any of the beasts in Universe 7. That universe, as he already explained, will be targeted by mages for other reasons. So they want to reduce the nuisance. What's more, unfortunately it's well known that the destroyer of Universe 7 is a very negligent god, so taking Majin Buu and Janemba along is a safety issue too. The atmosphere becomes tense, and Beerus admits that he liked Pikkon more when he couldn't remember who he was. Beerus puts his hand on the sash around his waist and tosses something to Vegeta. Looking at what it was, Vegeta sees that it was a earring. But what is it for? Beerus explains that earring is proof that he can use the power of a god of destruction. Using that, it's as if Vegeta represents him. This scene is a clear reference to Granola's arc, where Beerus does the same thing after teaching Vegeta the Hakai, but Pikkon doesn't understand that. Why was Beerus doing that? The Destroyer replies that Vegeta will carry out this mission in his place. This decision is disapproved by Pikkon, who says that giving such an important job to a mortal is gross negligence. But Beerus asks what the surprise is. Isn't he known for being a careless god? Besides, Pikkon is no longer the god of that universe. His time has passed. Now he's the one making the decisions, and he's decided to get some sleep. Beerus turns his back on the Guardian and says goodbye, telling Vegeta that he leaves everything in his hands. Meanwhile, Pikkon criticizes him severely, stating that he is a disappointment, and not even half of what his master was. As Beerus leaves, Vegeta puts the earring in his ear and asks Pikkon how he intends to get to Frieza. Pikkon admits he doesn't know how to find him. When he saw Frieza on Zuno's planet, it was a coincidence. But if Vegeta knows him, he must know how to find him through Ki. Vegeta says that Frieza is definitely far from the planet. He could even take them to Frieza with the instant transmission, but there's no way to feel Frieza's energy from that place, even more if he's not releasing energy with intensity. But Pikkon says he's going to help the Saiyan. He should just focus on Frieza's energy right now. Vegeta does so, and then the Guardian touches his shoulder, which makes the prince very uncomfortable. Pikkon tells him to calm down. He's just going to use an ability that will amplify Vegeta's senses, so he can find Frieza even if he's far away. Vegeta accepts, but he doesn't really like it. This guy is very inconvenient, but it worked. Vegeta found Frieza's key and then took them to the Emperor with the instant transmission. Planet Quinn. Vegeta and Pikkon appear at the center of the Quintet planets. Vegeta doesn't understand why they're there. They should have gone straight to where Frieza is. Pikkon explains that Frieza is probably on a spaceship, and if they fight inside a ship, they would destroy the ship and Janemba's cocoon could be harmed. Frieza's ship will pass by the planet soon, and considering the ship's path, the location was the most appropriate for a possible battle. Vegeta gets very angry about this. Did Pikkon manipulate his senses to guide them somewhere else? He didn't like it, but Pikkon tries to calm him down, justifying that if Janemba woke up in an aggressive way, Vegeta would understand his reasons. Vegeta says that since they have some time before Frieza arrives, this would be the perfect opportunity for Pikkon to explain to him what's going on. It's okay for Pikkon to explain. Besides, this universe will be one of the main focuses of the Celestial Mages, and Vegeta will certainly be included in all this mess. It's fair that he understands what's going on. Meanwhile, in Universe 8, Liquor is apparently succeeding in his mission. He carries the cocoon of the primordial beast that was in his universe. As he carries the cocoon, Liquor in his thoughts says that it was difficult to convince those Guardian pups to let him bring it. But it's not like they had a choice. After all, they couldn't oppose the god of destruction. These Guardian pups Liquor refers to are probably apprentices and are the trio of demons that faced Cooler and his men. If that's the case, in fact, they could never oppose a god of destruction. When Liquor finally lands on his planet, someone calls him, complaining that he took too long. Liquor immediately looks at some trees and orders that person to leave. The person jumps out of the trees. Looking at this person, Liquor in thought notes that even without emanating energy, he can feel that she is someone extremely dangerous. The Destroyer orders the invaders to present herself at once. She refers to him as the one who is known as one of the most intelligent and studious among the gods of this generation. So even though she's different now, can't he recognize the great War Queen goddess of the realm of Zarat? After she says that, Liquor finally recognizes her. She is Tyra, the great mage warrior. She's part of the group called the 5 Great Celestial Mages. The mage congratulates the Destroyer. He's right, but Liquor isn't in any good mood as she is. After all, it's a great petulance for her to be in his universe, especially on his planet. She apologizes. She didn't mean to offend him, but they can sort this out really fast. He just needs to give her Hatch's cocoon and she's gone in an instant. With this, we discover that the primordial beast that is in Universe 8 is called Hatch. But Liquor doesn't like the mage's idea, nor does he think he's going to hand over Hatch. And then the Destroyer of Universe 8 makes his combat stance. Tyra is not opposed to this idea. She licks her lips in excitement. Meanwhile, on planet Earth of Universe 7, in some desert on the planet, Oob appears. He's running from a dinosaur, and he's got a barrel on his back. But someone is watching this from the top of a rock, and that person, when given the opportunity, lunges at the dinosaur with a kick, which is enough to defeat the monster. That person is King Chappa, whom Oob refers to as Master Chappa. That is, King Chappa is the master of the boy Oob. For those who don't know, there is official information stating this, that Chappa is the one who trains Oob, which is why the boy knew martial arts when he fought Goku in the tournament at the end of Dragon Ball Z. Anyway, Chappa scolds Oob. He could easily run away from that creature if he hadn't been carrying that bottle of water. He shouldn't take unnecessary risks. Oob justifies that he wanted to bring some water to his people. He wanted to be able to relieve them. But Chappa, while patting his disciple's head, says that he understands Oob's reason, but he is very strong and will surely be the one who will bring prosperity to his people in the future. That's why Chappa is training him. But their conversation is interrupted when another creature appears. This time, even Chappa is startled by the creature's size. Is it the other's mother? The great dinosaur roars, and the roar of the beast is fierce. But Oob, in a moment of fear, reaches out at the creature, and then he accidentally releases a huge wave of energy that simply rips the monster into pieces. Oob himself is very frightened by what he has done, looking down at his hands in amazement. But Chappa doesn't share the boy's surprise. He knew that Oob was very special, and he was an extremely kind and gentle heart, much like someone he faced many years ago. This person Chappa refers to as Goku, as he faced Goku when the protagonist was just a child. But another problem arises. Someone mysterious says that Oob did very well, and would have been very inconvenient if he dies. Whoever says that is a person with a face completely covered, but by the clothes he's wearing, one can tell he's one of the celestial mages. Chappa asks who he is. He seems to be a suspicious guy, but the mage tells him to get away. He doesn't have time for trash. Chappa assures him he won't say that in a few seconds, and then he lunges at the mage, but he suddenly feels something and falls to the ground. Bored, the mage says that he couldn't even get close. If he had boosted his energy even a little, the earthling would have been torn to pieces. Oob screams desperately for his master as he runs towards him, but is startled when the mage rushes in front of him with incredible speed. The mage extends his hand to capture Oob, saying that the boy will go with him. But to everyone's surprise, a hand grabs the intruder's wrist. Beerus appears. The mage smiles. He was very skilled at getting so close without being noticed. Beerus the Destroyer, the god of destruction, with a serious expression tells him not to get too excited. Now the invader will have to deal with him directly. Meanwhile, on the planet Quinn, Pikkon has just explained to Vegeta the whole situation. Vegeta now understands what's going on, but asks why they don't use the Super Dragon Balls to solve this whole situation, as these orbs can grant literally any wish. Pikkon says it would be great to have that option, but the Super Dragon Balls were destroyed. Now neither the Super Dragon Balls nor any other Dragon Balls can be used, as the smaller orbs were connected to the larger orbs. Vegeta is very worried about that information. Will the Earth Dragon Balls also stop working? For those who don't know, the smaller Dragon Balls made by the Namekians are created from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls, meaning the smaller orbs are literally parts of the larger orbs, so it makes sense that they wouldn't work with the destruction of the larger ones. Pikkon notices something. He says that they don't have time to talk anymore. Frieza is approaching. Only after the Celestial Guardian says this does Vegeta realize the Saiyan says he'll wait for the villain to get a little closer to call him to the party. Meanwhile, Frieza's ship is moving fastly through space. Frieza is watching Janemba's cocoon. He's apparently quite dissatisfied. Cooler approaches his younger brother, asking what he intends to do about that thing. That was probably what Frieza was thinking. Frieza admits that at first he didn't think dealing with that cocoon would be so complex. In his opinion, there was only one option, a more aggressive approach. Cooler asks if his brother is sure about this. He himself says that creature was very powerful, and if Janemba becomes unstable, they could be in trouble. Frieza explains that he knew from the start that they might have a hard time dealing with Janemba, so Kikono all this time had been working on a special super tech collar far more powerful than the one used to keep Broly in check. Cooler says he won't be cowed either way. If the only way to free Janemba is the hard way, so be it. They just need to find a suitable place to do this. Suddenly, the ship shudders. Frieza, surprised, asks what's happened. Kikono, fiddling with the ship's computer, informs Frieza that a shot was fired near them and that he's going to look for where it came from. Kikono quickly finds the source of the shot and shows it to Frieza through a hologram. Frieza recognizes Vegeta but wonders who that person is with him. Cooler recognizes that name and asks if this guy Vegeta isn't one of the Saiyans Frieza said had surpassed him, and also the last member of the Saiyans' royal bloodline. Frieza confirms and says he's probably there to stop his plans. Cooler gets angry and says this is their opportunity to eliminate that worm. Frieza, equally angry, agrees. He asks Kikono where Vegeta is. Kikono says he's on a quintet of planets called Planets Quinn, not far from there. Frieza says they are going to fly and asks Kikono to keep his distance, but for him to approach the ship discreetly in case they need any assistance. After giving these instructions to Kikono, Frieza looks at Linzur, who notices the Emperor's signal. Cooler and Frieza fly to the planet's Quinn. As soon as he sees them land, Vegeta recognizes that person accompanying Frieza as someone of the same race as him and Cold. Frieza greets Vegeta with a fake smile, saying it is a displeasure to see him again. He also asks what the Saiyan Prince wants with him. The answer comes from Pikan, who demands that Frieza deliver Janemba to them immediately. He do this in name of the Celestial Guardians, and if Frieza doesn't do as he orders, Pikan will have to use force. But Frieza is not intimidated. Celestial Guardians? Wasn't this the same group as those 3 worms that were guarding Janemba? But Vegeta advises Frieza to choose his enemies wisely. This man was once a god of destruction, and he might have the same level of power as Beerus, or maybe he's even more powerful. The information really shocks Frieza. A god of destruction who might be more powerful than Beerus. Cooler asks his brother to keep his composure so he doesn't embarrass their family. Besides, they've trained a lot lately and their power has grown a lot. He's sure they can win, but Frieza disagrees. Cooler doesn't understand. This is a battle they definitely can't win. Upon hearing that name, Vegeta recognizes him and is very surprised. In thought, Frieza reflects that Cooler hasn't yet seen the power of a god of destruction, so he doesn't have much sense of the danger they're in. There is only one way for him to be unharmed from the situation. He apologizes to his older brother, but he will have to dispose of him sooner than expected. Frieza suddenly screams for Linzur. The ship was already close to the planet, as Frieza instructed Kikono. Linzur hears the Emperor's call, and so he teleports to the planet. Touching Frieza, he takes the Emperor back to the ship, leaving everyone shocked, especially Cooler. Frieza orders Kikono to get them out of there immediately, and he hastens to obey. The ship leaves at great speed, and Cooler, seeing that he has been betrayed, curses his brother. Pikan, addressing to Vegeta, says that the important thing is Janemba's cocoon. They must follow Frieza and leave Cooler behind. But Vegeta refuses. He will stay and face Cooler. Pikan has apparently already learned Frieza's ki and seems to have a great sense. He might as well go after the fugitive. Vegeta says that no matter what, Pikan must not intervene in this fight or he will not forgive him. Pikan says that Saiyans are all the same and he knows someone like him. Here he's probably talking about that Saiyan we saw in the last chapter. Pikan says he will go after Frieza, but even if he returns before the fight is over, he won't interfere in the combat is a promise. Cooler looks at Pikan leaving, but Vegeta calls out to him, and the two face each other. Vegeta says that Cooler will have to deal with him. In the quintet of planets called Planet Quinn, Vegeta and Cooler face each other. Cooler is warming up for the fight, while Vegeta watches him with his hand resting on his waist. The Prince of the Saiyans, who apparently had heard legends about Cooler, says, "So, you're the legendary Cooler. I wasn't born at the time of your fall, but my father told me a lot about you. The one who was so powerful that even Frieza and Cold feared you. It is said that not even the two of them together could defeat you, so they created a trap to take you down." Cooler is happy to hear that Vegeta knows who he is, and as he continues to warm up his body, he says, "I'm glad that even ignorant people like you Saiyans kept the respect I deserve. Be grateful that Cold and Frieza betrayed me, because if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have escaped complete extinction, because I would have wiped you all out." While hearing these words from Cooler, Vegeta stared at him seriously. Frieza's brother continued with his speech. "But now that I'm free again, I'm going to complete the job those idiots were incapable of." Hearing this, Vegeta gets angry, and while clenching his fist tightly, he says, "Do you think you can? Don't think things are like the old days. Who will be eliminated is you, and by me." Vegeta releases his energy in the form of the Super Saiyan's flaming aura, and while doing this, he points his fingers at himself and completes the sentence by introducing himself. "The Prince of the Saiyans, the Great Vegeta." Seeing Vegeta's transformation, Cooler seems to recognize that form, and then he says, "That blonde hair transformation. Frieza mentioned that. That's the Super Saiyan, right? Your first transformation after the one you turned into monkeys." Vegeta confirms Cooler's doubts by saying, "Exactly. That's how Kakarot defeated Frieza the first time." And while increasing his energy even more, Vegeta concludes, "This is the first stage of Super Saiyan power." Cooler is apparently offended by that transformation and complains, saying, "Is this the first stage you intend to face me with? Who do you think I am?" The prince answers that question with a provocative tone and says, "If you want to see more of my powers, you need to show that you're worthy, don't you think?" Those words make Cooler furious, and he prepares a blow. He yells, "You damn monkey, Put yourself in your shoes. Cooler lands a punch on Vegeta, and even though Vegeta blocks the attack with his arms, the pressure of the blow goes through the Saiyan's body and makes him spill some blood from his mouth. And while surprised by that blow, Vegeta thinks, "What a power! If I hadn't increased my strength and resistance by turning into Super Saiyan 2 at the exact moment of the blow, I would have been killed by that power." But Cooler doesn't intend to give Vegeta time to think, and he goes on to the Saiyan's back, preparing a second attack. He scolds his opponent, saying, "Don't get distracted." Vegeta, while crouching to dodge Cooler's blow, transforms into a Super Saiyan God. Apparently, he needs to transform to have enough speed not to be hit by the blow. As he dodges the attack, he thinks, "My body still doesn't have enough speed to keep up with him in this form." While crouching, Vegeta notices a strand of hair falling from his head, which means that even transforming into a Super Saiyan God to dodge, he barely escaped Cooler's blow. While still crouching, Vegeta counters Cooler with a kick, knocking the enemy away. As he lands on the ground again, Cooler, no doubt speaking ironically, says, Well, it looks like I'm worthy of seeing your transformations." Annoyed, Vegeta says, "Don't brag. This is far from my most powerful form." After saying that, while facing the opponent, Vegeta thinks, "Cooler's punches are not like Frieza's punches. They're much more accurate and deadly. I already imagined that if he was training with Frieza, his powers weren't like they were in the past. But is he already at that level? I thought that if I provoked him, he would be able to find a gap and kill him quickly. But even angry, he is able to calculate very well what he does. He is really different from Frieza. He's much more lethal in his movements and tactics. I need to be more careful or else he can kill me on the first slip." As Vegeta thinks about Cooler's dangerousness, Frieza's older brother yells, "Prepare to die, Saiyan," with a serious expression, no doubt taking his opponent a lot more seriously now. Vegeta does his fighting stance. This fight would certainly not be any fight. Meanwhile, on Universe 8's planet of destruction, Liquor faces Tyra. The destroyer is already in his fight stance, but the mage looks a little more relaxed, smiling as she looks at him. Seemingly speaking with irony, she says that the Hakaishans are too dramatic. Liquor could just hand over Hatch and let her go. There's no need to die because of it. But Liquor, in a much less patient mood, tells her to shut up. She must not underestimate a god of destruction. But Tyra laughs at the Universe 8 destroyer's fury and then takes a much more relaxed fighting stance. Liquor runs towards the mage and, reaching her, tries an attack, but Tyra disappears at high speed in front of him. Only then does Liquor realize that she is already flying towards Hatch's cocoon, and the speed of the goddess from the other realm surprises him. Liquor grows 3 more tails from his body, and now with 6 tails, the destroyer screams that he won't let her do that. When she is very close to touching the cocoon, Tyra realizes that Liquor is already behind her, and so the fox god passes right by her, but does so by capturing the woman's ankle with one of his tails, and so he begins to carry her away from the cocoon while suggesting they fight in a more suitable location. In an instant, they are already leaving the planet, going into space. As this happens, Tyra, with an oddly calm expression, notes the fact that Liquor has become faster by releasing more tails. So we can conclude that his power increases according to the number of tails released. When he decides he's gone far enough, Liquor launches Tyra away using his tail, and then to drive her even further away using his hands to release a telekinetic force that launches her even further, causing the warrior goddess to crash into a celestial body, which seems to cause her some pain. After doing this, Liquor finishes releasing his tails, and now with the 9 tails released, he concentrates a large amount of power and launches a powerful globe of energy at the opponent, completely destroying that celestial body. Liquor wonders if he made it, but the answer comes soon after when Tyra comes out of the rubble and tries to launch a punch on him. Such a punch that Liquor defends using his hand, but the destroyer didn't come out unscathed from the blow. His hand spills blood. Looking at the bloodied hand, Liquor admits that thinking this fight would be won so quickly was too good to be true. Tyra, with a savage smile on her face, says that if the destroyer wants to fight, they can fight a little. On Universe 6's supreme planet, Goku explains to Kiboru and Lei the reason for his sudden visit. He needs help finding someone called Primordial Beast, and he needs to do it fast. But he doesn't know much about this universe, and Vados is not with him. He asks if they can help him. Lei apologizes to Goku. She doesn't know anything about it. She's a rookie goddess too, and just like him, she's still learning. Kiboru, who is the veteran god in that place, says that he doesn't know much about it either. This matter involving the primordial beast is very old, and it has been many generations of Super Kai since those events. Goku is disappointed to hear this, so he also doesn't know where this thing is. Kiboru replies no, but he gives one hope. He can look it up in the Book of the Universe. This book contains the entire history of their universe, and it will surely have some information about the primordial beast called Hiru. This cheers Goku, who thanks the Supreme Kai's assistant. Kiboru holds out his hand as he releases magical energy, and then a huge book appears in front of him. A book so large that it sinks to the ground as it falls. Seeing this book, Goku is a little worried. Kiboru won't need to read all that, right? But the answer is disheartening. That's just the first book out of 100. This information knocks Goku down, literally. In Universe 8's southern galaxy, Liqueur and Tyra fly through space, clashing many times, until they finally fly towards each other for a head-on collision. And they do this by clashing their fists, creating such a powerful impact wave that destroys a celestial body close to them. After the clash between them, Tyra tries to punch Liqueur, but he dodges the attack, and using one of his tails, lands a blow on the woman, who is knocked away by the blow. And after doing so, Liqueur concentrates energy on his tails and launches a string of attacks against her. Tyra ends up only in the northern galaxy, crashing violently into another celestial body which is destroyed in the process. After receiving so many attacks, Tyra is a little frustrated. It sucks to fight with that body limiting her, but what does she mean by that? Liqueur with a teasing smile reveals that after all the legends he's ever heard, he expected more from a celestial mage. Annoyed, Tyra responds to this taunt by creating an energy blade and saying that if that's the case, she can show him more. She reminds the destroyer that she is called a great mage warrior, probably meaning that using weapons is her speciality. But Liqueur isn't too impressed with that. For him, that's not a big deal. After all, he can also create a keyblade. Kiboru uses his psychic powers to flip quickly through the Book of the Universe, while using his Supreme Kai's enhanced senses to read the book at great speed. And considering the other books next to him, this is already the third volume. Meanwhile, Goku is finishing explaining the whole situation to them, ending the news by saying that the Celestial Mage wants to catch the primordial beasts, and as a destroyer he has to stop this and fight them. Lei is excited about this situation. She didn't expect that in such a short time as a goddess, she would already have some action, especially something of this level. But Kiboru warns Lei that she shouldn't even think about it. The Celestial Mages are no opponents for beings like them. And Kiboru goes even further in his statement, saying that in fact not even a god of destruction can defeat them. This statement worries Goku a little. Is what he's saying true? Not even a god of destruction can defeat them? Kiboru confirms, yes, it's true. And then as we see Liqueur and Tyra continuing their confrontation, Kiboru explains some of the backstory to Goku. Kiboru says, after the supreme deity Zarat attacked Zeno's realm and was unsuccessful, he was sealed away here. The main gods of the realm of Zarat, the Celestial Mages, organized powerful military hordes and attacked the Zeno realm. At that time, gods and mortals fought side by side to defend this entire multiverse. But the enemy commanders were the 5 great Celestial Mages, and they were extremely powerful beings. At that moment in the fight, Liqueur seems to have more difficulties in his combat, and Tyra advances against him while the destroyer, cornered, waits for the attack. Tyra attacks the Hakaishin, who can only dodge. Meanwhile, Kiboru continues. The strength, speed, and endurance of these beings were unreal, even for the god of destruction. Tyra sees a gap in Liqueur, and then she launches a strong attack. And the Celestial Mage's attack destroys the God of Destruction's energy blade, and also wounds him. And as it happens, Kiboru says, but that's not all that made them so powerful. Liqueur stares at his own wound burning his chest, but the destroyer immediately responds to the attack by grabbing Tyra's arm. But he immobilized not only the arm that held the blade, but also her other arm and legs, leaving her immobilized, or at least that's what he thought. Tyra creates a shuriken in her hand. As she does, Kiboru says, in addition to being extremely powerful in the literal sense of the word, the Celestial Mages have powerful spells that make them even more formidable opponents. Kiboru's words prove to be true the very moment they are spoken, as Tyra manipulating the shuriken cuts off Liqueur's tail, causing the destroyer of Universe 8 great pain. And then Kiboru, while leafing through the 5th book, continues his explanation to Goku and Lei, who are listening intently like students in a class. Kiboru says, at that time, there were 18 universes in Zeno's realm, so there were 18 gods of destruction. But despite the numerical disadvantage, the Celestial Mages managed to fight in balance with the Hakaishins. This means that at that time, a Celestial Mage averaged the power level of 4 gods of destruction. and it is said that the destroyers of the first generation were on average more powerful than the destroyers of this generation. In short, a destroyer currently cannot single-handedly defeat a celestial mage. Lei is surprised hearing this. She heard that a god of destruction is very powerful, and she also concludes that probably Goku can't defeat a celestial mage either. And she says that she notices that Goku is apparently saddened. She regrets what she said and tries to comfort her companion, telling him not to be like this. But suddenly Goku smiles, and as he clashes his fists with joy, exclaims that he's going to get even stronger fighting these guys. This attitude of him leaves Lei very surprised. Sharing Goku's excitement, she praises the fact that he doesn't get discouraged with little things. Goku agrees with her. Of course, he can't get discouraged easily. Besides, the person he wants to overcome right now is very tough, so if he gets discouraged with any obstacle, he would have given up a long time ago. Lei is curious and asks him who this person is. He must be an amazing guy. Something is thrown with great force against the planet of destruction of Universe 8, advancing at high speed towards the planet and crashing violently against the ground. It is Liqueur who, after the impact, touches his aching body while complaining about his enemy's great power, and that the difference in power between them has suddenly become too great. After complaining about it, the destroyer stands up, ready for more. Far away, Tyra launches an energy attack that she calls the Celestial Bow. On the planet, Liqueur, while preparing to do something in his thoughts, states that he didn't want to put the universe at risk, but with the gravity of this situation, he needs to unleash his maximum power as a god of destruction. But then, something shines in the sky. It's something that's heading towards the destroyer. Seeing an extremely powerful attack coming towards him, Liqueur opens his mouth in an expression of fear, and Tyra's attack passes through the planet of destruction, cutting that tough planet in half like butter. What happened to Liqueur? Was he hit by that attack? On planet Earth in Universe 7, in a large, dry, empty field, Beerus continues his confrontation with the strange man who tried to capture Oob. Meanwhile, the boy carries his knocked-out master, King Chappa, behind a large boulder. Arriving at this makeshift hideout, Oob wonders who these guys are. He senses a very bad thing coming from them. The mystery man, while facing Beerus, admits he didn't expect to show up at that moment. Beerus replies that he figured that if they wanted the power of the 5 great primordial beasts, and that includes Majin Buu's power, they would come after the small parts of his power that have already been released. Surely Beerus is referring to Fat Buu and Oob. After listening to Beerus's reasoning, the maid says that he is smarter than everyone says. The destroyer of Universe 7 replies that the invader would be even smarter if he cooperated by telling him everything he wants to know. If he doesn't, they'll have to try the hard way. The man apologizes and says that this was not the time to face a god of Beerus's level. Beerus doesn't like that answer. After all, it's not like the invader has any choice. The man points his hand at Beerus and then shoots a large wave of energy that completely hits and even passes through the god of Universe 7's body. And that same energy goes towards the stone that Oob is hiding in. And while seeing this, the boy screams in terror. The attack hits the stone and completely destroys it, knocking Oob and King Chappa away. But despite all that, Beerus received the attack and remained unharmed, holding his opponent's hand while smiling. And then the destroyer takes the invader's hand away from his face, and the force of that move from Beerus creates a current of air that removes the hood that hid the enemy's head and face. And as he finally reveals his face, the invader praises the destroyer. Louder says, "Agile as always, Beerus." Seeing the face that was before him, Beerus is shocked, recognizing him as Master Terran, and remembers moments of his childhood with this person, apparently very happy moments. Noticing Beerus's distraction, the enemy smiles, and then points one of his hands towards the sky, creating a magical rune above them. Beerus sees this power and realizes it was dangerous to remain close to the enemy. He leaps away. At the same moment, the magic rune falls towards the mage, and while this happens, the enemy, that is apparently Terran, says goodbye to Beerus, who receives this farewell with an annoyed expression. The magic rune falls on the invader, and at the same moment he disappears, after helplessly watching the enemy flee. Beerus can only lament, saying, "Damn it, I got distracted and he got away." Guys, I'm going to take a quick break from the chapter exposition to explain this moment. Dragon Ball Hakai is not a story told in a single manga. This manga you are seeing now contains the main story of the series, which takes place at the present moment in the Dragon Ball Hakai chronology. But in addition to the main story, this series also has a side story called Dragon Ball Hakai Special, the story of Beerus, and as the name suggests, this side manga tells the story of the past of Universe 7's God of Destruction, according to the Dragon Ball Hakai story, of course. Dragon Ball Hakai Special, The Story of Beerus, does not tell the main story of Dragon Ball Hakai, but it is an important reading to understand the mythology of the series as a whole. And in this parallel manga, it may contain important information that relates to the main plot, and this chapter 9 proves that with the appearance of the old master of Beerus, who was mentioned earlier in the main story, but who is worked on in much more detail in the side story. To better understand who this man called Taron is, read Dragon Ball Hakai Special, The Story of Beerus. That way you will know who Taron is, his importance to Beerus, and you can also have more important things for the main story of Dragon Ball Hakai present in this special story. And of course, just like the main story, this side manga is also made with a lot of dedication. And if you like the main story of Dragon Ball Hakai, you will probably like this side story too. To read Dragon Ball Hakai Special, The Story of Beerus, visit our website dbhakai.com. There you will find all the chapters published so far. Well, I think I've clarified this point. Now let's continue with chapter 9. A ship cut through space at great speed. It was Frieza's spaceship. Inside the ship, Kikono and Berry Blue are in the control room with Frieza. The two servants control the ship while the Emperor watches them. The door to the room opens and those who enter are the members of Cooler's Special Forces, Captain Salza, Naze, and Dore. Cooler's soldiers have a disapproving expression, and Captain Salza questions Frieza, saying they're not finding Cooler. Frieza abandoned him on the battlefield? Frieza responds by saying that Cooler can take care of himself, and after the reply, a threat, saying they better not piss him off, or he'll kill them. This scares the three soldiers who, despite clearly disapproving Frieza's actions very much, are afraid to question him for the love of life. Berry Blue cuts through the tense atmosphere with good news. Berry Blue says, "Good news, sir. Our super radar has been turned on, and it is not detecting any powerful presence in at least a third of the galaxy." Frieza hears this news with a satisfied smile. It won't be today that his plans will be ruined, but their joy is short-lived when the radar starts to alert them of something. Berry Blue warns that a powerful presence has suddenly appeared, and it's approaching them at unbelievable speed. Frieza, with an expression of despair, shouts an order to his subordinate. Kikono, activate maximum speed. Kikono receives that order with concern, giving the following warning to his lord. But great Frieza, if we reach the maximum speed, it's possible that the ship won't support for a long time. But Frieza apparently has bigger concerns, desperately screaming for his servant to obey. Kikono doesn't waste another second in obeying his lord, pressing hard on the button on the ship's control, the maximum speed button. The ship's speed increases dramatically, and the power generated by this sudden increase in speed knocks out even the three elite soldiers present at the scene, in addition to Linzur. But apparently even that wasn't enough. And according to Berry Blue, the pursuer continues to approach quickly. Kikono can't believe what's happening. This shouldn't be possible. Nothing in the universe should be faster than this ship. Seeing that the ship's high speed alone would be enough for his escape, Frieza heads to Linzur, ordering the Yard Rat to teleport the ship to the farthest location he knows, no matter where. The Yard Rat was about to obey. The escape would be successful in an instant, but suddenly something shakes the ship, causing everyone to lose their balance for a brief moment. Frieza asks what's happening. At the top of the ship, he sees that the pursuer has finally reached them. This news is given by Berry Blue, who warns the Emperor that he is there. Frieza is very frustrated and angry. Now that he's touching the ship, even if the teleport were done, he would be carried along with them. There's no other way to handle this situation. The ship's speed seems to stabilize again, and Pikkon notices something. The roof of the ship opens, and in the next moment, Frieza is floating out as he faces his pursuer. The Emperor says that if he insists so much, he will finally see the full power of the great Frieza. In the sky of the planet Squin, an intense exchange of blows takes place. The combatants exchange blows so fast, they can barely be seen. Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan God, fights Cooler while still in base form. The Prince of the Saiyans dodges a punch from Cooler, who seems to have a little difficulty in this exchange of blows. Vegeta pressures Cooler with a few punches and then prepares a strong punch, hitting the opponent in the face and pushing him away. Cooler spins in the air to land safely on the ground as Vegeta descends from the sky towards him to continue attacking. But Cooler surprises the Saiyan by hitting him with his tail, knocking him away. And after launching Vegeta towards the sky again, Cooler jumps towards him, grabs the prince's ankle, and launches Vegeta towards the ground, causing the Saiyan to slam hard against the ground. After doing so, Cooler completes his string of attacks by focusing energy into the eyes, and then launches energy lasers against the enemy. When Cooler's lasers hits the ground, it crosses the entire planet, creating a large fissure in the center of the planet that even from space can be seen very well, Fortunately, Vegeta dodged that attack and is standing beside the large fissure in the ground opened up by Cooler's lasers, looking at the danger he's just passed. Looking at the enemy staring at him from the sky, Vegeta says, "Bastard, I'll kill you!" Vegeta launches himself towards Cooler at high speed, who yells at the oncoming enemy, "You want to attack me head-on, you worm? So come." But in thought, Cooler reflects on a strategy. Cooler thinks, instead of colliding my body with his, I'll quickly dodge at the last moment and hit a deadly point. That stupid Wild Saiyan won't be able to predict this and will be defeated. Cooler charges towards Vegeta, but then before they collide their bodies, Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan Blue and somersaults in the air above Cooler, surprising him. In doing so, Vegeta grabs the opponent's tail with one hand and begins to spin him in the air. As it is rotated, Cooler shows his surprise. He transformed to get faster and dodged! Apparently, Cooler didn't think a savage could be smart either. After gaining a lot of strength by spinning the enemy, Vegeta throws him to the ground, causing Cooler to crash hard against the ground. And after the dust is dissipated, we can see that the fall has done great damage to the ground. And apparently the fall causes damage to Cooler as well, who is a little stunned after the last hit. Taking advantage of this bad moment of the enemy, Vegeta makes an attack stance, and while concentrating energy he says, "See you in hell, Cooler! Gallic Gun!" Vegeta launches a powerful attack. Seeing this, Cooler is worried. An extremely powerful and dangerous attack is coming. Outside the planet can be seen the large amount of energy that was used in the technique. Vegeta's attack created a large crater in the planet's ground. The Saiyan floats above the spot trying to see what the result of his attack was. Seeing what happened, the Prince of the Saiyans smiles as he says, "It's like I thought. It couldn't be that simple." Cooler is alive, and not only that, he's transformed and surrounded by a protective globe of energy that was surely what saved his life. Cooler yells, "Damn you, that was dangerous. If I hadn't increased my powers with this transformation at the last second, I would have been ripped to shreds." After hearing his opponent's complaints, Vegeta responds with a sarcastic but obvious line, "Oh, but that was the intention." Annoyed by the opponent's sarcasm, Cooler charges towards him completely furious. "I will destroy you!" On Universe 6's Supreme Planet, things were a little quieter, with Goku and Lei still waiting for the end of Kiboru's search for information about the primordial beast in the Book of the Universe. And paying attention to the amount of books around Supreme Kai's assistant, we see that the book he is currently reading is at least the 7th volume. But then Kiboru seems to finally find something relevant, stopping his reading at one of the pages of the book that contains an image very similar to the primordial beast cocoon. Goku, very frustrated and also in a great hurry, asks to the assistant to go faster. But in the next moment, Kiboru delivers the good news to the god of destruction. He's found the location of the primordial beast that is in their universe. Hearing this, Goku clashes his fists in a sign of excitement, displaying an expression of joy and anxiety, certainly extremely excited about the future fights to come. Somewhere in Universe 6, Goku, Lei, and Kiboru teleport to a seemingly empty spot in space. Goku and Lei are very confused, and the protagonist expresses his feelings by saying that he thought they would go to the place where the primordial beast was, but they are in an empty place. But Kiboru tells him that they are actually in the right place. The Supreme Kai's assistant is heading towards somewhere, and suddenly he disappears in front of them. Confused, Goku asks Lei what happened, but she's no better than he is in the situation, saying he certainly shouldn't ask her. Even completely confused, they go ahead in the same way as Kiboru did, and in the same way that happened to him, they disappear, and suddenly they are inside a planet. Goku and Lei are impressed by that. It's not every day you see something like this after all. Goku finds that very strange. There is nothing in front of them, and suddenly they are on a planet. But Kiboru explains what is happening. This place is called Planet Chameleon. It is a special planet that hides its own presence from the rest of the universe, and this special characteristic was given by the Kaioshin who created this place, which was specially made to hide the primordial beast Hiru. After the brief explanation, Kiboru starts flying, saying that they must go. They have no time to waste. As they fly towards the center of the planet, Goku comments that apparently the gods were very motivated not to let the primordial beast be found. He asks if these things are really that powerful. Kiboru responds by remembering about how he was telling them that celestial mages are very powerful, even surpassing the power of a god of destruction. And he adds that the power of a primordial beast goes far beyond that. He claims that the awakening of a primordial beast could mean the end of a universe, as neither gods nor mortals can defeat these creatures. The Supreme Kai's assistant ends by saying that a primordial beast is the incarnation of the end of time. This statement makes Goku and Lei very worried. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, a battle was taking place that had destroyed approximately 180 solar systems. Belmod and Toppo are very injured. They apparently face a very difficult battle. Blood drips from somewhere, or rather from someone. Toppo, seeing this, changes his astonished expression to an angry expression. But what is he seeing? They are looking at a strange creature which has in its arms and foot some members of the Pride Troopers. Crushed by the monster's foot is Kokore. With his chest torn apart by the creature's left arm is General Kashero, and in the right arm was being held Dispo's two broken legs, which had apparently been crushed by those powerful hands. Even in the face of all this brutality, the monster smiles at those who remain standing. This sight clearly shakes Toppo, who is on his knees. The God of Destruction's apprentice curses the enemy, clenching his fist in all his wrath. Belmod, seeing what his disciple was about to do, tells him not to do that. He cannot be precipitate. But deafened by his fury, Toppo ignores his master's orders and bolts towards the enemy. The creature launches Dispo at Toppo to stop the warrior's advance. The force with which Dispo was thrown is superior to the force with which Toppo charged, and so they are both thrown against a mountain while Belmod does nothing but watch. After doing this, the monster starts a slow and peaceful walk. It walks towards the God of Destruction of Universe 11, who is now completely lonely on the battlefield. As it approaches the Hakai Shin, the creature sheds the extra weight by letting General Casserol's dead body slide down its arm. Meanwhile, the monster asks the god, "Tell me, Belmod, how could a God of Destruction have been stupid enough to think that could challenge me with such mediocre creatures' help?" Faced with that question, Belmod closes his eyes as he thinks. Belmod says, "Damn it, all other Pride Troopers are dead, and Toppo and Dispo are no longer able to fight." As it continues to approach and steps on the corpse of another Pride soldier named Vuon, the monster asks the destroyer, "What are you waiting for? Unleash your full power so I can kill you at once. Or do you intend to die using such a mediocre power level?" After this question, Belmod reflects disappointment with himself. Belmod says, "Damn it, what an idiot. I was to think I could face a primordial beast in that form. But I can't worry about the universe anymore. I need to use my power of my energy of destruction." But Belmod's thoughts are interrupted when he notices the arrival of someone that makes him very worried. Something approaches that devastates planet at high speed and lands on the planet, violently causing destruction. That person is Jiren, who exudes an enormous amount of power while screaming with a great expression of fury at someone named Calamore, who is surely that monster. Belmod is surprisingly not happy with Jiren's arrival. On the contrary, he's very worried about it, which is strange, since he should be happy that Universe 11's most powerful warrior arrived to help in that fight, right? But that brings up another question. Why wasn't Jiren helping the fight from the start? Who knows? Hey guys, with this scene we discovered that this monster is the primordial beast that lived in Universe 11, and this creature is called Calamore, which for some reason, unlike the other primordial beasts we've seen so far, wasn't trapped in a cocoon, but in freedom. And apparently Jiren has some problem with this monster, as if he already knew this creature from somewhere. What will be Jiren's story with Calamore? Well, there are a few possibilities about that, but we leave that topic for another video. Now let's continue with the chapter. Universe 7, Planet Quinn. A lightning-fast battle takes place across the central planet of the Quinnet of Planets. Vegeta and Cooler fly higher and higher as they exchange blows. Vegeta attacks Cooler with a string of many attacks, while he just blocks the blows. The Saiyan makes his enemy retreat while throwing a large number of punches, and apparently he's putting a lot of effort into those attacks, hitting with everything he's got. But just one punch from Cooler is enough to stop Vegeta's attacks, who spills some blood from his mouth. But when wiping the blood, the Prince of Saiyan hides a smile. But that smile does not go unnoticed by Cooler, who while facing his opponent thinks, "You don't fool me. I know you're still hiding power and must have at least one more transformation. But you want me to feel confident and let my guard down. So at the last moment you increase your power and catch me off guard like you did before. But I won't fall in your little game." Vegeta charges at the opponent while wondering how the enemy will deal with the Super Saiyan Blue evolution. And then, while transforming to increase his power and get closer to Cooler more quickly, Vegeta prepares a punch. But when he tries to hit the opponent who also charges at him, Cooler disappears. And then he reappears behind Vegeta, saying that he has now caught him. Vegeta turns around in surprise to the enemy, and then blood splatters. Cooler's hand is digging into the Saiyan's abdomen, who spills his warrior's blood from his mouth as he groans in pain. As he contemplates his opponent's suffering, Cooler comments, "You idiot, you thought you'd catch me twice in the same trick. It was obvious that you were faking defeat to make me confident and make me let my guard down to once again increase your powers and catch me off guard." But to Cooler's surprise, Vegeta smiles and grabs his arm and then says, "On the contrary, I knew someone as intelligent as you would notice such a plan." While pointing his hand at Cooler, he adds, "What I wanted was to have you in the right place in front of me to hit you, an attack that will completely erase you from existence." While concentrating the power purple energy in his hand, the disciple of the god of destruction shouts, "Hakai!" vanishes forever. The powerful wave of energy completely engulfs Cooler's body, passing directly through him and out of the central planet towards another planet. When the energy hits that planet, it is completely destroying it, creating an immense explosion of light in the process, and all that's left of the big celestial body is a few flakes of light. While realizing the result of his attack, Vegeta smiles as he says, "I knew it, you're Frieza's brother after all." And then the enemy appears behind the Saiyan, cursing him angrily, complaining about Vegeta almost killing him, and then showing another form. The golden form. Cooler claims he won't forgive him. Looks like Vegeta is going to have a lot of trouble in this fight. Frieza's spaceship floats through space, and above it are two people facing each other, Frieza and Pikkon. The leader of the Celestial Guardians gives his final warning. Pikkon says, "Frieza, it's the last time I ask. Give me Janemba, or I'll have to use force." But the Emperor of the Universe doesn't like how the Guardian talks, and in a bad mood he says, "You bastard, you talk to me like you could defeat me in a snap." But their argument is briefly interrupted when they both feel something that leaves them a little surprised. Pikkon thinks to himself, "That seems to be the energy of that man named Cooler." His power increased tremendously in an instant. Frieza is also immersed in reflections about that. "So, Cooler finally used the golden form. I thought he would hide it longer, but apparently he had no choice. His power is immense, but..." Frieza smiles, and while addressing Pikkon, he says, "Don't tell me you're surprised by this power. Let me tell you something. It's true that Cooler is very powerful, and his power has increased dramatically since the day I met him. But it wasn't just his power that increased while we were training." Suddenly, Pikkon's vision is dazzled by an intense beam of light, and as he sees this, the Celestial Guardian looks surprised. A globe of light surrounds Frieza, and when that globe of light is scattered, the evil Emperor is already in his last form. Golden Frieza, while smiling proud of his own power, asks his opponent, "So, what do you think about that? Is much more powerful than my brother, isn't it?" After displaying his power, he explains, "He doesn't know that I've been able to perceive his power for some time, but I've also increased my strength in that period. I expected to release that amount of power to kill him when he rebelled against me, but I didn't expect a wretch like you to show up to get in my way." While observing Frieza's power, Pikkon reflects. Even though he didn't cause any impact waves or anomalies with his transformation, the energy he's emitting is very intense. Releasing this amount of energy without causing any changes to the environment means his control of ki is exceptional. He is indeed very powerful. Frieza interrupts Pikkon's musings to say, "You know what? It doesn't matter if you were once a god of destruction. I am the great Frieza. I will not cower." On the planet Quinn, the intense fighting continues. Vegeta and Cooler try to hit each other with a large amount of blows, but despite being attacking, Vegeta seems a little cornered, while Cooler seems to handle combat better, which proves to be true when the Golden Warrior starts to advance further against the Blue Warrior, who needs to retreat while trying to defend himself. But Vegeta can no longer maintain his defense, and is hit by a strong attack from Cooler that makes him fall from the sky and have a violent shock to the planet's ground. After doing so, Cooler lands on the ground to face his opponent. The Golden Warrior says, "I have to admit, that power you used earlier was scary and even scared me. but now that I'm in this form, I'm sure my powers far surpass your powers. Give up at once and accept your death. This fight is over." Hearing his opponent's words, Vegeta is forced to agree, and as he closes his eyes, he thinks, he's not wrong. If it continues like this, I don't have the slightest chance of winning. In this case, Vegeta surprises him by opening his eyes, and at the same time opening a big confident smile. And while doing so, he says, "You found that technique terrifying, did you? So what will you think when you see this?" Vegeta begins to concentrate a strange energy. This immediately worries Cooler, who with a fearful expression asks what's going on. That strange purple energy surrounds Vegeta's body, hiding the Saiyan in amidst of power, and then that energy is dispersed. Vegeta shows off his new transformation. With a proud and wild smile on his face, the Prince of Saiyan says, "Behold now my most powerful form, the Ultra Ego." Universe 7, Planet Earth. After the Celestial Mages escaped, Beerus thinks about what to do about Oob, who is down in a faint. The deity of destruction scratches his face as he wonders what to do. He lifts Oob's fallen body using telekinetic forces. After that, noticing the presence of someone, Beerus says, "You felt something has happened to him, and came to help, right? You're late. Not that it made any difference that you arrived on time, considering that guy's level." Majin Buu revealed his presence, asking Beerus what he is going to do with the boy. The Destroyer is sincere in his answer, saying he doesn't know yet. The conversation is interrupted when Beerus senses something that apparently has something to do with Vegeta. Looking up at the sky, the thought he wonders if Vegeta really needed to get to this point. He then hopes that the Saiyan knows what he's doing. Planet's Quinn. Vegeta just showed off his newest transformation, the Ultra Ego. Cooler looks that form with a lot of concern, as well as a lot of anger. He asks Vegeta what this so-called Ultra Ego transformation is, and what is this strange energy he is emanating from. The Saiyan has a smile on his face, very proud of his power. He explains that this is his version of the energy used by the gods of destruction, and after hard training, he achieved this transformation using this energy. Cooler admits that Vegeta is a dangerous enemy, but he won't cower. The Golden Demon lunges to attack and lands a punch on Vegeta, who smiles as the opponent's fist presses his face, and immediately responds with a punch that crushes Cooler's abdomen, who receives the blow in great pain. He kneels to feel his pain as the opponent approaches, walking slowly and calmly. Cooler gets up once more to attack, this time aiming for Vegeta's ribs, who, receiving the blow without trying to defend himself, grabs the opponent's leg and launches him into the sky. After launching Cooler, Vegeta watches him gain altitude, and then also launches himself towards the enemy. Vegeta reaches Cooler and lands a strong blow on him, which makes the opponent forcefully return to the ground. The Saiyan mocks his enemy, asking what's the matter with him. Landing to face him, the taunt continues, asking if these are really the best attacks he has. Cooler doesn't give up. He goes towards Vegeta, shouting that the Saiyan will suffer for this. He lands a lot of attacks on Vegeta, but to his surprise, the Saiyan doesn't even try to dodge his attacks. Cooler wonders in his mind what's going on. Why is Vegeta receiving his attack on purpose? Coming to the conclusion that doesn't please him at all. Cooler yells, asking if that bastard was playing with him. Filled with fury, he gathers all his strength in one hand and launches a powerful punch at Vegeta. The Golden Warrior's mighty punch cracks the armor of the Saiyan warrior, who receives that attack with genuine pain, and even lets his own blood escape from his mouth. While the opponent says that's the price for playing with him, Vegeta senses something coming, and then uses his own forehead to stop Cooler's next attack. As blood drips down his forehead, Vegeta says that no, he's not kidding. He grabs Cooler's arm, and while holding the opponent, he reveals with a maniacal smile that he's ecstatic. Vegeta lands a powerful punch on Cooler, a blow consumed by power and madness. After being thrown to one of the side planets of the Quintet of Planets, Cooler shows great pain. But the fall did not only hurt him, but also the planet, whose ground is completely cracked. Blood is expelled. The one who expelled it is Cooler himself, still suffering from the powerful attack he just received. A flash of light speeds across the sky. It's Vegeta, who comes from another planet, full of bloodthirst, stomping on Cooler and carrying him across the planet's ground. Cooler is taken to the center of that planet and his fall stops only when he falls into a sea of volcanic lava, screaming at the enemy immersed in lava as he rips his own broken armor off his body and throws it away. Vegeta asks if that's all Cooler can do. Increasingly furious, Cooler emerges from the sea of lava, heading towards the Saiyan with an expression filled with fury. Cooler carries Vegeta back to the surface of the planet, punishing the Saiyan's body with many blows. But again, despite receiving so many strong attacks, Vegeta doesn't try to defend himself. It drives Cooler crazy, and Cooler says, "Why? Why don't you block my blows? Why are you disdaining me?" Cooler's attacks are interrupted by a powerful punch from Vegeta, who after hitting his opponent explains, "Disdaining your punches? No, I'm enjoying them. With every blow you land on me, my thirst for battle grows. My thirst for destruction grows. That's all the force I need to get stronger." Vegeta punches Cooler in the face, knocking him away. Cooler, not knowing what to do, wonders, does he get stronger even while being beaten? How can I handle something like this? In another location in the same universe, the other Golden Warrior was also ready to start a battle. Already doing his fighting stance, Frieza tells his opponent that it doesn't matter if he was once a god of destruction. He's the great Frieza and he won't cower. But something seems to surprise the Emperor, who widens his eyes in an expression of despair as he asks himself what is going on. In an impressive moment, Frieza, the feared Emperor of the universe, has his own legs shaking. The one who feels so great sees before him another being even greater, looking down on him with a look of superiority. While feeling absolutely small next to that man, Frieza wonders what that is. He's never felt anything like that. His eyes widen in despair. Pikkon, in a threatening tone, gives Frieza one last warning. He must deliver Janemba now. In an absolute shocking scene, the great Frieza drops to his knees as he undoes his golden transformation. With his head down in a defeated expression, Frieza allows the Guardian to do as he pleases. Inside the ship, Kikono and Berry Blue feel a tremor. The small woman asks the even smaller man what is going on. Seeing the footage from the security camera installed in the room where Janemba is being held, Kikono alerts with an alarming expression that the ceiling of the room has been destroyed. On the ceiling of the ship can be seen the hole that was created by the Guardian. From this hole, Janemba's cocoon is removed, which is being guided by Pikkon himself, who uses telekinesis for this. As the cocoon is removed, the leader of the Celestial Guardian says, "Little Frieza, always thinking you're so great and wanting to be above everyone else. In such a vast existence, you are nothing but a mere insect, a mediocre piece of the great puzzle." After explaining to Frieza his smallness, Pikkon leaves while warning, "You may be fundamental in the war to come. We'll need as many strong warriors as we can get, so be prepared." In Universe 11, there was also a battle for possession of a primordial beast, but this time it's different. The battle takes place against the beast itself. Jiren faces Calamor while releasing a large amount of energy. He does this watched by Belmod. Belmod is completely desperate. Jiren wasn't supposed to be there. What will become of this universe now? Looking at Jiren with a confused expression and realizing that the man had something against him, Calamor asks if he knows him. Universe 11's mightiest warrior guarantees that in an instant it will make him remember. But suddenly, Calamor and Jiren notice something that catches their attention. The one who decides to do something about it is Calamor, who, looking at a rock, orders whoever is hiding there to reveal himself. The person behind the rock does as Calamor orders, revealing his presence while justifying the reason for being hidden. He just wanted to see the massacre that would take place there, probably referring to Calamor massacring the other two. As he sees this person who has just revealed himself, Belmod wonders if he is a celestial mage. Things are getting even worse. Seemingly remembering something, Calamor says, "Zarat's memories tell me that you are Zorki. It's a little petulant of you to be in my presence when you are crippled." Zorki justifies saying, "I beg your pardon, Lord Calamor, but there is a good reason why I am this way." What are they referring to? I don't know. But Calamor wants to avoid unnecessary conversation and gets straight to the point by ordering Zorki to say what he wants. As he approaches, Zorki says that being the one who inherited Zarat's intellect, Calamor must already know what he wants. The beast says yes, he already expected that. After all, Belmod didn't come after him for nothing. After saying that, Calamor addresses Jiren saying, "Hey kid, I don't know what your business with me is, but we'll have to wait for another time." But Jiren doesn't accept the answer, and while shooting towards the enemy full of fury, he shouts saying that whether Calamore is better not even to think about running away. But Zorky interferes by placing himself in front of the beast and pointing his hand at Jiren while releasing a strange energy. But Jiren doesn't back down. He continues his advance while yelling at this bastard not to interfere. But Belmont is not so confident and yells for the mortal of his universe to wait. That was not an ordinary opponent. Jiren lands a blow on Zorky, but did he actually hit a rock? What happened? Jiren himself wonders this, with a confused expression on his face. He looks again at Calamore and Zorky, who are together in a magical room, and then they disappear while Jiren curses the situation. Belmont looks much more conformed than the mortal. Belmont reflects, saying, "From what Calamore said, that was Zorky, the great mage of illusions. There was no way to face an opponent like him like that." With an expression of defeat, Universe 11's God of Destruction directs his eyes to the sky, and as he does so, he wonders, how are things going in the other universes? Universe 6, Planet Chameleon. On top of a large volcano in the center of the planet are Goku, Lei, and Kiboru. Kiboru explains to the other two, saying, "The cocoon of the primordial beast called Hero is at the bottom of this great dormant volcano. But getting there will not be so simple. According to the Book of the Universe, the way to the bottom of the volcano is a big maze, and we cannot dig the way by force, or else the power contained in the cocoon may become unstable and cause a great catastrophe." Goku complains, saying, "How boring. Can't we get there with the instant transmission?" But things are not as simple as our protagonist wants, and Kiboru explains why. "Even if we tried, we wouldn't make it. This place was made so that the cocoon could not be accessed or found, which means that our senses will not work very well. Trying to get to Hero with a teleport could cause us to get lost there, and that will delay us much longer." Lei, also not at all excited about all that difficulty, asked her mentor, "But won't having to go through a maze also slow us down too much?" But luckily the Supreme Kai assistant has good news to share. Kiboru says, "No. In the book there was the correct way to cross the maze, and I memorized that way. If you follow me closely, we won't be long in reaching Hero." Hearing this, Goku asks Kiboru to leave at once. Taking a worried look down, Kiboru finds courage and begins the journey to the bottom of the volcano. As he plunges into darkness of that place, he is followed by Goku and Lei. Goku is not as calm as usual, and with a worried expression, he reflects on having something strange in this place, and on the feeling he has that something very bad is going to happen. Universe 6, Planet Chameleon. In the center of the planet Chameleon, there's a big volcano, and inside that big volcano are Goku, Kiboru, and Lei, who start a journey to the bottom of that place, which according to the Book of the Universe is where Hero's cocoon is, the primordial beast from Universe 6, which Goku needs to reach before the terrifying celestial mages. As he immerses himself in the huge volcano, Kiboru, followed by the other two novice gods, reminds them that they need to be aware of him at all times. The Supreme Kai's assistant reminds them that the place is a maze, that it was made precisely so that whoever enters it gets lost. If that happens, if one of them gets lost, it'll be very difficult for them to find each other again. Goku adds the line from Supreme Kai's assistant saying that from the moment he walked in there, he really felt that his ability to sense his ki and his sense of location were a little off. Goku even says that if he got lost in that place, he would probably need to destroy the walls to get out. Kiboru doesn't like the idea very much and reminds the God of Destruction that if he shakes that place in any way, it's possible that the power of Hero that is still contained within the cocoon will become unstable, and this could cause great catastrophes to the universe. Kiboru notices something and then he changes the direction of his flight, stops going down the tunnel and entering a side tunnel, surely remembering the correct way to get to the end of the maze, as he saw and memorized it in the Book of the Universe. While following her assistant, Lei, apparently bothered all by the difficulty to reach the primordial beast, questions the reason for all that. Instead of hiding Hero's cocoon like that, wouldn't it be easier to leave him under the protection of the gods? That way the cocoon would always be under constant surveillance. Kiboru explains to his master and student that something like this has been done before. He explains that Planet Chameleon was not the first location where Hero's cocoon was hidden. Originally, the cocoon of the primordial beast was hidden on a planet named Konatsu, and on that planet lived a race of very powerful mages. This planet was brought home to Universe 6's first God of Destruction. Because of all this, this god thought that Hero's cocoon would be safe here, As Kiboru says this, Goku remembers the day he became a god of destruction, when he saw 3 statues of the 3 gods of destruction that ruled Universe 6 before him. And among these 3 statues he recognizes this god that Kiboru is talking about. They finally see the light at the end of that tunnel, and they go towards that light. What they find now is a large wall with many holes. Surely each of them is an immense tunnel that leads to the various dead-end branches of this great maze. Seeing the many possibilities of their journey from that moment on go wrong, Goku and Lei are a little worried. But Kiboru remains focused, looking hole by hole to remember what he saw in the Book of the Universe and chose the correct path. As he does so, he continues to tell the story. Kiboru tells that some of these mages from planet Konatsu, attracted by a hero's power, let their hearts be dominated by the thirst for power, and then formed an evil cult and released the monster, followed by Goku and Lei. Kiboru analyzes one of the many tunnels as he continues the story. He explains that Hero's release was a major catastrophe for the universe. First, the beast killed the cult mages it freed, then it wiped out the people of Konatsu, and then it destroyed the planet. After examining the tunnel, Kiboru begins to fly through it, saying that after destroying planet Konatsu, Hero began a terrible journey of destruction across the universe. And in a short time of freedom, the primordial beast caused unimaginable catastrophes. Finding a fork in the tunnel they were going through, Kiboru decides to go the left path while continuing to speak. The god of destruction confronted Hero, but the beast was too powerful even for him, who was a very powerful destroyer who even survived the war against the celestial mages. But using a powerful sealing technique, he managed to contain the beast and insert it back into the cocoon. Guessing what comes next, Lei asks if that was when the beast was brought to this place they are. Kiboru confirms her hunch. He adds that the destroyer concluded that Hero's power could bring corruption, and he could trust no one, be it god or mortal. At that moment, he asked the Supreme Kai of the time to create planet Chameleon, and kept Hero's cocoon there, hidden from everyone. Curious, Goku asks what happened to this guy after all this. Kiboru says that it is not known for certain, but it is said that this god suffered a deep heartbreak over the fact that Hero's release, who had done so much harm to the universe, was caused by the inhabitants of his home planet. Because of all this guilt and heartbreak, he decided to step down as god of destruction and disappeared. The 3 are now standing in front of a large tunnel as they continue to talk about it. Goku is a little surprised. Can a god of destruction step down so quickly and just disappear? Kiboru replies that by the rules, definitely not. Leaving the role in this way should certainly bring severe punishment. But the problem is that this god has not even been found to stand trial. It is theorized that he used the Super Dragon Balls to request that he never be found under any circumstances or anything like that. Lei praises the trickster god, saying he's a smart guy. As he starts to enter the tunnel, Kiboru seriously addresses Goku, warning that knowing this history is very important to him. This god of destruction they are mentioning is considered to be one of the most powerful destroyers of the first generation of gods, but he is certainly considered to be the most powerful in the history of Universe 6, but not even he was able to subdue Hero's power. Kiboru further explains that the reason he told this story to Goku is so he doesn't rely too much on his own powers, and be very prudent while he's in this place, and especially while dealing with Hero's cocoon. Goku listens attentively to the Elder God's advice with a serious expression that indicates he is understanding the whole situation well. After listening to Kiboru's sermons, Goku also jumps into the hole following the guide. Universe 7, Planets, Quinn. On one of the planets that is part of the quintet of planets, an extremely intense fight takes place, and this fight takes place at high speed around the entire planet. In a mountainous region, the exchange of blows is so intense that stones fly in all directions, carried by strong air currents that are moved by the impact of the combatant's blow. As he fights, Vegeta has an ecstatic smile on his face, showing that he is fully comfortable and happy with the battle, while Cooler, unlike his opponent, has an expression that is not at all satisfied with the situation. The Golden Demon manages to find gap in Vegeta's guard and punch him in the abdomen, but Vegeta resists the attack very well and immediately counters his enemy with 2 punches. Vegeta is again attacked with a punch to the face, but again he responds very well and with superiority, returning the punch to his opponent's face, adding another powerful punch to his face, and then a strong kick that knocks Cooler away. Cooler stops his recoil and concentrates his energy, very angry, cursing his enemy. Cooler returns to Vegeta, attacking him with many blows, such blows that Vegeta doesn't seem to try to defend. While attacking the Saiyan, Cooler questions him about this transformation. How can there be a transformation that makes him more powerful only with the intensity and desire for battle? How could he have acquired such power? Upon receiving this question, Vegeta rephrases the question to himself, and then his mind sinks into memories of the near past. Vegeta says, "After Kakarot became a god of destruction, I saw my powers and his powers would grow further apart. I went to Lord Beerus and Master Whis to ask for more training, something that completely overstepped all bounds, and then they told me about the anti-life dimension. A dimension that functions as the antithesis of this universe is like a big dump. A dump that works as a natural escape for the universe to throw away everything that is harmful to its own balance, a place where there can be no life. Heat, cold, everything there was extreme, and the weather changed from one moment to the next. At every moment, that dimension, as if it had a conscience of its own, was trying to kill me. Not that I was really conscious. It was just a place whose nature is to reject life, and my presence there went against the whole natural order of that reality. I spent 2 weeks there. 2 weeks without drinking anything, without eating, without sleep, and without a single minute of rest, all the while being tortured by that damn place. To make matters worse, the layer of oxygen that Whis had put on me was losing its functionality. I would suffocate to death. The physical and mental limits added to the need to survive the predatory environment of that place, and to get out of there made me feel the purest desire for destruction. And at that moment, I reached the newest level of power. I spent 2 weeks in a place where life just couldn't exist, and I survived. That's why I won't lose to you. After remembering all these things he went through in his hard training in the anti-life dimension, Vegeta again presses Cooler with his punches, causing his opponent to retreat. As he does so, he continues to explain to Cooler the reasons why he can't lose that fight. Vegeta explains to his enemy that he represents Saiyan royalty. He is the one who carries the royal blood of the most powerful warrior race in the universe. Vegeta lands a harder punch to Cooler's chin that knocks him away. But before Cooler can fully recover from the attack to return to him, Vegeta interrupts his opponent's recovery by pointing a hand at him and stealing his moves using his telekinetic force. After doing so, while concentrating a large amount of energy in his other hand, Vegeta says that's why he can't lose that fight. He can't miss that fight because he's the proud prince of Saiyans. Cooler receives the concentrated attack with all the strength and pride of the Prince of the Saiyans, an attack whose impact force spreads completely across the planet they are on, and in an instant, that planet disappears from space in a huge explosion. Not even the mighty Cooler's body could resist Vegeta's powerful punch with impunity, and while his chests are literally cracked by the Prince's fist, the Golden Warrior lets his own blood escape through his mouth and hit his opponent's face. After leaving his blood on his enemy's face, Cooler falls. As he falls among the wreckage of the planet, Cooler reflects with great disgust and frustration. He says, "Pride of the Saiyan Prince, What about my pride?" Cooler continues, "From before I was born, I was a prodigy of my race. My father looked forward to my birth, knowing that I would become extremely powerful one day. But my abilities exceeded even my father's expectations. I was much more powerful than he could have imagined. I soon gained a great deal of respect in Cold's army. I was not only the prince of his kingdom, but also his main general. No warrior or army could oppose me. In the universe there was no one like the great Prince Cooler. But my father and brother envied and feared my powers so much that they set a trap for me. That was my defeat." Now that I'm finally free after so long, what do I find? The glorious army I should rightfully rule in tatters? The universe, my rightful realm, full of beings superior to me. And even the damn Saiyans, so inferior, can now defeat me. Unforgivable. After his long fall, Cooler finally finds ground on a piece of the destroyed planet. Vegeta, floating above that spot, decides it's time to end that fight before the planet's oxygen residue is completely drained. Preparing his Hakai for a final blow, Vegeta decrees the end of Cooler. But the Saiyan is surprised by the glow of his opponent's energy, which suddenly summons a pillar of energy that goes far beyond his height. The pillar passes right through Vegeta, who needs to dodge to avoid being hit, and even after passing through him, the energy goes even higher. Vegeta sees something approaching inside the golden energy pillar, and then finally he reveals himself, the new Golden Cooler, who is said to be showing off his final and most powerful form. Seeing his opponent, Vegeta fears a lot, commenting with concern about the fact that his energy is completely surreal. As he advances towards Vegeta, Cooler says, "You know, Vegeta, you say you carry great pride in being the prince of the Saiyans, right? Well, I also carry great pride in being the crown prince of this universe. Let's see which prince is more proud." Universe 7, Planet Quinn. After receiving a hard blow that threw him violently against the central planet, Vegeta stands up with his hand resting on his aching body, complaining about the fact that his enemy has increased his power level absurdly. He never ceases to amaze him. The one Vegeta refers to appear, already flying over the region where he landed, preparing a great energy attack, says that he concentrated from his middle and index finger. "Take this," shouts Cooler as he hurls the giant energy blow towards Vegeta, who can only cross his arms in front of his body in self-defense as he sees the powerful attack approaching. The power of Cooler's attack is so great that the energy blast passes through the ground at one end of the planet and travels through the center of the large celestial body to the other end. The next moment, while flying over the explosion site, which is now a large crater, Cooler yells for his opponent, claiming to know that the attack was not enough to kill him, while showing himself again even more injured than he was a few seconds ago. Vegeta yells at his enemy, asking why he didn't rebel against Frieza if he had so much power. Vegeta flies towards Cooler, who is waiting for him standing in the same position. When the Prince of the Saiyans arrives to attack the golden monster, he stops his movement with his arm, and during this movement, Cooler gives his answer. Cooler says, "Because it would be too inconvenient." And then, while giving Vegeta a good beating, the Golden Prince begins to explain. "After I started training with Frieza, I realized that the potential of my powers to evolve is absolutely gigantic, even greater than his. As far as I know, he was also able to greatly increase his powers in a short time, and he was able to do this even though he had a much lower natural power than mine and training alone. In my case, in addition to having greater natural power, I still had the privilege of having a training partner, which only accelerated things. In just a few weeks of training, I acquired the golden form, which according to Frieza, he took months to achieve. I didn't show him that I acquired this transformation, but I was sure he noticed it somehow, since at first I couldn't hide my power very well. However, after a while of training, I went even further, and I felt that I could use the golden form, not only in my base form, but also using my final transformation, which is this stage you are seeing now. I didn't want to use this transformation because it's still a very uncertain power for me, as I couldn't transform to train like that, because Frieza would notice. My intention was to evolve as much as possible with his help, and when I thought he was useless, I would kill him. Unfortunately, my plan went awry because of you, and now Frieza probably knows everything. I would like to see his face right now." As this conversation takes place on the planet Quinn, Frieza's spaceship floats through space as someone inside the spaceship shouts. Kikono says, "I don't care about the size of the hole or the difficulties, just fix it." The one who was screaming was Kikono, probably some Frieza army employee who was fixing the hole in the ship made by Pikkon a short time ago. As this happens, in the same room was Frieza, looking at the ship's window, reflective, surely sensing his older brother's power. Frieza curses him, commenting worried that he's managed to get to this point. As he continues to beat Vegeta, Cooler says that now Frieza knows the truth. He needs to eliminate Vegeta quickly, and then eliminate his own brother. But he is surprised when one of his punches is parried by the Saiyan. And after doing that, Vegeta suggests to his opponent not to start getting excited. He hasn't reached the full potential of this transformation yet. It looks like victory is still a little further away than Cooler thinks. Universe 6, Planet Chameleon. Giboru flies to the entrance of one of the many tunnels that make up the labyrinth inside the volcano at the center of the planet. The labyrinth that leads to the cocoon of the primordial beast guarded in Universe 6, Hiru. Supreme Kai's assistant is accompanied by Supreme Kai herself and by Goku, who is already impatient, emphasizing that they already passed through hundreds of tunnels and asking if they still have a long way to go before they reach their destination. Much to Goku's satisfaction, Giboru reveals that there is now only one straight path left, and looking at the tunnel ahead of him, the Elder God reveals that Hiru's cocoon is at the end of that corridor. In a great hurry for some mysterious reason, Goku asks them to leave at once. Giboru agrees. After that, in his thoughts, Goku wonders what horrible feeling he is having. It seems that the God of Destruction is sensing great danger. Giboru moves on, followed by Goku and Lei. Vegeta and Cooler fly towards each other for a powerful collision, and so they do, clashing their fists with great violence. The clash of these two monstrous forces unleashes great power and causes an impact wave that destroys a vast area of the ground beneath them. Cooler punches Vegeta in the face, but Vegeta punches him back in the chin. They pull away and stare at each other for a moment. Then, the next second, Vegeta flies back to his most violent foe. But the Saiyan's advance is delayed when Cooler fires an energy laser from his finger that opens a shallow cut on Vegeta's cheek, who had to slow his advance to dodge this latest attack. But the attack is only to make the Saiyan hesitate, for Cooler to approach in the next second with a strong top-down blow that sends Vegeta to the ground. In order not to shock his body with the stones, Vegeta makes some acrobatic movements in the air that slows down his fall, allowing him to land on his feet. But Cooler doesn't intend to let Vegeta rest, and is already preparing his next move, crossing his arms while accumulating his energy in his fingertips. Cooler fires his attack, or rather his multiple attacks. Such attacks whose arrival, Vegeta watches silently with an expression of concentration and irritation. The multiple lasers fall from the sky. Vegeta waits for the attacks to arrive as he prepares to attack. He dodges the first laser by moving his shoulder to the side. In the next moment, he has to dodge the many other attacks that fall like a rain of death, destroying the rocks around him, also the ground, creating multiple explosions. Vegeta jumps from rock to rock, making acrobatic movements to dodge the attacks, until in a moment, he points his hand at a set of rocks that falls from the collapsing rocks. Cooler stops attacking for a moment, noticing something coming, and what was coming was a group of stones thrown by Vegeta, such as the demon destroys with his attacks before he gets hit. But that was just a distraction caused by Vegeta, who was approaching from behind Cooler to attempt an attack. But Cooler was quick to notice Vegeta's presence at his back, and even quicker to react to it by firing an attack to ward off the enemy. But despite being engulfed by the wave of energy, Vegeta decides to keep moving forward, and so he does, flying towards Cooler, forcing his approach against the attack that pushes him. As he approaches, he also prepares an attack. Despite the difficulties, Vegeta manages to get close enough, touching his hands to Cooler's chest for the next moment to cause him to be engulfed by a powerful point-blank energy attack. Cooler is thrown violently against a rock, leaving his body partially buried in the rocks. Vegeta creates in his hand what appears to be an energy ring, and 5 of those rings fly towards Cooler. As soon as his enemy is trapped by his energy rings, Vegeta flies towards him to attack. But Cooler doesn't intend to let his opponent get any closer. He reacts by shooting energy lasers from his eyes that need to be immediately blocked by Vegeta, which is moved while defending against the technique. When the attack is finally stopped, we can see the damage it did to the gloves and also to Vegeta's hands. After getting the time and space he wanted, Cooler starts to concentrate power and releases energy in a powerful aura that destroys the stones around him, consequently freeing him from the rings as well. Freed again, Cooler flies towards Vegeta, who gets rid of his ruined gloves and then also flies towards the enemy. Apparently, none of those princes intend to be defeated so easily. Kiboru gives the warning that everyone has been so eager to hear. They are coming to Hiro. Goku behind him emphasizes in his thoughts the fact that the bad feelings he feels only increases. Finally, they arrive at the long-awaited location, a cave that in the center has kept the cocoon of the primordial beast. Happy that everything worked out, Kiboru prepares to act, saying that now all they need to do is remove the cocoon from that place calmly. But when Liai's assistant was about to move, Goku stops him with an arm gesture while asking him to wait, which makes Supreme Kai herself ask what is happening to him. With a serious expression, Goku warns that if any of them approach the cocoon, they will be killed in an instant. Obviously, this statement leaves Kiboru and Liai very scared. They don't understand the reason for those words from Goku, but this lack of understanding is short-lived, as in the next moment, a person starts floating down from the top of the cave towards the cocoon while congratulating the god of destruction for noticing his presence. While the revelation of the enemy, judging by his attire, is becoming clear that he is one of the 5 great celestial mages. Not that the others there know this, as none of them have seen a celestial mage before. Goku justifies his perception of his enemy by saying that for some reason he felt an indescribable danger as he approached that place, as if his life were at risk. Great risk for that matter of fact. And since this creature, the primordial beast, is trapped, he figured this bloodlust didn't come from it. Goku finally concluded that this could only be coming from him, and asks who he is. The celestial mage introduces himself. He is Odisu, the great mage of the elements. Also, he is the leader of the 5 great celestial mages. Goku repeats the last information with great concern and look full of seriousness, surely understanding that this enemy that has just appeared is certainly not just anyone. Universe 7, Planet Earth. The planet's sky is completely covered by clouds, dominated by thunder and lightning. From the top of the big rock near his house, Piccolo watches all those weather anomalies, and in his line of sight can be seen a tornado too, which is probably one of many in the region. Piccolo flies away from them. Where is he going? In the highest region of planet Earth's sky is the floating celestial platform temple of the planet's god. Someone approaches the platform, cutting through the sky at high speeds. It's Piccolo, who touches his foot on the platform just as Gohan arrives. As he arrives, Gohan greets his master, surprised that he is also there. Piccolo is equally surprised to see his disciple. So Dende called him? Noticing the two who have just arrived, Dende calls out to them, thanking them for heeding his call. Dende is accompanied by Majin Buu and also by Beerus. Watching those who are there with a suspicious expression, Gohan asks the god of destruction what is happening, and if his presence on Earth has anything to do with the climatic catastrophes that are taking place across the planet. Piccolo compliments with the comments saying that he senses a key very similar to Frieza's, but it's not. The conversation is interrupted when 2 people arrive at the scene with a teleporter. They reveal themselves to be Shin and Kibito. The Supreme Kai immediately addresses Beerus, asking if he already knows about Vegeta, and saying that they must stop him immediately. Gohan and Piccolo are surprised to hear Vegeta's name, surprised that he's involved in all of this. Responding to the Supreme Kai, Beerus refuses to get involved, saying that Vegeta is already all grown and doesn't need a babysitter. But Shin emphasizes the need to stop Vegeta, arguing that if this continues, the entire universe could be destroyed. Beerus stands firm in his decision, arguing that Vegeta is not an amateur, and knows very well what he is doing. And he ends by saying that he has more important things to worry about right now. This is a little ironic since the god of destruction's highest concern is supposed to be the universe, but it's okay. Very confused, curious, and probably worried about the whole situation, Gohan asks if Beerus can explain what is happening and why he is there. Beerus claims he doesn't like to repeat things, so he'll wait for the other Earth warriors to arrive to explain what's going on. Worried, Piccolo notes the strangeness in Beerus's actions, and for him to be acting this way, it's because something very serious is happening. Discreetly putting aside his nonchalant demeanor, Beerus looks intently in one direction. What worries Universe 7's god of destruction? Somewhere in space, far away, planet's Quinn. An intense battle takes place in the midst of a planet completely dominated by extremely intense climatic catastrophes.
Vegeta is hit by a punch right in the face. The next second, seeing the enemy heading for his back, he turns to headbutt him in the face. While being knocked away by Vegeta's headbutt, Cooler launches a wave of energy, which Vegeta dodges, then immediately counterattacks with a Hakai, which Cooler also dodges. After completely destroying the last two planets near the central planet with their energy attacks, Vegeta and Cooler return to hand-to-hand combat, with Cooler pressing down on his opponent and causing him to retreat amidst exchanging blows. Cooler needs to defend against a sequence of attacks from Vegeta, which interrupts the sequence of continuous blows for a stronger kick, such that Cooler defends with his own legs, but Vegeta used the low blow as a distraction for a higher blow. More specifically, a hard punch that targets the crack in the center of Cooler's chest, which causes the Golden Demon a lot of pain. Vegeta takes advantage of Cooler's pain to continue attacking with non-stop punches, but receives a hard counterattack, a strong punch to the stomach that causes him a lot of pain. After that, Vegeta begins to be hard-pressed by Cooler, receiving multiple attacks from the opponent while precariously trying to defend himself with his arms. Vegeta closes his eyes in pain as he is punished by the opponent's blows until one moment he seems to feel something like great pain, and then his consciousness seems to begin to decay, slowly closing his eyes until they are finally completely closed. Cooler fills with confidence, charging Vegeta for what may be his final blow. But Vegeta seems to wake up with a start, and then he does something Cooler sure didn't expect. Upon landing a punch on Vegeta's Hakai, Cooler has his right arm completely destroyed. The Golden Demon howls in pain as reveals his partially destroyed body. After dealing this severe damage to his enemy, Vegeta confidently says that he will die. As he continues to agonize, Cooler stares at his foe, startled. Vegeta approaces the demon while grabbing his side horns, then uses Cooler's own horns as a support to hit him with a powerful headbutt, such that it is powerful enough to create a strong impact wave around him, and also to crack Cooler's natural armor mask. While preparing the next attack, Vegeta tells Cooler to take off that mask. He wants to see his opponent's ugly face agonizing in pain. Vegeta hits the second headbutt, and this time, the pieces of Cooler's mask are scattered through the air. For the next moment, his face is revealed again. Unmasked, Cooler reveals an expression that combines pain and rage as his demonic blood flows from his mouth and his nose. Vegeta has a different expression, a crazed smile, saying that's what he likes to see. "Take that," says the Prince of the Saiyans as he prepares another attack, which will apparently be the strongest of all, the ultimate attack. Vegeta directs his head with full force towards the opponent, ready for one last brutal attack. But unfortunately for Vegeta, his headbutt is interrupted by the index fingers of Cooler's last remaining arm, sticking into his eye, blinding the Saiyan warrior, who puts his hand to the injured eye while screaming in agony. "You like what you're seeing, you bastard?" asks Cooler, an ironic line despite his notorious fury. The Golden Warrior bends his body, preparing a direct charge as he says, "Then take a look at this." With his remaining eye, Vegeta watches with concern what is to come. And then before he could react, the Prince of Saiyans had his abdomen pierced by Cooler's central horns, who charged at him like a bloodthirsty bull. Vegeta immediately reacts despite the pain, emanating his power in a way that generates enough force to knock Cooler back, who quickly falls to the ground. After pushing the opponent away, Vegeta vomits some of his own blood while feeling great pain, and then begins to fall from the sky while continuing to expel blood, also falling to the ground afterwards. Down, Cooler makes his remarks to his opponent criticizing his current transformation. "You're an idiot. This transformation of yours can constantly give you more power, but in return, you have to put your body in constant damage, which makes your durability in battle much smaller. And there is a limit to how many attacks you can take." Vegeta also smiles, pointing out the hypocrisy of his opponent's judgment shortly after, also making his remarks about his transformation. "Look who's talking. Do you think I didn't notice? Since you activated this new form, you've been losing energy very quickly. You said you didn't train that form much, did you? Something very similar happened to Frieza when he just acquired the Golden Transformation. The difference between you is that you managed to master the Golden form well, while you were in your regular appearance. but you couldn't adapt well to the power of the golden form added to this transformation. After listening to all of Vegeta's remarks, Cooler admits that he is right. Both have great weaknesses in the end. As he begins to struggle to his feet, he confirms Vegeta's suspicion as he makes a proposal to the Saiyan. This transformation consumes a lot of my energy, and I won't be able to maintain it much longer. On the other hand, your body also already seems to be very close to the limit. What do you say we decide this fight once and for all? I suggest a direct attack using all our remaining power. No tricks this time. Also starting to get up with a similar difficulty, Vegeta replies, "No tricks, huh? It's hard to believe coming from Frieza's brother. On the other hand, it can't be easy for you to trust a Saiyan like me either. And looking at your face, you don't look good enough to cheat." Okay, looks good to me. No tricks this time. Making that deal, Vegeta and Cooler prepare for the final showdown, unleashing what's left of their powers. Meanwhile, on Planet Chameleon, Universe 6, faced with the enemy that appeared, Goku reveals that he doesn't understand why the enemy is still in that place. After all, it was Hiru's cocoon he wanted, right? Why didn't he just take the cocoon and leave? Odisu, the great mage of the elements and leader of the 5 great celestial mages, reveals that he didn't leave because he was waiting for him, the god of destruction, Son Goku. He wants Universe 6's deity to show him his power. But Kiboru, Supreme Kai's assistant, is against that idea. Hiru's cocoon is there, and if a fight breaks out, it could cause the power contained in the cocoon to cause unimaginable catastrophes. As he reaches into his pocket, Odisu states that this won't be a problem. The celestial mage takes a card out of his pocket, then jumps out of the cocoon, letting the spell card fall from his hand. Upon touching the cocoon, the card releases a magical light, while creating a rune below the cocoon. In the next second, the card, rune, and cocoon are completely gone. Supreme Kai is shocked by this. This damn thief has stolen the cocoon, but Goku isn't shocked, as his counterpart telling him, with a smile, that this isn't as bad as it sounds. At least now he can face this guy freely. If he can take down the leader, surely the Celestial Mages will have a great loss. Kiboru insists on his point, advising that they should back off, stating that this is a fight Goku cannot win. But the Saiyan Destroyer keeps his smile, saying he won't do this. He now has a more serious expression, asking Kiboru what kind of god he would be if he simply ran away from the one who wants to destroy his universe. The protagonist still says with determination that no matter how strong this guy is, he will defeat him. Lei, equally determined, agrees with her counterpart's attitude. They have to show this runaway what happens to those who mess with the gods of this universe. Facing the enemy with a serious look, Goku says he doesn't like the idea of facing someone who hides his face. Why doesn't he stop being a coward and show his face? As he takes his hands to the hood that hides his face, Odisu decides that he will grant this wish to honor their courage. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Mage's hideout, Tyra screams, announcing the idiocy of her companions. She does so by addressing Brajin and Taran, who are also at the scene. She continues to scold her companions, saying she doesn't believe that among them all, she was the only one who fulfilled her mission so far. Taran justifies his failure by saying that Beerus appeared to stop him. If he started a fight against the destroyer of Universe 7, it would have been much worse. Brajin also gives her justification, saying that the cocoon that contained the rest of Majin Buu's dormant power was taken by someone of the angel race. Fighting someone like him could wipe out what little beauty this gross body has. A magical rune appears at the location, and inside that rune are 2 shadows. Brajin and Taran look closely at those who arrive. It is the mage called Zorki and the primordial beast called Calamor. This last one happily observes the fact that almost everyone is there. As Zorki approaches his 3 companions, Calamor reveals that Zarat's memories bring him positive feelings about them. The 4 celestial mages present kneel before the primordial beast. Tyra scolds Zorki, saying he should remove his hood to greet Lord Calamor. While revealing his face, Zorki apologizes to Calamor. It's just that he hates that face. But haven't we already seen that face somewhere? Calamor smiles, apparently not caring if Zorki's face was covered or not. Goku, Lei, and Kiboru are very tense at the revelation of Odisu's face, who after revealing his appearance suggests that they take a look at his face, because that will be the last face they will see.
As he reveals his face, Odisu assures those standing before them that this will be the last thing they see. Kiboru and Lehigh fear for that threat. The assistant shows more fear while Supreme Kai tries to maintain a dignified confrontation, showing her repulsion to the invader of her universe. Goku, understanding well the gravity of the situation and the danger that this enemy represents, asks the others to leave this enemy with him. Kiboru tells Goku that he doesn't support his decision to fight. After all, as the assistant said in the last chapter, he has no chance of winning. But if that's his decision as God of Destruction, he can't stop it. Then he turns to his student and boss, beckoning her to leave with him. But Lehigh refuses. No way! She's the goddess of this universe too. What kind of goddess would she be if she left all the hard work to Mr. Goku's hands? Odisu seems to be very interested in these words of the goddess of creation, as if it was something he already wanted to know. Goku notices this and wonders worriedly if Odisu knows what's between him and Lehigh. Very alarmed and worried, Goku yells at the other two to flee immediately. He knows about the link between the Kaioshin and the Hakaishins. This revelation obviously alarms the other two, but it's too late. Odisu, with his eye emanating flames, fixes his gaze on one of them, saying who will be first. The flame's gaze was focused on Kiboru, who receives that threat with great fear. Goku yells for the Kaioshin's assistant, telling him to be careful, but there's nothing Kiboru can do about it. And just with the Celestial Mage's gaze, his body starts to burn as a great pain begins. Lehigh screams for her assistant, desperate. Kiboru's pain intensifies as smoke begins to rise from his skin and the blood vessels in his eyes become even more dilated. Lehigh reaches out to him and Kiboru does the same, as if in a desperate attempt for help. Their hands get closer, but when they touch, Kiboru's hand starts to fade into ash. Lehigh screams even more desperately, asking please, so that it doesn't happen. While continuing to extend her hand to her assistant, trying to reach him, her hand approaches the face of the man who screams desperately in pain. But as she brings her hand closer, Kiboru's face also starts to crumble, until in the next second there's nothing left for Lehigh to touch. The Kaioshin falls to her knees, looking at her own hands, which are smeared with the ashes of a subordinate and mentor. Lehigh closes her eyes, shedding her divine tears. Goku asks Odisu why he did that. Kiboru was harmless to him. But for the Celestial Mage, this is a foolish question. He was an enemy, and enemies must be slaughtered. Completely overcome by her fury and suffering, Lehigh recklessly advances towards the mage, swearing that she will finish him off. Goku yells for his counterpart, asking her not to do this. Lehigh completely ignores him as she approaches Odisu at full speed as he remains still, apparently not sensing any threat coming from her. The leader of the Celestial Mages gives Universe 6's Kaioshin just one look. The next moment, Lehigh is already on her knees. She feels great pain, stating in thoughts that she feels as if her body is being completely destroyed. Lehigh screams as her pain intensifies, and then blood begins to leak from her body, spewing from the goddess's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. As this happens, Lehigh immediately realizes that she won't be able to bear it, so the worst will happen. But her counterpart comes to the rescue, approaching her flying quickly. Goku grabs Lehigh as he lifts her off the ground and starts carrying her, heading towards the top of the cave. Goku points his hand towards the ceiling and shouts, Hakai! The explosion can be seen outside the volcano, and it is through this location that the God of Destruction and the Goddess of Creation escape, leaving a crater in the immense rock structure in the process. In a field nearby, they run. While leaving Lehigh on the ground, Goku asks her to please let him take care of this enemy. If she stays, she can be killed, and if she's killed, so is he. If that happens, that bastard can't be defeated. Now that they are out of the volcano, her senses have returned to normal, so she can teleport back to her planet or some other location far away. Lehigh looks at Goku for a moment, a look that indicates perhaps sadness or frustration or both. She closes her eyes as she remembers what happened to Kiboru. It was her fault, but touching her shoulder in a consoling gesture, Goku promises to make him pay for what he did to Kiboru, but he needs to do it alone. Turning his back on her as a sign of the end of that conversation, he asks her to leave at once, before the enemy tries anything else. Convinced by Goku's words, while drying the blood that drips from her face, Lehigh agrees, assuring that she will no longer get in Goku's way. She promises that she will keep an eye on the fight from afar and will help in case Goku needs it. And finally, she asks him to make this bastard pay for what he did to Kiboru. The protagonist promises again that he will. Lehigh leaves there using the Kai Kai. In the next moment, from the top of the great volcano, a powerful lightning bolt comes out. In the next second, the lightning is revealed to be Odisu, who lands in front of Goku surrounded by electricity. The Celestial Mage stares at Goku with his eyes emanating such an element. After returning his eyes to normal, Odisu notes that they are finally alone, apparently enjoying it. Curious, Goku asks Odisu to answer one thing. He knows the connection between the life of a god of destruction and a supreme Kai, doesn't he? When he found out that the goddess of the universe is Miss Lei, why didn't he kill her instead of Kiboru? If he had done that, he wouldn't have had to go to the trouble of standing up to him. Odisu repudiates that idea. Does Goku really think he would resort to such a shameful tactic? His pride as a god would not allow him to resort to such a cowardly tactic. Furthermore, the reason he didn't kill Lei is the same reason he didn't leave that place the moment he found Hiru's cocoon. He wants to fight Goku. Goku doesn't understand. Why does Odisu want to fight him so badly? But as far as Odisu is concerned, Goku will still not understand. He doesn't need to answer all the questions. He came to fight, not to talk. Goku agrees with this idea. Besides, he wants to make him pay for everything that the mage has done. Vegeta and Cooler face each other as they exude a dense amount of energy, preparing to honor the agreement they made a short time ago, to attack using whatever power they have left. Both begin to move at the same time, each flying in the opposite direction. Vegeta, despite all his injuries and fatigue, has a smile on his face, looking forward to what is about to happen. They fly to the ends of the central planet until they finally decide to stop. Vegeta stops his flight and spreads his arms, a stance we all know all very well. Cooler, getting there, he wanted to go, also stopped his locomotion and points his index and middle fingers up, creating a small sphere of energy that in the next second becomes a globe of power much larger than him. Vegeta begins to emanate his power in an aura of energy so powerful that it sends large electrical waves around him. Closing his arms, he accumulates his energy in the palm of his hands, even hitting the ground with the remnants of his exuberant power. At the same time, the two adversaries warn each other, "Here I come." Vegeta fires his powerful final flash, while Cooler unleashes the equally powerful attack he calls Galactic Devastation. The attacks violently collide in the center of the planet, causing an air current and an impact wave that severely shakes the entire surrounding environment. While doing his best to maintain the power struggle, Vegeta reflects in his thoughts about the opponent before him. Vegeta says, "Cooler, in my childhood, I heard many legends about you, the legendary warrior that even Cold and Frieza feared." Efforts equal to his opponent, Cooler also reflects about him and says, "Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, a race I've always looked down on. In all my might, I have always regarded you as inferior, just ants compared to me." Vegeta's final flash starts pushing back Cooler's galactic devastation a bit. This is because he has further increased his effort, and as he does so, he continues his reflection. "I've trained very hard all my life. I've always pushed my limits and reached levels of power I could never have even dreamed of. Still, you can match me." Cooler also increases his effort, this time managing to push the enemy's attack, while thinking, "The Saiyan's power was completely despicable compared to my family's. Still, even though I have surpassed my power thousands of times in recent times, you still managed to reach a level that is making me have such a hard time." The two energy attacks are again in complete balance. Vegeta continues his reflections. "I always wondered if those legends about how terrifying you were really true, but today I realized that it was all true, or maybe even less than you deserve." Cooler also continues, "When Frieza told me about the power of the Saiyans, I didn't believe it. I thought I was exaggerating, but now I see that it's all true. No, it's much bigger than he said." With an inevitable admiration of his opponent, Vegeta finishes his thought. "As much as I hate you, and so does everyone in your family, I have to admit, you're amazing." Also unable to not stop admiring his opponent, Cooler finishes his thoughts. "I'll never say that out loud, but I have to admit, your great pride is worthy of recognition, Saiyan." Both increase the power of the attacks. The final moment has arrived. Vegeta calls his opponent to an end, suggesting they get this over with. Cooler agrees. While using all the power they have left, they both scream, giving everything they have. The battle between Vegeta and Cooler seems to finally come to an end, along with the last remaining planet of the quintet of planets called Planets Quinn. Goku and Odisu stare at each other as they let out a small fraction of their powers, evidenced by the slight current of air surrounding them. As he faces his opponent, Goku wonders in thought which transformation he should use. He reflects that the best way is, before starting to spend too much energy, to understand how his opponent's abilities work. On the other hand, the power of the one standing in front of him is gigantic. If he starts using a very low power level, he can end up getting killed quickly. Goku closes his eyes for a moment, and what comes to his mind is the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. When he opens his eyes, chunks of ground flying through the air, then reveal a crater that has just opened in the ground around the protagonist, as he is surrounded by an aura of power. Odisu finds that very strange. He reveals that he senses a great increase in Goku's power, and from what he knows about the Saiyans of this realm, such a significant increase in power should occur through a transformation. Shouldn't Goku be transformed into some level of Super Saiyan by now? Why does his appearance remain the same? Goku notes in his speech Odisu's knowledge about the Saiyans, but without wanting to dwell into this question, he gives the answer the mage wants, explaining that since he became a god, he can assess the power of all his non-divine transformations without having to transform his body. Right now he's using the power of a Super Saiyan 3, but he's doing it without having to change his appearance. Goku admits that this way is much better, because then he can use the transformation's full potential without wasting energy transforming. Odisu understands the explanation. He points out a problem. Goku's power level remains mediocre compared to his own. He recommends that his opponent level up more to face him. Goku is annoyed upon hearing this, telling his opponent not to act like he's in control. Goku charges at Odisu to try a blow, but just as he is about to unleash a powerful punch at his foe, Odisu gives the Saiyan God a single look, which is enough for Goku to return to where he came from with a series of mid-air acrobatic moves. As he asks in his mind what that feeling he's just had, revealing that for a moment he was absolutely sure that if he'd advanced a single meter, he would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Reaching the ground again, Goku deduces that anything below the Super Saiyan God appears to be intolerable to his enemy. But what about Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan? Odisu already knows what Goku is talking about. It's the blue transformation, right? But actually no. Goku says that some things have changed with the transformation since he's become a god. Goku transforms into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, but Odisu recognizes something strange. The color is pink. Goku explains that when a divine being transforms into a Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, the color is not blue, but that color. This transformation is called Super Saiyan Rose. He reveals he doesn't like that form. It reminds him of someone he detested, but it's what he intends to use against the mage for now. For Odisu, Goku said too much, which should be summed up in one thing. This transformation has a power level similar to Super Saiyan Blue, right? If that's the case, he'll need more power. Why does he insist on these games instead of using his true power? In thought, Goku reveals the reason for this. He's already realized that for some reason Odisu wants him to use his full power, so it would be good to avoid falling for his strategy and not use his full power at first. He can play with his enemy's patience while fighting without using his full power, and in the meantime he will try to find out more about his abilities. Goku again charges at his opponent, warning him to get ready, and when he is close enough to attempt his blow and lunges forward with a punch at the enemy, he feels something, and in the next second he is pushed by something strong enough to even get him off the ground. Goku recovers with an acrobatic movement in the air, then lands safely. As he does so, he reflects on what happened, revealing that his blow for some reason simply lost strength until stopped. What did he do? Closing his eyes and concentrating, Goku finally understands what's happening. It's so discreet, it's barely noticeable, but he can sense a change in the air around him. Goku comes to the conclusion that the opponent is manipulating the air around him to stop his attacks, but states that this alone won't be enough, so he decides to go to the next level, the Kaioken, increased 10 times. After multiplying the power of Super Saiyan Rose by 10 times, Goku advances with full power towards his enemy, preparing another punch. But even with a punch 10 times more powerful, Goku can't reach the great mage of the elements. But he doesn't give up, trying a sidekick towards the enemy's face. But he's also stopped a few centimeters from the mage's face, who watches everything without moving, causing clear frustration in the destroyer. Goku multiplies himself by surrounding the enemy with several mirages of his body, advancing towards Odisu to attack him from all sides with the intention of confusing him. But the mage, already tired of all this, screams that it is useless, and proves it by releasing a strong current of air that destroys the ground around him. At the same time, he hits Goku's clones, undoing with his wind the many mirages that surround him, until he finally hits the real Goku, launching the Hakaishin towards a forest and causing him to destroy a few dozen trees until he finally stops. Odisu wonders if Goku now understands that he won't be able to do anything against him in this form. Fighting a god like him using such a mediocre power level is sacrilege. As he stands up, Goku tells his opponent that it's not necessary to use complicated words. If Odisu wants him to level up, that's what he's going to do. Goku emanates an aura of even greater power. It's the Kaioken increased 20 times. He will use twice as much power now. Placing his hands in position while concentrating energy, Goku looks at his enemy with a determined gaze. While watching what he's doing, Odisu reveals that he knows that increasing power of 20 times is Goku's limit with this technique called Kaioken. This is the maximum power the Destroyer will achieve using the Super Saiyan Rose, which represents no danger to him and his wind barrier. After concentrating a lot of energy, Goku finally makes his attack and says, Kamehameha, increase 20 times! Goku launches the powerful energy wave towards the end of the forest. The wave of power makes the same trajectory as he did before when he was launched by Odisu, heading towards Odisu himself. But when the attack arrives, it is stopped by the mage's barrier, who jokes that this attack is boring. So boring that it's blasphemous for Goku to attack him with something so mediocre. But Goku smiles at this teasing, wondering if his enemy will find what comes next boring. Goku says, Kaioken increase 50 times. Goku again increases his power, releasing enough energy to more than double the size of his Kamehameha. Odisu is at first surprised by this, but in a second he understands what's happened. When Goku became a god, he acquired a divine body, and that body has a much higher limit than the limit that his mortal body had. The Celestial Mage admits that this attack he will need to deflect, and seeing the energy wave was passed through his barrier, Odisu dodges it. The attack hits the volcano at the center of the planet, which is completely destroyed in the next moment. And then the energy wave leaves the planet, even surpassing the natural camouflage that the planet has, being able to be visible as it goes into space. Surrounded by the dust raised by the attack that was just made, Odisu criticizes that all this effort was only worth raising dust. The mage swings his arms to brush away the dust, revealing Goku, who is already before him with an attack, which is stopped by Odisu's wind magic as the mage praises the attempt, but warns the Destroyer that he was not born yesterday. But Goku doesn't seem to want to give up on this move, and then in a surprising act he launches another 50x increased Kamehameha, but this time he does it through his feet. Odisu is surprised by this, and with the powerful traction of the energy wave he releases through his feet, Goku manages to lunge at the mage with an outstretched hand to hit him in the face, and he sees the approach of the blow that seems to be inevitable. Odisu emanates from his eyes a strange frozen air. With just a single look, Odisu brings the Ice Age to the entire planet Chameleon in a second, avoiding by a few centimeters the blow of Goku, who is frozen in front of him, in the exact position he was advancing before. Odisu addresses the frozen opponent, ordering him to leave at once. This was not enough to kill him. The block of ice is cracked, and the next moment it explodes as a huge amount of energy is released. As Odisu finishes walking away, Goku reveals a tired posture, only to a second later fall to his knees as he returns to base form, reflecting on this guy's surreal power. Goku didn't want to use his full power until he discovered the enemy's abilities, but if he continues like this, he will die even with his simplest techniques. Odisu admits that Goku has a very interesting way of fighting, which proves that he has lived a life of many combats, but that won't be enough to defeat him. If Goku wants to have a chance, he needs to stop fighting like a mortal and fight like a true god of destruction. Clenching his fist tightly as he unleashes the power of destruction that damages the frozen ground around him, Goku says, "Fight like a god, huh? Very well. Since you insist so much, from now on, I will fight like a god of destruction." Amidst the rubble of what was once the quintet of planets called Planets Quinn, Vegeta floats unconscious. Suddenly the Saiyan wakes up, and he does so immediately, complaining of the intense pain he feels.
Looking from side to side, Vegeta wonders if he lost the fight after all he was passed out. The Saiyan seems to see something that catches his eye. Seeing his opponent torn apart and floating unconscious, presumably dead, Vegeta smiles at the confirmation of his victory. He's starting to remember now. In the final moments of the contest, he got an advantage, and most of the impact of the explosion went to Cooler. He won in the end. But that doesn't mean the situation is good for him. With all the planets exploding, the region's atmospheric layer is fading, and judging by the difficulty he's having breathing, the oxygen is almost gone. He is also without energy, not even teleporting to another place he can. Looks like he's going to die. But for Vegeta, it's okay. It's not so bad to die like that, winning such a tough battle against such a powerful opponent. This is a death worthy of a Saiyan warrior. Conformed to his end, Vegeta lets his body float peacefully in space. But only one doubt remains in the mind of the Prince of Saiyans. Will he, at least in the end, manage to overcome Kakarot? As he stares at the opponent who has just revealed a new transformation while unleashing a massive amount of power, Odisu comments in his mind on the strangeness of Goku's appearance, wondering why his energy color is purple, like that of a god, of destruction, and his hair is all white as an angel's. Could it be that at this moment he is balancing the power of Ultra Instinct and the energy of destruction? Universe 6's Planet of Destruction a few days ago. Vados praises Goku, saying he did very well, and from the surrounding scenery, she's talking about some intense training that just took place. She admits that she didn't expect him to reach this level so quickly, but from the physical state of the protagonist, we can see that it was not easy for him to achieve such results. Vados continues. She emphasizes Goku's feat, saying that combining the power of Ultra Instinct and the energy of destruction is something even the veteran gods of this generation can't do. But obviously there's still a lot to improve. As if she hadn't contained his power, Goku could have done great damage to the universe. But the truth is, Goku doesn't even understand what he just did now. It all happened so fast. He felt an extraordinary power coursing through his body, but at the same time he felt as if nothing mattered. He felt as calm as he normally does when using Ultra Instinct, but he also felt a strange desire for destruction, as if he didn't mind destroying things. Very confused, Goku asks his master how it could be possible to use the power of destruction and Ultra Instinct at the same time. These two types of power should be opposites, right? Since the power of Ultra Instinct demands tranquility, while the power of destruction demands destructive desires. Vados explains to her disciple, Mr. Goku, I've explained this to you a few times. Although the first steps to learning Hakai and mastering the energy of destruction involve feeling negative feelings, this is not the true essence of it. Essence of a god of destruction. Goku has heard about it a few times, but asks her what that essence is. Vados says that the essence of a god of destruction is balance. Goku reminds that she talked about it a few times too, but asks her to explain further, and this is what she does. The work of a god of destruction is, above all, about balance, about understanding the natural cycle of the universe, and the role of destruction in that cycle. When a god of destruction destroys something that is doing harm to his universe, he shouldn't hate what he destroys, but he shouldn't feel sorry for it either. He should only think about the destruction neutrally, about how it is necessary for the universe. Personal feelings must be completely removed from it. Pay close attention to what I've just said and see if it's not a very similar concept to the mental neutrality that Ultra Instinct demands. Reflecting on her words, Goku agrees. In fact, they seem to be two different ways to reach the same end: neutrality. Exactly, says Vados. She swings her staff, then lifting the sacred object as a magical light is ignited in the orb above. And then she continues to explain while bringing up a hologram to better illustrate what she is talking about. Although the feeling of complete mental and spiritual peacefulness of the Ultra Instinct and the feeling of destruction may seem extreme opposites, the truth is that both have something in common: purity. Both require to deny your own desires and feelings, and the greater the detachment, the greater the success in mastering these powers. The closer you get to that state of purity, the more you will realize that these two powers are sides of the same coin. When this balance is reached, it is possible to achieve neutrality between these two powers that seem so opposed, and this results in the transformation that you have just used. In other words, the more you let go of your feelings and empty your mind, the more you can use these powers in complete harmony. While undoing the hologram, Vados finishes her explanation. Vado says, you must understand the need to destroy your target and put that need above your feelings. That is the essence of the power of a god of destruction. And at the same time, you need to turn off your mind and let your body act naturally. That's Ultra Instinct. Goku seems to understand the short lecture he just had, but despite that, he doesn't seem satisfied. That means he would become neutral like Whis and Beerus, right? Will he stop caring about the things he destroys for such neutrality? Doesn't this mean that he will become apathetic and lose his humanity? Faced with all these questions, Vados responds by throwing reality in Goku's face. But Mr. Goku, you are no longer a human. You are a god of destruction.
The god of destruction, Son Goku, exudes his great power as he makes his battle cry, destroying the surrounding ground watched by his enemy. Odisu, while facing his opponent, finally seems satisfied, saying that this is the demonstration of power worthy of a god of destruction, and also worthy of his attention. Looks like they can finally get started. Seemingly unwilling to talk, Goku charges at his foe while ordering him to prepare to face Son Goku, the Universe 6's god of destruction. Odisu glares at the oncoming opponent while observing his great speed, and when their bodies collide, he also notes the great strength of the destroyer. Such strength that is evidenced when the impact pressure of their collision destroys much of the surrounding frozen ground. After the first clash, both go up towards the sky as they meet and clash their blows many times until they go toward each other for a clash that is sure to be much more aggressive. But this encounter does not happen, as Odisu, who was in front of Goku, disappears to escape the direct encounter with the destroyer and reappears above him to try a kick. But using the evasive abilities of Ultra Instinct, Goku passes over the mage with a somersault and finishes his move with a kick that, despite being blocked by Odisu, impresses the mage with great strength, which is proven by a large impact wave that forms around them and by the mage's forced push afterwards. Odisu heads towards a large glacier, while in his mind he reflects on his enemy's power. According to Odisu, Goku's strikes are calm and fluid, but at the same time possesses great power. This is a result of the Angel's technique, Ultra Instinct. But it's not just that. Reappearing behind Goku, Odisu continues his comments. Despite all the tranquility and serenity in his blows, they are filled with the desire for destruction. His attacks are extremely deadly and destructive. Turning to the mage, Goku asks what is the problem. He was the one who asked him to use more power, right? He changed his mind? Odisu responds in what appears to be a compliment. Fighting with a mind so empty and balanced to the point of using the ability of angels with such precision, and at the same time being able to use the powers of the energy of destruction at such a reasonable level. It seems that you are really much more genius than which at first appears to be. You have my congratulations, Son Goku. With this short demonstration of your power, I could already see that you have great potential. But Goku thinks Odisu is too cocky with his words, asking the mage to stop acting like his superior. He doesn't want to be arrogant, but he knows he's much more powerful now, and from the few blows they've exchanged, he knows that Odisu no longer has the upper hand. But the mage smiles at that. Does Goku think he has the upper hand? What a fool's statement, especially considering that he hasn't used his true abilities yet. Goku wants to know what his opponent means. Odisu explains he is a mage, so magic is his main ability. If that's the case, Odisu should start with using his magic at once. Goku wants him to use all his power before completely destroying him. Odisu agrees. He thinks this is a fair request, as Goku has also fulfilled his request and shown his true power. Contemplating his opponent's power, Goku takes him seriously. Odisu, surrounded by wind and with the apocalyptic weather behind him, tells Goku to get ready, because now he will show the magic of the Great Mage of the Elements. After Goku shows Odisu his full power, the Great Mage of the Elements will begin to use his magic in battle. Son Goku, I will show you the magic of the Great Mage of the Elements. Faced with the threat of his opponent, Goku shows that he does not fear him. going towards the mage in an ultra-fast flight and preparing a direct hit. Goku makes his attack, but Odisu dodges at the same time as Goku's own arm appears to be deflected as well, surrounded by wind. Goku understands what happened. He used the wind to deflect his attack. After dealing with Goku's attack, it's Odisu's turn to make him move. Goku also dodges the mage's blow, but things are not so simple, and the destroyer is surrounded by a strong current of wind and blown away. Although it doesn't seem like it at first, that was a very powerful attack, making Goku fall from the sky at high speed, crossing a large glacier and also a large part of the forest on the planet. Goku stops his constant fall, using the ground itself as a boost, and then doing an acrobatic move in the air to only then land correctly. As he looks at the sense of destruction in front of him, which was forcibly provoked by his own body because of his opponent's attack, Goku complains. Fighting someone who uses air is a bit difficult. Odisu extends a hand towards him, and then suddenly the frozen ground beneath Goku cracks, only for the next second to reveal what appears to be the branch of a tree. Such a sudden revelation leaves Goku a little surprised. These branches go towards the destroyer, and attacks come at him from all sides. Even escaping many attacks, Goku ends up being trapped by all those loops, and that surprises the Saiyan after all. What are these branches made of? Probably his surprise is how simple branches can trap a god of destruction, but the answer is about to come, when Odisu asks Goku if he realizes what's going on. Goku is a little annoyed that the mage is speaking his mind. While landing in front of the Saiyan god, but at a considerable distance, Odisu explains that when a natural element is influenced by his magic, that element ceases to be natural, because that element gains attributes consistent with his power. A simple tree branch, for example, which for Goku would be as fragile as a toothpick, now becomes extremely resistant. Odisu creates a wooden stake above his hand, and as he throws the stake, he explains that this not only applies to what already exists, but also to what he creates. The wooden spike is heading towards Goku at high speed. "Damn it!" exclaims Goku when he sees the deadly attack coming towards him, and with no chance of dodging because he is trapped in those roots, but not for long. "Hakai!" Goku screams, destroying the roots that hold him at the same time as he releases the power of destruction. For the next moment, he extends his hands in front and holds Odisu's large wooden stake that was coming to pierce his body. Goku stops the stake next to his face, and it clearly takes a lot of strength to do so. The Saiyan god is carried for a great distance and destroys many trees on the way, until he finally manages to stop the attack above a river. After stopping the attack, he drops the wood into the water. But the next second, water itself is the enemy, rising a strong water torrent towards him, such that Goku needs to hold back to not hit him. While holding the water that carries him, Goku bleeds on his hands, indicating the great power of that attack that at first could seem harmless. Goku finally manages to dodge to get out of the way of the water current, which goes towards a glacier behind, and simply cuts through the ice. But before the large block of ice falls, it is stopped by telekinetic force. Looking the other way, Goku sees that the author of this is Odisu. The large block of ice that was captured by the mage's mental strength shatters into many fragments, which turn into multiple ice spikes and head towards Goku. Seeing the many spiked shards of ice coming his way, Goku knows he needs to act. He fires towards the fragments, many key balls, which destroy the ice as they hit. But there are a lot of stakes, and even though many were destroyed by Goku's energy attacks, still many kept coming toward him. Watching his ice attacks being destroyed by Goku's blows, Odisu recognizes it as a feat worthy of a god of destruction. But what about this? He asks as he creates above his many metal spikes. Odisu launches the metallic spikes which travel through the air at great speed towards Goku. As he sees the attacks coming, Goku notes that those things won't be destroyed with ordinary attacks. As the attacks arrive, Goku dodges downward, letting the spikes go over him. But of course, it wouldn't be that simple, and the spikes change course to return to him. Goku flies down towards the ground while being chased by the metals. He lands on the ground for the next second. He slides to the side, letting the stake that comes from above violently pierce the ground instead of him. But that was just the first of many others. "Hakai!" yells Goku, finally deciding to react to those attacks. The stakes were speeding towards him from all sides when they stopped by the wave of force that Goku generated the moment he invoked his destruction technique. And after being stopped, the metallic spikes were completely destroyed by turning into dust. After dealing with all of Odisu's attacks, Goku decides to go on the offensive, flying towards the enemy. Odisu points his finger at the sky, then at Goku. The bolts that occupy the planet sky descend at full speed towards the Saiyan, who does not give up his advance, despite the electric beams that fall on him. After evading the bolts, Goku gets closer and closer to his opponent, preparing a punch that is sure to carry a lot of his strength. But Odisu doesn't seem worried. He points one of his hands upwards, which alarms Goku, who seems to notice something coming from below. And then he stops advancing and retreats. For the next moment, he sees a torrent of lava coming out of the ground exactly where he was going. But that was only the first of many torrents that come from the ground, all of which the God of Destruction must dodge. Odisu, manipulating the lava, crosses his arms, causing the various torrents to rush towards each other to unite. Then he extends his arms, causing all the united torrents to rush towards Goku. But he doesn't just do that. By raising his arms, he makes other streams of lava rise around Goku like walls. Seeing all of this, the destroyer becomes very worried, recognizing that his opponent has surrounded him. The powerful torrent of lava slams into the walls, an attack that could be deadly. Fortunately, Goku escapes with the instant transmission, but he didn't escape completely, as behind him Odisu also appeared, apparently already predicting what Goku would do. The mage tries an attack from behind, but Goku turns to defend, managing to stop the mage's blow, already very close to his face. But it wasn't over yet, and Odisu makes a wave of flames come out of his hand that completely engulfs Goku, who falls from the sky completely enveloped in flames and collides hard with the ground. Odisu accompanies Goku, also landing, and as he does so, he notes the fact that the destroyer took a hit from his flames head-on and suffered no serious damage. The mage praises him for it. It's not a feat for everyone. As he faces his enemy, Goku thinks annoyed about the fact that he can't even touch this guy. Looking at his opponent, Odisu comments that he apparently already noticed. His magic allows him to control the entire environment. This whole planet is a slave to the mage's will. It is his shield and also his weapon. But Goku isn't in the mood for that anymore. He wants to see what the mage will do without nature to protect him. Odisu is a little taken aback by this statement, no doubt wondering what Goku means. But the answer comes soon after, when the destroyer drops to his knees, placing his hands on the planet's ground and screaming, "Hakai!" Odisu has no time to react, only to ask if his opponent has gone mad. In the void of space, a globe of energy stands out. Who is inside that energy globe is Odisu, who, speaking to someone, says he was surprised by that sudden act and did not imagine that he would destroy the planet in that way. But if he imagined hurting Odisu with such an appealing attitude, he was a complete fool. Odisu was talking to Goku, who had just appeared with an instant transmission, while saying that he already knew that an attack like that wouldn't have any effect on Odisu. He just couldn't stand the cowardly way the enemy used the planet to avoid him anymore. "Coward?" Odisu asks while turning to the opponent who just reappeared. Goku confirms his statement, saying that he doesn't respect those who fight without using their fists. For him, hiding behind the environment is something for cowards. Odisu says his opponent is a fool. Apparently, he still doesn't understand the meaning to be a god. In a seemingly sarcastic tone, Goku asks why Odisu doesn't explain to him what it means to be a god. Odisu tells Goku what it means to be a god to him. Odisu says, "Domination. That's what being a god is all about. We gods are above everything and everyone, using what is below us, like the universes, the planets, and also the mortals. All of this is our right. Everything exists to serve the gods, and dominating everything that is rightfully ours, and using it as we please, is part of the divine role." But Goku doesn't agree with his opponent's view of what it means to be a god. He argues, that's nonsense. The gods are supposed to take care of all those things, not use. It is our duty who are stronger to care for those below us. It is we who must act for the benefit of those under our leadership, not the contrary. Odisu makes his rejoinder. Nonsense. If we gods are the ones who rule all things, then we use those below us for our benefit. It means that in the end, the greatest beneficiaries are themselves. But Goku doesn't want to talk anymore. He doesn't want to hear all the rubbish his opponent talks anymore. Goku advises Odisu to prepare, because now that he no longer has a planet's natural resources to protect him, he will finish off the mage. A little impatient, Odisu criticizes his enemy, saying that despite being a god, he has the mind and heart of a mortal. He even claims that someone like Goku, who is attached to the rabble, will never be a god in excellence. Goku repeats in his mind the word rabble, while he remembers his family, who are part of that rabble, mentioned by Odisu. Flames begin to emanate. The one who emanates these flames is Odisu, whose clothes is disintegrated by the fire as he calls out to his enemy. Upon seeing the outfit underneath Odisu's cloak, Goku immediately recognizes it as being identical to the outfit worn by Pikkon. Goku flies towards Odisu while preparing a powerful punch, such a blow that the mage waits, even smiling a little before the blow arrives. The fists of the god of destruction and the celestial mage collide with great violence, scattering the mage's magical flames and the destroyer's destructive energy across the vacuum of space. While releasing a greater amount of energy, Goku wins the dispute of strength, making Odisu withdraw his hand and hitting the mage, who needs to defend himself so as not to have his chest hit by the blow. Goku's punch is strong enough to push the mage at high speed through space, only to chase after him in the next moment. Goku pursues his enemy with a serious and focused expression, clearly determined to destroy him. Odisu, on the other hand, apparently views the destroyer's advance with concern. As the chase continues at high speed through space, Goku, even though he is reasonably far away from his opponent, starts throwing a lot of punches towards him. Even with Goku's distance, the power of his punches is enough for the impact waves of his blows to hit Odisu, who takes dozens of hits. In a moment, he decides to react and disappear in the form of lightning, reappearing behind Goku to try a punch against the destroyer with his fists coated in electricity. Goku blocks the attack, but is affected by the electrical current from the blow. Odisu tries a second punch, but this one Goku defends by grabbing the mage's hand and teasing him by asking if this is what he calls a punch. And while preparing his counterattack, the Saiyan God says he will show him what a real punch is. Goku attacks Odisu with a very strong punch, such a punch that he manages to defend with one of his arms. But Goku's strength is such that Odisu has his defense disarmed and is destabilized by the attack, again being carried away with the force of the blow of Goku. Odisu reaches such a high speed that he is surrounded by a ray of light. Odisu has a forced journey along a long path through space until he goes towards an inhospitable planet and passes through this planet, destroying it with his own body, making only the debris of that great celestial body remain in space. After passing through this planet, destroying it, Odisu finally manages to stop and sees that Goku is already heading towards him, with an expression that suggests a great thirst for battle. Odisu crosses his arms, and then the debris from the destroyed planet controlled by him all goes towards Goku, closing around the Saiyan, forming a great globe of stones. But this is quickly resolved when Goku shouts Hakai, and in the next moment that entire large globe of debris is destroyed, leaving only a little dust that surrounds the one who destroyed it. Odisu appears from the middle of that dust, surprising Goku. He has his right arm surrounded by a strong rotating current of air while summoning a technique called Tornado Fist. Odisu points his hand towards Goku and then releases a powerful rotating stream of air, which becomes a large tornado that envelopes the god of destruction and makes him swing violently for many times until finally he's blown away by the wind, destroying some rocks in space until you get stuck in one of them. As he suffers the pain resulting from the last attack, Goku reflects on how difficult this enemy is to deal with. What does he need to win? With an angry look, Goku remembers Odisu's words criticizing him for clinging to mortals. He's still angry by that statement, wondering who that bastard thinks he is to talk about mortals that way. But come to think of it, isn't he also denying his origin as a mortal? He had said he would fight like a god of destruction, and here he is, fighting in a completely different way than what he's been taught his whole life. Goku remembers his last moment with his friend Krillin before leaving Earth. Krillin had told him not to forget his essence and origin as an Earthling. He also remembers the last words spoken to him by his master, telling him to show the gods the power of the Turtle School. After these memories, Goku decides that this isn't right. He's Son Goku, the god of destruction, but he's also Son Goku, the Saiyan who grew up on Earth. If he accepts what he is now, but without denying his origin, he's sure to win. From a distance, Odisu watches his enemy. He raises one of his arms as he creates an attack he calls Lightning Spear, and then he launches the attack, which travels at high speed through space. Seeing the attack coming with great concern, Goku puts his hand on his forehead. Observing the explosion site from afar, Goku remarks in relief that it was a very narrow escape, but he doesn't have much time to feel relief, as in the next second, Odisu is already behind him, preparing a blow while telling him not to get distracted. Goku is hit by Odisu's punch, and has his chest crossed by the mage's attack, who smiles when he sees that his blow landed perfectly. But Odisu's smile doesn't last long, as the next moment Goku's body begins to disappear, revealing it to be a mirage, and that the mage has hit nothing but the void. The real Goku comes out from behind a rock in which he was hiding, and he has in his hand a sphere of energy of destruction that he throws it at Odisu, who dodges the sphere while advancing towards him. But in the next moment, the attack returns against the mage, who has to dodge again, surprised. Goku is manipulating the attack, as is his friend Yamcha's Sokidan. He asks his opponent if he is surprised and reveals that it is a mortal's ability. Odisu dodges the energy ball once more, and then launches a fireball at it, which is destroyed along with Goku's energy in a huge explosion. When Odisu looks back, Goku is already approaching. He announces one more technique, Taioken. He screams as Tien's image comes to mind. The powerful ray of light released by Goku blinds Odisu's eyes, who instinctively tries to hit the protagonist, who he knew was coming toward him. But Goku dodges the punch as he steps back and forms a large slicing disc of ki in his hand, remembering his great friend Krillin. Kienzan! He yells as he launches the disc towards Odisu using his hands to manipulate the large disc. Pressing his sore eyes, Odisu says that Goku is a fool. In the next moment, the large disc created by Goku splits into 5 smaller discs that surround Odisu to cut him from multiple directions. But the mage warns that even though he can't see, he can feel the attacks coming. Odisu shouts, "Death Ball!" And then a globe of electrical energy forms around him as it emits destructive beams that destroy Goku's Kienzans. Odisu states that as long as he is within this defensive field, none of Goku's attacks can hit him. But that is no longer going to be necessary. As he slowly opens his eyes, Odisu was about to claim that his vision had recovered. But he is surprised when an instant transmission is made into his death ball. It is Goku who already had a Kamehameha prepared. He says, "Feel the power of the technique of the mortals you despise so much." With the memory of Master Roshi in his head, Goku reaches out to Odisu as he launches his mighty Kamehameha, which completely engulfs the celestial maid. After receiving the powerful Kamehameha from the god of destruction, Odisu is completely injured. Goku reveals to his opponent that these techniques he used were all taught to him by the mortals that Odisu despises so much, and asks him how he feels about it. With an expression of a weakened face, Odisu only insults his enemy, calling him a bastard. Something happens to Goku. He suddenly feels a headache as the image of his inner demon comes to mind, ordering Goku to let him out. He breathes calmly to recover and then tells Odisu that he has come very close to the limit of power he could use in this fight. He must get this over with before he loses control once more. His wish is to completely destroy Odisu, but he cannot do this, as the mage must have important information. Also, he wants to know why the mage wears the same clothes as Master Pikkon. He will lead the invader to Vados, and then she will know what to do. Goku lands a punch to finish off his opponent, but to his surprise, Odisu's body begins to break down in electricity, severely electrocuting the Saiyan, who screams in pain. The mage appears again on the back of the destroyer with a spear of lightning ready in one hand. Odisu throws the spear, which goes toward Goku. The protagonist causes the electric aura to dissipate by releasing a large amount of power, and watching the approaching electric spear with concern. He crosses his arms in front of his body as he waits for the powerful attack to come. Northern Galaxy. After receiving Odisu's immensely powerful attack, Goku stands up and asks the mage with a frustrating expression when he started facing that clone. Odisu explains that from the moment Goku dodged his first lightning spear, he hid in the distance and watched Goku fight with his lightning clone while using those ridiculous techniques he says he learned from his mortal friends. After explaining this to Goku, Odisu teases him. You asked my clone how he felt about being defeated by those techniques, right? So let me ask you, how do you feel having tried so hard to overcome a mere clone with only 50% of my power? Goku is enraged by the mage's provocation and moves in to attack him with a punch. Such a punch that Odisu easily catches with one hand, and then notes that Goku has already started to lose power. A punch hits the protagonist's face while drawing some of his blood, then another equal blow does the same thing on the other side of his face. He tries a counterattack, but Odisu dodges his blow by crouching down and counterattacks with a very blunt punch to the Saiyan's ribs, who feels the blow while screaming. He still tries to counterattack with another punch, but Odisu again dodges and counterattacks with a strong punch to the destroyer's abdomen, making his divine blood escape his body again. Goku vomits a considerable amount of blood, indicating severe internal damage to his body. Meanwhile, he places his hands on the injured areas. Seeing all this, Odisu says that there is nothing more pathetic than a god in the state, and asks Goku to improve the situation by unleashing the power of his energy of destruction. Even if it is necessary, let the energy take control. Goku must allow it, as the way he has no use to the mage. Even angrier, Goku lunges at his opponent and tries a punch, which he catches with one hand. And meanwhile, Odisu says that Goku moves have already drastically lost strength and speed. It's pointless to keep trying to hit him. But with a plan in mind, Goku smiles and opens his hand as he starts to say the word Hakai. But before he completes the name of the technique, a strong punch from the enemy hits his arm while causing a loud crack in his bone. Goku screams while in pain, and when Odisu lets go of his wrist, he sees that his arm is broken. As Goku drops to his knees, losing his transformation, Odisu says, "Do you know the reason why you can never defeat me? It's because unlike you, I don't deny my own power. I and the magic I manipulate are as one. I connect completely with the elements of nature I control. You, on the other hand, are a constant war with your own power. Even in this depressing situation, you refuse to fully release the power of your energy of destruction because you cannot control it. And because you cannot control it, you fear it. But even if you don't want to unleash that power, there is a way for me to force you to." Odisu grabs Goku by the hair before carrying the destroyer out of the planet. Planet Earth from Universe 6. With Goku's violent collision with the ground, a large crater is opened in the middle of the city. In the center of the crater, Goku reflects on not being able to fight anymore because he is already at the full limit of the power he could use without losing control. The citizens of the city approach the crater, curious to know what fell there and caused so much destruction in their city. Only now does Goku see the citizens of that place, and seeing that they are Earthlings, he finally realizes that he is on planet Earth. Looking beyond the people in the crater, Goku sees someone far away in the sky. It is Odisu, who with one of his hands raised prepares an attack. Goku immediately yells at the Earthlings to get out of there, and as they begin to realize what is happening, the citizens begin to flee. As he gets up, Goku asks Odisu not to do this. These people have nothing to do with all this, but Odisu reminds him of what he had said earlier. Mortals exist only to serve the purpose of the gods, and right now, these mortals have a purpose they must serve. With the launching of an energy ball that is sure to destroy the Earth, Goku flies towards the attack, trying to stop it with his good arm. But Goku isn't strong enough, realizing that this way the attack will destroy the entire planet. Goku screams as he tries even harder, and with that extra effort again, the energy of destruction speaks in his mind, warning him that he won't make it and ordering him to release it. Something happens to Goku's eyes, and then again he screams as he tries even harder. A huge explosion occurs, making Odisu's attack disappear. The mage, watching what happened, says with satisfaction that at last he has appeared. From the middle of all the smoke resulting from the destruction of Odisu's attack, finally another figure appears. The same dark figure that had appeared when Goku lost control some time ago. And he has the same transformation that the destroyer was using. But his eyes are dark and his appearance is evil. The creature that just appeared confirms that Odisu wanted to see him, and then introduces himself saying that he is here. As they both float above the partially destroyed city, the entity of destruction that lives inside Goku now is in control of the protagonist's body and consciousness, introduces himself to the enemy who wanted to see him. Seeing the new appearance of the god of destruction, Odisu observes that Goku has finally crossed the threshold he could not cross, and thus can no longer contain his energy of destruction. Odisu thinks this is a good thing, as he is sure this being of destruction will not hold back, and thus he will be able to see the true extent of Universe 6's god of destruction's powers. But the energy of destruction gives the celestial mage a warning. It's good Odisu not think that fighting him is the same thing as fighting that idiot. Soon the mage will see the gulf between Goku's power and the power of the true energy of destruction. As he charges at Goku, Odisu tells him to show off that power. The mage attacks with a punch which is caught by Goku, and just the pressure power of this punch is enough to cause a line of destruction in the city, sweeping away some building and part of the ground. Odisu comments Goku's strength for being able to hold his blow like this, but what now? He only has one arm available since the other one was broken, and that arm is already being used. But Goku disagrees. Who said he only has one arm available? In a completely weird move, Goku puts his broken arm in place and then uses that same arm to punch Odisu, who blocks the attack, but is still thrown away with the force of the blow and causes a line of destruction in the city, much larger than the one caused by his punch a few seconds before. Part of the buildings affected by the attack collapses, and it was about to crush a group of people who are screaming in despair, waiting for certain death. But suddenly this large piece of concrete crumbles to dust, which leaves the citizens completely confused as they watch the dust fall on them. The person responsible for this is Champa, who apparently just arrived in town, or maybe was sleeping around, judging by the outfit. Taking one look at Goku, Champa immediately recognizes that he has been overpowered by his energy of destruction, and considers him a danger to the city, and that he has to do something about it. But one serious look from the possessed Goku is enough to scare the former god of destruction, who seems to give up on the idea. As he watches Goku walk away, Champa gives up on fooling himself, admitting that he is no match for Goku or his opponent. His intention was to offer help to Goku, but as he is now, there is no longer a distinction between friend and foe. Right now, it's even hard to know who among them is the greatest threat to Earth. In a partially destroyed forest region, Odisu has just recovered from the attack he just received, admitting that his opponent's strength was greater than he was expecting. As he admits this, he looks down at his own arms, which have clearly been shaken from blocking that attack. But he doesn't have that much time to think, as Goku comes down from the sky towards him, thirsting for combat, asking teasingly if the mage is in pain. Goku points a hand at Odisu, who is immediately paralyzed by the destroyer's mental strength, and is even very surprised by him. After making sure his opponent won't escape, Goku attacks with a strong punch, so powerful that it causes great destruction in that area, leaving only a large deep crater where a forest once existed. On the other side of the planet, in a glacial region, a penguin walks calmly when suddenly something comes from underneath, destroying the ground and heading towards the sky. It's Odisu, who senses the attack he just received and sent him across the planet, and before he can recover, he receives another blow. This time a kick, which throws him against a large glacier and buries him in the ice. In the next moment, the ice is completely cracked and then destroyed into several pieces by the mage, who, dividing the large block of ice into several smaller pieces, points his hands towards Goku, throwing the small blocks towards him. But Goku is not intimidated. Heading towards the blocks of ice guided by the enemy, and seeing that he was about to be hit, he begins to emanate an aura of energy of destruction around him. And at the moment when the blocks of ice hit the energy, they are instantly destroyed. And that's how Goku makes his way to Odisu, charging forward without hesitation, as he destroys blocks of ice with his aura of destruction, until he finally lands on his opponent with a punch that begins to push the mage. And while pushing his enemy, he says with great excitement that he will utterly destroy him. Leaving the frozen regions, they fly over the sea while trading blows, with Odisu clearly being the most pressured. In a moment, they approach an island with a large volcano in the center. Close to the island, Odisu is hit by a knee and is thrown against the island's volcano, piercing the rocky crust of the volcano and ending up inside it. The volcano, which was clearly inactive before, begins to release smoke, only to release a powerful torrent of lava in the next moment. And from the middle of this intense torrent of lava that reaches the skies, the silhouette of the mage who caused this eruption appears, who leads all this lava towards the enemy. Goku sees the lava flow approaching and waits for the attack to come towards him. Pointing one hand at the attack, he forms a globe of energy of destruction that stops the lava, then uses his strength to push the lava back, while directing the energy globe towards Odisu. Losing the match, Odisu sees no option but to escape Goku's attack, which completely blows up the island. Odisu manages to dodge the globe of energy of destruction in time, but he cannot dodge the god of destruction himself, who surprises him with a quick approach and hits him with a kick in the face, which throws Odisu away with great force, making the mage cross the sea at high speed until heading towards a piece of land, which is later revealed to be a desert, where the mage finally stops his forced displacement in a violent collision with the ground. While recovering from the attack, Odisu observes how much Goku's power has increased, both in physical attributes and overall destructive power. He classifies this being possessing Goku's body as a true beast of destruction. The creature confirms the mage's words, saying that's exactly what he is, and it is this beast of destruction that will completely erase him from existence. But despite the fact that the situation for him is not good at all, Odisu smiles and says that his opponent is ignorant. The creature asks what he means by that. Odisu explains that that's not all the power of his body that hosts him. This man named Anzen has a transformation transformation that if he uses it, can greatly increase his power. Host, Anzen, Goku doesn't understand, but he doesn't want to understand either. He just wants, if Odisu has more power, use that power once and for all, instead of talking so much. Odisu agrees. After surprisingly revealing a tail that looks a lot like Saiyan's tails, Odisu calls upon the Beast of Destruction to continue the fight, and this time they must go all out. Seeing Anzen's transformation used by Odisu, who changed his hair, in addition to growing a tail, the energy of destruction that commands Goku comments that it looks like a Saiyan transformation. Odisu confirms that it's a Saiyan transformation, but says it's a little different than what's in this realm. Goku asks what he means by that, but Odisu says he's not there to answer questions. All he wants is for Goku to show him his power. Eager to continue the fight, Goku agrees with the idea, but was about to call the mage to continue when suddenly Odisu is already in front of him, landing a strong attack. An attack strong enough to make the God of Destruction spit blood while thinking in awe of his enemy's great strength and speed. Odisu's hand presses down on Goku's stomach, and in the meantime he asks what the God of Destruction thinks of his power. But Goku smiles and then reveals that this is what he likes to see. Goku tries to land a punch on the enemy in front of him, but Odisu dodges into the air, letting the destroyer's blow destroy the ground ahead. While chasing the retreating enemy, Goku calls him out to play. They gain altitude, heading towards the clouds, and then they begin an exchange of blows as they continue to go higher. Odisu tries a punch, which Goku parries and then counters with a successful punch to the mage's face, followed by another equally successful blow. After that, they clash their punches, blowing away the nearby clouds thanks to their incredible strength. And then they keep flying and exchanging blows intensely, doing many laps around planet Earth while fighting at great speed. As the Battle of the Gods rages, calamities rage across the Earth. The planet's seas are completely agitated as the entire planet shakes in an intense earthquake, which is felt with concern by the inhabitants. And in a desert, this earthquake is so intense that it is even opening a big fissure in the ground. From the top of the planet, it can be seen that the gods are about to clash again. Above the ocean, they fly towards each other and finally collide. Their collision is so strong that it causes two huge waves to be lifted while leaving a gigantic hole in the ocean. Some distance away, one of the raised waves continues its course until it's about to reach a cruise. The people inside the ship despair when they see certain death. However, when the water was about to completely engulf the ship and its crew, the cruise simply disappeared from there. The next moment, the crew members see that they are somewhere else and are completely confused about it. For some reason, they just happen to be in the middle of a desert. What happened? The other gigantic wave raised by Goku and Odisu heads towards a coastal town. The population of that city, seeing what is coming, despairs. But then Lei appears and extends one of her hands towards the wave. Using her telekinetic power, Lei stops the water from advancing, then returns it to where it came from. Seeing that everything was fine now, the Kaioshin sighed in relief as she disappeared from there. Champa is watching the fight from somewhere else when Lei walks up to him. She recognizes him, saying she saw him in a book and knew he came to Earth. Champa immediately deduced who she is from her outfit and asked what she wants. Lei states the obvious. She wants him to do something to stop them. But Champa reminds her that he is no longer the god of this universe, and that is no longer his job to deal with these things. But the truth is, even if he was still a god, he still couldn't stop it. Lei is a bit startled by his statement, because if even when he was a god he couldn't do anything about it, it means that the situation is extremely serious. Champa confirms the gravity of the situation, saying that the level of power they are using right now is completely out of his reach. And not only that, the way they're fighting right now is nearly impossible to contain. Lei asks what he means by that, and as a heavy rain suddenly starts to fall, Champa asks if she didn't notice how they're fighting, and then he goes to start explaining to her. This guy that Son Goku is facing had a very sober spirit, apparently much more balanced and rational. But now he is different. It seems that his spirit has become much more combative, and if he has given himself over to the chaos of combat. And The feeling I have is that the more he gets involved with combat, the more he progresses in battle. But it's not like he lost all rationality. In fact, he still continues to fight intelligently, but now he seems to take pleasure in all the chaos of the battle. Son Goku, on the other hand, was overpowered by his energy of destruction, and the nature of that energy I know very well. The more he is consumed by this energy, the more he will lose any sense of balance and become an agent of destruction that makes no distinction of anything, as seems to be the case with the transformation of this foe he faces. Goku's power will increase as he surrenders himself to the chaos and violence of battle. But on the other hand, he will also become more and more unstable and move further and further away from his humanity. Hakai. He will become a machine of destruction that will not stop until he reduces everything that exists to nothing. In a single instant, all of the water disappeared, destroyed by Goku's Hakai. As the sea dust below washes over her, Lei says that from what Champa is saying, they will fight until there is nothing left in the universe for them to destroy. Champa confirms that's exactly what it is, stating that if this fight continues, Universe 6 is doomed. Above what was once a great ocean, someone floats alone. It is Goku who gazes into the abyss below him, created by his own power of destruction. Odisu reappears behind him, indicating that he managed to escape that huge explosion. And as the mage returns to him, Goku asks what he's going to do now that there's no more water for him to use. Odisu smiles as he comments that apparently he doesn't care what happens to this planet, which is the mirror of the planet Son Goku grew up on. Apparently he's fighting completely carefree, just as he'd hoped. Goku says that the mage still hasn't seen anything and was about to charge at him. But at that moment, the image of the real Goku appears in his mind, screaming. With that, the possessed Goku is very uncomfortable and his head hurts, which draws Odisu's attention. The next moment, Goku flies out of Earth, being pursued by the mage. Lei notices their departure and questions this to Champa. Thinking a little, Champa already understood what was happening. He recalls that Son Goku grew up on planet Earth in Universe 7. Perhaps Goku's consciousness was not completely dominated by the energy of destruction. So when he saw the planet being damaged, he despaired and pressed the energy's domain. To reduce the nuisance, the energy decided to leave the planet. This makes Lei excited. That means there's hope, right? Goku isn't fully out of control yet. But Champa doesn't share her joy, commenting that the young goddess is a bit dumb, despite the fact that he is the one who had just such fame among the gods. When Lei asks why he's saying that, Champa explains that if being on planet Earth was what strengthened Goku's consciousness a little bit and caused the energy of destruction to falter even a little bit, that means that now he's gone. He doesn't have emotional bonds to hold the remnants of consciousness anymore. Only now did Lei understand the gravity of the situation. Champa confirms what she's thinking, saying that from now on, the energy of destruction will get stronger and stronger in control of Goku's consciousness, and there won't be anything holding back, which means that the total destruction of the universe is getting closer and closer. Approximately 75 million years ago, a meeting took place between the gods and angels of the 18 universes. Daishinkan is given the last word of the meeting, saying that it was a very productive meeting and thanking everyone for coming. But one of the gods present at the meeting takes the opportunity to announce that this will be the last meeting he will participate in, because in a few years, he will leave the position of destroyer and pass the position to his apprentice Beerus. This deity that just spoke of this is called Terran, and he is the destroyer of Universe 7, and he is accompanied by the angel Whis, a supreme Kai named Gazan, and his apprentice Beerus, who is very young. Hearing this announcement, another god present at the meeting says that it was a joke, and that Brat couldn't become a god. Who said this was a god named Garoga? He was the destroyer of Universe 6, accompanied by the angel Vados and supreme Kai named Nuan. Hearing Garoga's words, Beerus gets very angry and is about to attack the destroyer of Universe 6. But Terran stops his apprentice and states that Beerus is very capable and will be an excellent god of destruction. But Garoga thinks that it's a great foolishness. This boy will surely be a failed god. Beerus gets even angrier at Garoga's words, but Daishinkan interrupts that discussion. They ask the gods to be more elegant and spare the great Zeno that silly discussion. He was clearly uncomfortable with that argument. Zeno has an idea, How about erasing them and their universes? Everyone is worried about that idea. But Daishinkan advises the great Zeno not to do that. He thinks these universes deserve a second chance, especially Universe 7, as the god of destruction Taron and the god of creation Gazan do an excellent job and are exemplary gods. Zeno accepts the advice, but he thinks they could just end that meeting. It's too boring. After this request from Zeno, the meeting was ended, and then everyone returned to their respective universes. Planet of Destruction of Universe 6. Garoga arrives at his planet very angry, and in an act of rage destroys the nearest decorative planet. The Supreme Kai named Nuan asks what bothers the god of destruction so much. He replies that this is all Taron's fault. He always maintains a calm and superior demeanor. Garoga wanted Taron's apprentice to advance against him so that the boy would be destroyed by Zeno, but that damn Taron intervened. Phados gives her opinion on this. She thinks it's time for Garoga to put aside this rivalry with Taron. It's been 25 million years, but Garoga rejects that advice. He'll never forgive that bastard. After that, the destroyer asks the angel to go to the planet Gaspa to get some dragon meat for him. Vados says she will do what he is asking and should be back in few minutes. Vados leaves the planet and does what Garoga asks. As soon as the angel leaves, Garoga addresses Supreme Kai, remembering the fact that she doesn't like Universe 7's Supreme Kai either. Nuan confirms that statement. Gazan always gets all the praise, and no matter how hard she tries, she always seems to be one step ahead. He sure does some kind of cheating. Garoga smiles upon hearing that. And then he makes a suggestion. How about they get revenge on them? They could make Universe 7 into chaos, and then they would be no longer considered the perfect gods, and would be shamed in front of everyone, considered great incompetence. Nuan received that proposal with surprise and hesitation. If anyone found out they were doing anything to sabotage other universes and told Zeno, they would be erased at the same time. But Garoga has already thought about it and has a plan. They could let the very inhabitants of Universe 7 destroy themselves. All they need to do is use some bad people in the universe and let them wreak havoc. Nuan likes the plan, but if they go in there to do anything, Gazan with Supreme Kai's heightened senses would likely sense that presence. If that happened, they would be scolded or worse. But Garoga has thought of that too. There is a place in the universe where not even Supreme Kai can see. She knows what it is, right? Nuan is surprised. That place? Oh yes, that place, answers Garoga with an evil smile on his face. A few days later on Universe 7's planet of destruction, an intense battle takes place on the planet, and the impact of the blows causes an intense wind across the planet. Who is fighting is Beerus and Taron. The god of destruction's apprentice tries to land a sequence of blows on his master. Taron blocks the attacks with extreme ease, but in a moment, Taron's counterattacks landed a strong attack on Beerus's abdomen, who immediately stops attacking due to the pain of the blow received. After doing so, Taron advises his student, explaining that the boy is very angry, and if he fights like that, he will waste too much energy on his attacks, in addition to leaving gaps for counterattacks. But Beerus, after recovering from the pain and very angry with his master's lessons, yells that he doesn't want to be lectured, and then creates a globe of destruction energy which surpasses Taron, who is surprised that he is able to use Hakai at that level. Beerus launches the Hakai at the god of destruction, who holds the attack and launches it in another direction. But Beerus takes advantage of Taron's distraction and lands a strong attack on his master, who retaliates with a slap in the face of Beerus, who goes to the ground. With this attack, Beerus gives up the fight stunned. As he lands, Taron asks him what happened to Beerus, probably referring to the disciple's dark mood. Whis, theorizing what is happening, asks if this has anything to do with what happened at the meeting of the gods. Beerus confirmed he didn't like that bastard underestimating him like that, and he knows it's not just Garoga who thinks that way. All gods have similar opinions. Taron, hearing this, is very disappointed, and he says he didn't think his apprentice was so weak. But Beerus refutes his master, saying that he is the most powerful mortal in the universe. Taron agrees, but his strength is physical. Mentally, he is weak. Taron asks what would happen if an opponent said those same things to Beerus in battle. What would he do? Would he get angry and attack without thinking? If so, he would be an easy target. If Beerus really wanted to be a god of destruction, he needed to strengthen his intellect as well, not just his body. But Beerus continues to argue against his master. He never used Hakai as well as he did now. Anger made him stronger and helped him progress. But Taron reminds Beerus that the Hakai he uses is just a copied version of the true energy of destruction. When he becomes a god and has the true energy of destruction within him, if he lets himself be controlled by such feelings, he will be possessed by that power. Beerus, very stubborn, continues to confront his master, saying that he thought that to use Hakai, he only needed to think about destruction. That's exactly what he was doing about that idiot. Taron is disappointed. Hasn't Beerus learned anything in these last years of training? Destruction involves much more than just feeling hate. It's necessary to understand the cycle of things and the need for destruction to build something new and better. This is the true essence of the work of the god of destruction. Above all, the destroyer needs balance. But Beerus doesn't want to listen to these lessons. He wants to go home and asks if Whis could take him. Taran asks Whis to do this. Beerus won't get results if he trains like this. As he takes Beerus home, Whis asks if he's still angry. Beerus asks how he wouldn't look. He hates being underestimated. But Whis tells him not to take it personally. The reason to Garoga criticizing him so much has nothing to do with him. In fact, it's all because of Taran. They are rivals for many generations. Whis explains that Taran and Garoga were born in Universe 7. They lived on neighboring planets, and as their planets were scarce in resources, their races were in constant war. They were the most powerful of their respective races, and so they became natural rivals. In a battle, their races self-destructed, and only they were left. The god of destruction of that time, impressed by their power, decided to make both of them his disciples and make them understand each other, but that never worked out. When that god died, they started a battle to decide who would be the next god of Universe 7, and Garoga lost that battle. At that time, Universe 6 also lost the god of destruction, so Garoga was sent there. All this happened 25 million years ago, but to this day they maintain this rivalry. Everything very interesting to note in this scene is that the ancient god of destruction cited by Whis as being master of Taran seemed to be Pikan, who in the main story of Dragon Ball Hakai was said to be the first god of destruction of Universe 7, and today is the chief of the Celestial Guardians. This ancient god from Universe 6 who came before Garoga looks a lot like Tapion, and a statue of him also appeared in Dragon Ball Hakai Chapter 3 when Goku was in the ritual to become the god of destruction. With that, we can conclude that Pikan was the first god of destruction of Universe 7. Later he was succeeded by Taran and later by Beerus. And this guy like Tapion was the first destroyer of Universe 6, who was succeeded by Garoga, who was succeeded by Champa, and now in Dragon Ball Hakai, Champa has been succeeded by Goku. Anyway, continuing with the chapter. After hearing the whole story between Taran and Garoga, Beerus concludes that Garoga is just a jealous god, but no matter, he will overcome both of them, and he will become stronger than Taran and Garoga. Whis is overjoyed to see the young apprentice's excitement. Planet Nekosai is a very peaceful planet. The race that lives on this planet, the Nekosasians, have a high level of power if compared to the average race of the universes. But despite this, they are very peaceful and spend most of their time in long sleep. As he flies around his planet, Beerus notes that even in the biggest city of the planet, he hardly sees people. Looks like his people are lazy as usual, but he envies them, and after all, Master Taran doesn't let him sleep much. But seeing something being destroyed in a forest, Beerus concludes that someone is very awake today. Upon seeing the crater opened in the ground by that person, Beerus scolds, saying that he will destroy the planet that way. The person training is Champa, who says that unlike his privileged brother, he doesn't have a god and an angel to teach him how to control his powers. Beerus asks if Champa is still upset that Beerus was taken and he is not. He should accept that, but Champa does not accept. He defeated that monster too, but only Beerus was chosen. But Beerus justified that by saying that it is obvious that it would happen. When Whis and Taran arrived, Champa was too busy enjoying the feast the planet's people had made to celebrate. It was he who preferred to eat rather than leave them there. Seeing these dialogues, it seemed that Champa and Beerus attracted Taran's attention by defeating a powerful monster that existed or appeared on the planet, but as Champa was too busy celebrating and eating, only Beerus left to train. But well, Champa doesn't want to argue anymore. He wants Beerus to teach him everything he's learned in that time he's been away. And with that, we can conclude that Beerus trains with Champa whenever he can, and that makes Champa evolving too. Sometime later, they finish training and Champa comments that Beerus was very angry today and asks what happened. Beerus explains what happened, and Champa says that if he wants the gods to respect him, he has to prove he deserves that respect, and he has to prove how powerful he is. But Beerus says it's easier said than done. How would he do it? But suddenly, something horrible happens. A portal opens in the planet's sky, and a gigantic wave of energy destroys the great city in an instant, leaving Beerus and Champa completely shocked. While Beerus and Champa talked in the forest, a great wave of energy destroyed the largest city on the planet. Beerus, very angry, asked who did this, and then he flies towards the city. Champa immediately follows his brother. When they get closer, they seem to feel something. Champa asks if Beerus is feeling that. He says yes, a strange and completely evil energy. A big monster is coming out of the smoke. Beerus tells his brother not to let his guard down. The creature sees them and roars, but Beerus is not afraid of the angry face, so he flies towards the monster to avenge his people. Beerus and the monster clash fists. The impact wave of their blow causes a great wind in that region. The monster tries to land several blows on Beerus, who dodges all of them quickly. They move with great speed and making very strong attacks against each other. Champa is impressed watching the fight. Beerus, when he's really fighting seriously, doesn't even compare to when he's training with them. In a moment of intense exchange of blows, Beerus sees a gap and lands an attack on the monster, launching him away, opening a crater in the ground. It was clearly a really powerful attack. Beerus asks what his opponent thinks of the attack. That's for what he did to his people. Champa approaches asking if the creature has died. Beerus answers yes, but to contradict the young cat, the creature gets up. Surprised, Beerus asks if this is some kind of prank, but it is not. The monster charges at Beerus at high speed and grabs him, carrying Beerus into a forest and causing massive destruction to the ground as they fall. Seeing the destruction caused on impact, we know it was a really very powerful attack. Beerus is clearly affected by this attack, and he's pinned to the ground by the monster. The young cat was in a bad situation, but rescue arrives. A few explosive attacks hit the monster in the back. Then Champa arrives, hitting a kick that pushes the creature. And then Beerus' twin brother completes the attack by launching a sequence of ki blasts at the monster. After this triumphant entry into combat, Champa asks Beerus what that thing is. It's so unlike anything he's ever seen. Beerus doesn't know either, but it seems he has something against him. The monster is already on its feet and it emanates an enormous amount of energy. Champa notes that the creature seems to be getting stronger. If they want to have any chance of victory, they need to fight together. Beerus hates the idea. He didn't want to have to fight Champa, but he doesn't have much time to complain. Champa warns that the monster is advancing at full speed against them. The creature tries to attack them. The brothers disperse, going each one to one side. Beerus catches the monster's attention, and when the creature heads towards him, he fires a many ki blasts at once, stopping the creature's advance. Champa also attacks, coming onto the monster and landing a hard punch on its back, launching it into the air. Then Beerus warns his brother that it's time. Champa says he already knows, he doesn't need to be given orders. Beerus and Champa fire powerful waves of energy, hitting the monster at the same time. Champa wonders if they made it, but the answer comes soon after, with the creature emerging unscathed from the attack. Champa is worried. He did his best in that attack. Beerus is also worried. Apparently, ordinary attacks won't work on that monster. There's only one attack he can use, but he doesn't control it very well, which means he could put the planet in danger. But he has no choice. He has to use it. Suddenly, the battle is interrupted and many energy attacks hit the monster. Those responsible for that attack were a group of Neko Saiyans, who were very angry about the creature attacking their city. But Beerus isn't too happy with the cavalry's arrival. They should leave immediately. That thing is no opponent for them. The monster prepares an attack, but the Neko Saiyan warriors do not cower. The group leader orders everyone to attack at the same time, and so they do. Beerus knows it's useless and tells them to run away, but it's too late. The creature launches the energy attack against the Neko Saiyan's attacks. Their energy is completely overwhelmed by the monster's energy, and then they are completely destroyed by the creature. But Beerus doesn't have time to grieve over the death of his companions. Champa warns that the energy globe released by the monster is heading towards the planet. If that powerful attack hits the planet, it's all over. Beerus immediately tries to stop the energy. He struggles not to let the attack reach the planet's ground. Champa fires an attack at the monster. He guarantees he will distract the creature while Beerus takes care of it. But it will be good if Beerus does it really fast. Really fast. Beerus arrives on the planet's ground. He tries to fix his feet on the ground, but the energy globe charges him. He won't be able to hold that thing. The young cat, in thought, decides that there's only one way to stop this energy and save the planet. He wanted to use this against the monster, but there's no other option. Beerus yells, "Hakai!" and then the monster's energy globe disappears. He drops to his knees, sighing in relief that he's made it, but the relief is short-lived as Champa soon falls from the sky, and Beerus screams for his brother. Champa, before passing out, warns that the creature has gotten even stronger, and so he passes out. In the sky, the monster creates another energy globe, and after accumulating a lot of energy in this next attack, it launches towards Beerus. As he watches the attack coming towards him, Beerus reveals that he has no more energy. He used up almost everything he had on Hakai, but even if he still had the energy to fight, that monster has already evolved too much. Now it greatly surpasses the power of the young warrior of Nekase. That was the end. But suddenly something happens. The monster's attack disappears. The person responsible for its praise is the young warrior, and upon opening his eyes, Beerus is surprised. The one who arrived says that Beerus honored his role as the disciple of the God of Destruction, but that was a job for the God of Destruction himself. And then we see Taran, who has just arrived alongside Whis and Supreme Kai Gazan. With the invasion of the mighty demon that grew more powerful by the moment, the fate of Beerus's planet seemed to be set. But the god of destruction arrived, Taron, along with Whis and Gazan, observes the situation. Beerus asks what he's doing there, and the destroyer explains that the King Kai of the sector saw what was happening and warned Supreme Kai Gazan, and Gazan took them there. The monster suddenly starts releasing energy wildly, and the creature's roar made everything shake. Taron, seeing this, remarks that if the monster continues like that, the planet is at risk. The monster heads towards them, thirsty for blood and destruction. The god of destruction looks to the god of creation, and only with Taron's look, Gazan knows what to do. The Supreme Kai teleports behind the monster, and touching the creature uses the Kai to get the beast out of there. Beerus asks where they went. Taron explains that Gazan will take the monster to an inhospitable planet where they can deal with the creature without worry. In the blink of an eye, Gazan returns. Taron tells Beerus that he should go with them. This is an opportunity for him to see him do some different work. They arrive on the inhospitable planet with the Kai Kai, and immediately the monster rushes towards them. Taron goes into battle, kicking the beast and knocking it away. Meanwhile, Beerus asks Whis where the monster came from. He didn't know such a powerful being existed in the universe. Whis says that he didn't know of the existence of the monster until now, but from the energy he feels coming from this creature, it doesn't seem to be from this world, but from the Makai world. Beerus recognizes that name. Isn't this that world where there are only demons? Whis confirms the energy of this creature is very similar to the energy of the beings that live there. But still, Beerus is surprised. Are there such powerful beings in the Makai world? Now it is Gazan who responds to the young warrior, saying that the Makai world is a very mysterious place, and that not even he, with his Supreme Kai senses, can know exactly what happens there. But that's not the biggest problem. The truth is that their world shouldn't be accessed so easily by those who live in the Makai world. So how did this creature get here? This is very strange. As they talked, a fierce battle raged in the planet sky. Taron and the demon monster landed intense blows against each other until their fists collided and a huge explosion could be seen. While fighting the monster, Taron notes that the more they fight, the stronger the monster gets. Perhaps the rage in the destroyer's blows feeds the creature somehow. This beast seems to be composed of pure negative energy. Not even attacks on vital points will be able to defeat him. He will keep getting up stronger and stronger. As the battle continued, Beerus watched with great concern. If that monster keeps increasing its power like that, it's going to get to the point where it's going to surpass Taron. But Whis is not so worried. It is true that the demon has an extraordinary power and that it increases every second, but he is still very far from Taron's power. The distance between their power is astronomical. But Beerus doesn't understand. If the difference is so big, why is this fight taking so long to finish? Whis says that Taron is only watching his opponent to draw his conclusions. Beerus doesn't understand. What does he mean by draw his own conclusions? But Whis notices something, and so he interrupts their conversation by saying that it seems Taron already knows everything he wants to know. This is about to end. After hearing this from Whis, Beerus pays attention to their fight. The monster fires a very powerful energy wave at Taron, so powerful that it completely engulfs Taron's body, and can be seen from outside the planet. But despite being hit by the titanic attack, Taron is not injured. He calmly holds the creature's hand and then he says, "You are a beast that feeds on hatred and the impetus of battle, and therefore you should be invincible for any warrior. But not even an abomination like you can resist the purest form of destruction, which carries no hatred or any kind of emotion. The destruction that comes to purge all evil from the world." As he hears these words from the destroyer and sees him pointing his hand at him, the creature screams madly, as if he knew what was coming and feared it. And then Taron shouts, "Disappear from existence! Hakai!" A powerful flash of light can be seen. Whis and Kazan watch it intently and calmly, unlike Beerus, who's very impressed to see his master's power. After the powerful demon disappears, Taron remains for a while in the place where the creature left, reflective. Meanwhile, the other three at the scene approach him. The first to speak with the god of destruction is Gazan, who asks if Taron noticed that. The destroyer noticed. With all that evil energy emanating, the monster could only have come from the Makai world. But how could such a monster have reached the mortal world? Beerus says that this creature arrived on his planet through a portal, and for some reason seemed to be after him, as it attacked him with great violence. But Taron disagrees. That monster could be after Beerus. After all, there's no way that that thing knew him. What probably happened is that the monster sensed Beerus's energy, and because he was the strongest in that location, the monster saw him as a threat and attacked him. But in fact, it is a little strange that the creature appeared precisely on Beerus's planet. Was it all a coincidence? It's hard to know. Terron has an idea while looking at his disciple, and so he orders Beerus to prepare. He will know the darkest place in the universe, the demon's realm. After Terron says this, Gazan takes them out with the Kai Kai, the realm of demons. Beerus and Terron, Whis, and Gazan go to a completely different world. Gazan apologizes for not taking them directly to their destination. Unfortunately, his Kaioshin senses don't work very well in that place. Beerus takes a good look at the place and sees the desolate terrain, a pile of corpses, and a demon eating the bones of another creature. A truly demonic place. While observing that place, Beerus is very tense. He senses something very bad in the air. Beerus hears something, and then he notices that in the sky there's a big hole, and then he asks what that is. Whis explains that it is a rift in time-space. It works as a dimensional barrier separating the two worlds. Beerus gets confused. Shouldn't it be easier for those creatures to go into their world then? Just go through that fissure. This should be more common. But Whis explains that it's not that easy. Although it doesn't look like it, that thing has surprising power. It is capable of destroying celestial bodies with a density thousands of times greater than that of a large planet. There are few in the universe who could cross that thing, and the only one he knows is Terron and himself. But of course, Gazan can also cross the barrier because of the Kai Kai, as he doesn't have to physically cross it. Beerus now criticizes Gazan. Can he go there whenever he wants? So if his Supreme Kai senses don't reach that place, why doesn't he always go there and see what's going on? But Supreme Kai explains that it's not that simple. That place, as well as the gods that live there, are completely evil, and not even the gods outside can stay there long without having their hearts corrupted by all that evil. Of course, sometimes he goes there to see how things are going over there, but it's not something he can do very often. Terron interrupts the conversation. They must do whatever he has to do. He doesn't want to stay in that place for long. The visitors travel to the highest point of the demon realm, where they found a large and dark planet. Beerus, seeing that planet bathed in what appears to be blood, complains about the fact that it is such an ugly planet. Terron explains that it is the planet of the supreme god of this dimension, the supreme planet of darkness. In this place lives the Makaioshin, called demiurges. Beerus asked Gazan if Makaioshins are Kaioshins that are born rotten. Gazan answered that in short, yes. When Supreme Kais and King Kais are born corrupted, they are called Makaios and Makaioshin. When they are born, they are sent to this world, where they do similar work to that Supreme Kais and King Kais do in the mortal world. The Makaioshin is the supreme god of this world. Arriving on the planet, they see many bodies scattered across the land. Beerus, shocked, asks why there are so many bodies there. Terron explains that Demiurgus has very voracious hobbies. Torture and murder are included in this. He's a demon god after all. But after saying this to Beerus, Terron screams for the supreme demon god. The destroyer orders the demon to appear. He has more to do. Suddenly, a drop of blood begins to float, and the blood from the various puddles scattered around that place begins to give shape to someone. When a mouth appears among the blood, that person says, "Terron the Destroyer, how long have you not been here?" 5 million years, maybe more, said Demiurges. But Terron doesn't want to talk too much. He goes straight to the point. An extremely powerful demon has invaded the mortal world, and he wants to know what the demon god knows about it. Demiurges, while still having his body formed by the blood splattered around the place, replies that in fact a very powerful demon has appeared. Unfortunately, too powerful for him to do anything about it. But Beerus argues that when he started fighting that demon, he was no more powerful than Gazan. This means that maybe Demiurges could have neutralized him before the monster got stronger. Just an observation here, guys. From Beerus' words, we can see that his and the Supreme Kai Gazan's power is not that different, and maybe Gazan is even a little more powerful than he is. I know that by Dragon Ball Super standards, this might seem absurd, as Supreme Kais are considered to be very weak, but remembering that Shin in the Majin Buu saga was as powerful as Goku when the protagonist faced Cell, that is, Shin had the same power as Goku using the maximum power of the common Super Saiyan, and with that power he could defeat Namex Frieza with a single attack. And Frieza for many years was considered the most powerful mortal in Universe 7, being the one who ruled the entire universe. And also remembering that Shin was not a Kaioshin considered so strong. We saw during the franchise Supreme Kai is stronger than him, like the Southern Supreme Kai, who managed to face Kid Buu almost equally. And there was also the Sacred Supreme Kai, which was stronger than the Southern Supreme Kai, and even managed to defeat Moro in the past. In short, an average Supreme Kai has the same power as Goku at the end of the Cell Saga, and Goku was already very powerful by the standard of other mortal beings in Universe 7. And a powerful Supreme Kai can greatly surpass that level, like the Sacred Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai of the South. And I believe these Supreme Kais can be on a level close to Super Saiyan 2, maybe even surpassing it a little bit, since they could face Kid Buu. That is, With this, we can conclude that Beerus, who was the most powerful mortal in Universe 7 at the time, had a power similar to Goku's power at the end of Cell Saga, and maybe a little weaker than Supreme Kai Gazan, who may be a stronger than average Supreme Kai. Anyway, let's get back to the scene. After Beerus questions Demiurge's and to why he didn't do anything about that monster, the demon finally appears, showing his true appearance. Demiurge lashes out, saying that a brat like Beerus shouldn't question him like that. But Taron scolds the demon, saying it's good Demiurge respects Beerus, as he's going to be the next god of destruction in not too long. Demiurge laughs. That brat? A god of destruction? This can only be a joke. Beerus gets very angry and yells at the demon to stop laughing at him. But Taron is tired of that situation. He screams, and the sound of the god of destruction's voice makes everything shake, and Beerus drops to his knees. While his disciple is on the ground, Taron orders Demiurge to answer Beerus' question. Why didn't he do anything against that beast if he had enough power to do so? Demiurge finally answers. As Taron probably observed, the creature fed on the wrath of battle. He realized this the first time he tried to deal with the creature, and then he understood that direct confrontation was not the best option and isolated the monster. But somehow he doesn't know. The monster managed to escape that world and went to their world. That was what happened. Taron continues the investigation. Demiurge is supposed to be able to see everything that happens in this world. So why didn't he see what happened to this monster? The demon doesn't like that questioning. Is Taron implying that he sent the monster there? If he could do such a thing, he wouldn't be in this world anymore, right? The fact that he can see everything that happens doesn't mean he's omniscient. If he's not paying attention to something he can't see, simple as that. He got careless and the monster escaped, somehow, that he doesn't know. That's all. Taron remains suspicious, but for now he will accept this explanation. Either way, he'll keep an eye on the situation. After saying that, he calls everyone to leave. Gazan says that now that he's spent some time there, he thinks he's been able to lift everyone into their world right from that place. Taron gives Demiurge one last suspicious look, and then everyone leaves. When everyone leaves, the demon god starts laughing. The seed has been planted, and now Taron's destruction has just begun. After visiting Makai World, Beerus is dropped off on his planet to share his grief with his people, as well as help in the search for survivors. Beerus and Champa are in a great devastated city, probably looking for survivors. Meanwhile, Beerus remembers that near where they are, there lived a lady who allowed him to hide in her shop and sleep when he didn't want to work. And Champa remembers that 3 streets down the road, there was a restaurant that he liked. The owner of the restaurant liked him a lot and even gave him free food sometimes. The fried mouse he made was really good. Beerus suffered in thought, claimed to be Demiurge's had something to do with everything that happened on the planet and wanted to make the demon pay for everything he did. But unfortunately, he is beyond his reach. Suddenly, and literally suddenly, a witch appears. Beerus suspiciously asks who she is and what she's doing there. She's not from the planet. The old woman replies that where there is an omen of destruction, she will be there to warn this planet. No, the whole universe smells of destruction. Beerus asks what she's talking about. Is she crazy? The witch goes on to say that when the god of demons comes, nothing will be left. He has already given his omen of destruction, but next time he will bring complete destruction. Beerus is starting to believe that prophecy and is interested when it talks about the king of demons. She was clearly talking about Demiurge's. She says that when he breaks free, everything they know will change. He needs to be stopped, but for that a hero needs to volunteer. But Beerus disagrees. She doesn't know what she's talking about. There's no way Demiurge's can get out of that world. But the witch quickly refutes the young warrior. That beast that attacked the planet theoretically couldn't leave either, right? Beerus has no answer for that. He's completely silent. The witch sees that Beerus is believing her, the only one who believes. She asks if he would be willing to volunteer to prevent this great evil by defeating the Demon King. Beerus emphasizes that it is not possible for him to return to that world alone, but the witch conveniently has a solution. She can take him there. Champa approaches his brother and whispers in Beerus' ear, saying that this is the perfect opportunity for them. Beerus wants to prove his worth to the gods, right? Well, he wants the same thing. They could go together to this Makai world and defeat this demon. Together they could win, and then they would save their planet and the entire universe. The gods would have no choice but to look at them with more respect. Beerus reflects on the matter. He thinks this is a very serious situation. He should warn Taron about it. But if he does, his master will sort it all out in the blink of an eye, and then he'd get all the glory for himself. If that happened, he wouldn't have the chance to prove himself to the gods. Beerus makes his decision. The old woman must take them there immediately. The savior of the universe will be he, the great Beerus. The witch smiles, a very suspicious smile. Guys, before talking about the chapter, just a note. In Dragon Ball, there are people with magical powers capable of moving between worlds. A good example of this is Baba, Master Roshi's sister. She is an earthling witch capable of transitioning between the mortal world and the other world. She has access to heaven, hell, and everything in between. She even recruited beings from other worlds to fight for her, as she did with Son Gohan and Devil in Dragon Ball Classic. Babidi was also able to do this as he recruited Dabura, the king of demons, who was an inhabitant of the Makai world. The witch who is talking to Beerus and Champa seemed to be one of those cases, but long before Baba and Babidi existed, of course, as this story takes place 75 million years before the start of Dragon Ball. Well, continuing with the story of the chapter. Using her spells, the old witch takes Beerus and Champa to Makai world, but something is wrong. Once through the portal, Beerus sees that he is close to the fissure he had seen when he went there with Tehran and the others. He immediately tells the witch that she took them to the wrong place. They should go to the planet of the god of this world. But with a mischievous smile on her face, the witch says that they are exactly where they should be. Then she jumps to the portal and disappears. That was clearly a trap. Champa, noting the obvious, says he thinks something is wrong. Suddenly, they're quickly surrounded by many demons, and then they realize that it was a trap. Some minutes later, several demons are already being defeated by Champa and Beerus, who are clearly a little tired from fighting. Champa asks Beerus how they are going to get out of that place. Beerus looks at the big fissure in the sky and explains to his brother that that thing is the only way out. But if they tried to cross it, they would probably be killed by the pressure exerted by the amount of energy in it. Champa, desperate by knowing that he is trapped in the place, asks Beerus what they're going to do now. Beerus says he went there to defeat Demiurges, and that's exactly what he intends to do, even if he has to cross the whole hellish world to do so. But Beerus' shadow says that wouldn't be necessary. What? Did the shadow say that? Beerus' shadow strangely begins to take form. It frightens the young warrior, who jumps to escape. The shadow takes the form of Demiurges, the demon god, who was clearly already waiting for them there. Beerus sees the demon god, confirming that he already suspected. It was all a trap. He was the one who sent that weird witch to go after him and bring him here, right? Demiurges comments that Beerus isn't as dumb as he thought he was. He's right, that's exactly what happened. Beerus then concludes that it was the witch who sent that monster to his planet as well, no doubt under orders from Demiurges, but he doesn't understand the reason behind all this. Demiurges says he doesn't need to answer everything Beerus wants to know. If he wants information, he needs to take it from him by force. Beerus and Champa quickly agree to the idea, and then they charge towards the Demon King to unleash a joint attack. But Demiurges disappears at high speed in front of them. He reappears between the two and lands a heavy kick on Champa, which knocks the fat cat away. After that, Demiurges tries to land a punch on Beerus, but he dodges, and then start an exchange of blows. Beerus is apparently at a disadvantage in this fight. Demiurges makes a spear appear in his hand and hurls it at Beerus. Beerus dodges, but opens a gap for the demon to approach, preparing a punch. But before Beerus is hit by the attack, Champa comes up behind him, yelling at him to dodge. Beerus does as his brother says, and Champa kicks Demiurges right in the face. And Beerus completes the combo by landing a second kick that sends the Demon King straight to the ground. Then the brothers complete the attack by firing multiple ki blasts, causing multiple simultaneous explosions. After they finish the attack, Champa celebrates. They've done it. Beerus agrees there's no way Demiurges could have resisted that attack, but they were wrong. Demiurges survived, protected by an energy shield. Demiurges congratulates the boys, saying that it was a good try. If it worked, he probably wouldn't have survived. But unfortunately, they are fighting only to delay the inevitable. They're probably thinking that just because they're fighting together, they're going to win, but that's not going to happen. Even if they are powerful, they won't be able to win because they are just two brats who don't have the malice of battle. Champa gets very angry and asks why he's saying that, but the answer comes soon after when he is surprised by a spear piercing his body. Beerus screams desperately for his brother, who falls from the sky to the ground defeated. Beerus realizes that attack came from Demiurges, who surprisingly was in the sky behind them, and then he looks at the ground and sees that actually it was Demiurges that was talking to them. It was just a mirage. Demiurges explains that after he blocked the attack with his energy shield, he took advantage of being hidden by the smoke and fled before he was noticed, but left a clone in his place. It was a simple trick, but it was enough to fool them. That's why they can't beat him. But Beerus, while listening to the demon's speech, becomes completely irate, and then, while emanating a large amount of destruction energy, he orders that bastard to stop underestimating him. Beerus raises both hands and faces the enemy with an expression filled with fury. That apprentice of the god of destruction shouts, "Hakai!" forming a large globe of destruction energy. Beerus launches this attack at Demiurgus, who holds the attack while smiling. But the demon's smile quickly fades. He seems to have been surprised by the power of the attack. In a few seconds, the energy globe starts to engulf the demon, after which there is a big flash of light. Beerus gets very tired. In thought, he reveals that he got too angry and spent almost all his energy on that attack. But that's not a problem. He managed to win in the end, and now Demiurgus is dead. But then, Beerus sees something that completely shocks him, and he wonders what's going on. By the time the smoke clears, Beerus sees that Demiurgus is still alive, and not only that, he's different. More muscular, and with horns more raised. Did he transform? Demiurgus says that Beerus almost made it. He barely managed to absorb that attack. Beerus asks what's going on. Demiurgus should have been completely destroyed by his attack, but the demon mocks the young warrior. The energy he used to perform that technique was totally impure, built only by negative and selfish feelings. There was no balance at all. What does he think would happen if Supreme Demon God came into contact with such an energy? Only now Beerus realizes what happened. His Hakai strengthened Demiurgus. So was that his plan? Demiurgus explains that it is. He sent the demon to the Beerus planet in order to provoke him. He knew Terran would come to his planet after that and bring his apprentice. The moment he saw Beerus in person, Demiurgus was able to influence his mind through all those negative feelings that the young warrior carries. Now Beerus is getting it. So Demiurgus messed with his mind? The demon confirms and even reveals that Beerus's mind, filled with rage and self-centeredness, was the perfect setting for him. After he planted the seed of distrust in Beerus's mind when he was in his world, all he needed to do was send that old woman to get him. Didn't Beerus suspect that fact that the woman had appeared so suddenly? Wasn't it just too convenient for someone to come along who could bring him into the world just when he wanted to? Didn't he think that since she has access to both worlds, she couldn't have been responsible for that monster arriving on his planet? No, he didn't think of any of that because he was blinded by anger and selfish feelings. Beerus criticized the demon's plan. So what if he got stronger? What is he going to do? Will he kill him in Champa? Alright, do it. But then Terran finds out. He'll eliminate him in an instant. But the Demon King says that Terran won't kill him if he can kill him first. Beerus asks how he intends to do that. He may have grown stronger now, but he sure as hell doesn't measure up to Terran. Demiurgus responds by reminding Beerus that, as he probably knows, there's another way to kill a god of destruction without fighting him directly. Beerus understands what he means. He intends to kill Gazan. This makes sense. Killing a Supreme Kai, automatically the god of destruction dies. But how does Demiurgus intend to make it out of that world? As he accumulates energy in his hand, Demiurgus explains that those who created this world did so in a way that is virtually impossible for those who live inside to escape. This fissure, for example, exudes such incredible power that no demon would be able to cross it under normal circumstances. But now that he's fed on all the energy Beerus provided, that's changed. Demiurgus fires a wave of energy at the fissure and then the hole opens up. The demons from this world, seeing that, immediately fly towards the hole to escape that world. Beerus despairs. It can't be. Demiurgus, while laughing and mocking Beerus, congratulates the young warrior. He is now a great hero, the hero of the demon realm. The hero responsible for them achieving the long-awaited freedom. As he flies out of that world, Demiurgus promises that as a reward, he will ensure that the first people to be exterminated will be Beerus's people. Beerus, head down, lands on the ground and falls to his knees, defeated, wondering what he's done. This is where Chapter 4 ends. Chapter 5, The Fall of the Gods. On the supreme planet of Universe 7, Supreme Kai Gazan is in the middle of a class with his disciple. Apparently, the lesson of the day is the importance of the cycle of life and death, and creation and destruction for the balance of the universe. Gazan explains, for the universe to be in balance, the cycle of life and death must exist. As too much death leads to nothingness, but too much life leads to chaos. The cycle of life and death applies to virtually everything in the universe. This process involves from living beings to large celestial bodies such as planets and stars, which even if they last billions of years, eventually die someday. In other words, life and death are necessary for the balance of everything. The Supreme Kai's apprentice adds with a question. Ro says, that's what the gods of creation and destruction are for, right? Gazan confirms and explains that for the universe to prosper, the working of these two classes of deities must be in complete harmony. In order for these gods to work in harmony and none try to outshine the other, their lives are connected, so one cannot live without the other. The apprentice asks if Gazan works well with the god of destruction, and the Supreme Kai says that yes, He and Taron have a good relationship of mutual respect, which is why Universe 7 is the most prosperous among the universes. But Gazan adds that unfortunately, this kind of relationship is not common among the other gods, which is why many of the universes are not as prosperous as they are. The apprentice with a proud smile says that this must cause a lot of envy among the other gods. Gazan confirms so, but that is the price of success. But the class is interrupted when he suddenly feels something strange, and in thought he says he feels a large amount of evil energy spreading through the universe. It's as if the demon realm has entered here. At that moment, someone arrives on the planet, and Gazan asks what he, Demiurgus, was doing there, and how he managed to get out of his world. The demon god replies that he has finally gained enough power to escape the hellish prison, and he explains that the energy of this world is so clean that he could feel the energy of Gazan and come to him. Gazan is very surprised. Demiurgus broke the barrier? This is impossible. Not even he, the god of creation, could do that, and he's the most powerful being in the universe below Taron. But Demiurgus refutes. He was the most powerful, but now his powers have been surpassed. Gazan, taking a good look at Demiurgus, notices that he is not lying. The demon's form changed, as did his aura, and his power greatly increased. He can't handle the situation alone. He needs to alert Taron immediately, but Demiurgus already imagined what Gazan might think, and he had a good way of not allowing the Supreme Kai to get away. He reminds Gazan that someone with their level of power could destroy a planet in an instant. But Gazan doesn't understand. Is he going to destroy the Supreme Planet? He argues that if he and Ro leave, there will be no one left on the planet, which means no lives will be lost. Of course, the destruction of this sacred planet would be very sad, but it could rebuild later. But Demiurgus isn't talking about the Supreme Planet. He's talking about planet Kaishin, the home planet of all Shinjins, the race of all Supreme Kais, kings, and also of all demon gods like him. The demon says, with the aim of threatening Gazan, that he was thinking of paying a visit to their home planet and saying hi to his countrymen. Hearing this, Gazan is completely shocked, being caught off guard by the threat. When Demiurgus says this, it is shown what is happening on planet Kaishin right now. In a field on the planet, under a large tree, is a group of Shinjins. 4 young Shinjins are apparently having a class, which is being taught by an apparently older Shinji, and in the background we can see something that looks like a school. Just giving a little extra information here, guys. According to official sources on planet Kaishin, the Shinjins are trained and taught in many ways, and those among the race that stand out are chosen to be gods that help in the organization and control of the universe. They can become the King Kais, who are responsible for guarding the galaxies, or in case of special Shinjins, they are born from a golden fruit. They can become Supreme Kai, the god of creation, responsible for maintaining balance in the entire universe, along with the god of destruction. There are also other positions that outstanding Shinjin can hold, such as being assistants to the Supreme Kais, like Kibido, who is assistant to Shin, the current Supreme Kai of Universe 7. But as a rule, all Shinjins are born from a sacred tree that exists on the planet, called the Kaiju Tree. Going back to the chapter, maybe this big tree we're looking at is the Kaiju Tree, and this big building is probably the academy where Shinjins are taught and trained, where these new god candidates are chosen. Returning to the Supreme Planet, Gazan is completely shocked. Would Demiurgus do this to his own planet and race? Would he destroy everything and everyone that way? But Demiurgus reminds Gazan who he is. He is the Supreme Demon God. Words like scruples have no meaning for him. He wouldn't mind destroying their entire race, nor the tree that gave them life, but with a bad acting out of sadness, Demiurgus admits that it would be a tragedy if planet Kaishin were destroyed. Imagine all those beings who are preparing to maybe become gods dying, and worse, with the destruction of the Kaiju Tree, no one else would be born, and future generations of gods would no longer exist. What a tragedy. Gazan, after the provocations and threats of Demiurgus, makes his decision and orders Ro to use the Kai to search for Taron and bring him to the planet. He can hold Demiurgus for a short time, so he must go at once. But Ro is unsure about this. He still doesn't know how to use this technique very well, but Demiurgus says he won't let that happen, and so he fires an energy attack towards Ro. The Supreme Kai's apprentice freezes. He can't react. All he can do is stand still, waiting for death to come. But Gazan saves his disciple by slamming the energy ball away, then orders Ro once more to go. Ro, go! He uses Kai, but he's not exactly on the planet of Taron. Desperate, the young Shinjin wonders where he has gone. Meanwhile, Gazan and Demiurgus have already started the fight. They exchange blows across the sky. Gazan is hit by a demon's blow, defends one blow, but then gets hit by another. Even suffering from the attack, the Supreme Kai takes the chance to hold Demiurge's hand and then summons a sword to hurt the demon, which immediately reacts by spitting a fireball that surprises the god of creation. Gazan is hit by the attack and blown away as it burns in the sky. Gazan uses his energy to disperse the flames. Demiurge's approaches flying and summons a trident in one hand, after which he tries to lunge at the Supreme Kai, who blocks the Supreme Demon's God's trident with his sword. Demiurge's recognizes that sword as the Z sword, a relic that Supreme Kais have guarded for generations. The demon says that Gazan is very skillful in using the sword. He is indeed a skillful god, but he also has his own toys. The two measure strength for a moment. Demiurge's, despite trying hard, manages to keep a smile on his face, while Gazan, on the other hand, is clearly trying a lot harder. The strength contest ends with Demiurge's launching Gazan with his superior strength. The god of creation plummets from the sky and crashes to the ground. The fall hurt the Supreme Kai, who was coughing, choking from the dust and impact he suffered. With no time to rest, Gazan sees the trident being thrown towards him, but he immediately reacts and uses its magical power to create a protective dome around him, causing Demiurge's trident to become trapped in that dome. The demon recognizes this dome as Kachin metal, which is an extremely strong metal. Gazan appears with a teleport behind Demiurge's and tries to cut him with the Z sword, but the demon dodges the attack, also teleporting and going behind the Supreme Kai to hit him with an attack with his claws, but different from Demiurge's. Gazan can't dodge without being partially hit. Demiurge's criticizes Gazan, saying he's a fool. Maybe he could get away from it, and that would save his life, but he cares about the planet and those useless people. Gazan, apparently quite sure of what he's doing, replies that he's been alive for a long time. He couldn't let all those young people and future generations be sacrificed because of his cowardice. He is the god of this universe, and it is his responsibility to protect the universe and the gods that will come after it. But to the demon god, this is all nonsense. To him, it only matters who will live and who will die. In which case Gazan will die. While all this is happening on Supreme Planet, on Planet of Destruction, Terran is bathing in the lake while Whis just watches. But suddenly the Destroyer notices something that worries him and asks if Whis noticed it too, if he's feeling it. The angel confirms, and while looking at his staff reveals that the barrier between the Makai world and the mortal world has been broken, and now the demons are breaking free and attacking the universe. Terran is very surprised. How did this happen? At that moment, someone arrives at the place with a teleporter. It is Ro, who arrived using the Kai Kai. When he sees that he is where he should be, the Kaioshin apprentice can hardly believe that he has finally made it. Probably he has tried many times and has been to many places. Ru immediately warns that Gazan is being attacked by Demiurges. They need to help. Terran realizes what the demon wants and asks Ru to take them there immediately. Meanwhile, on the Supreme Planet, the Z sword travels through the air until it lands on the ground, while Gazan is also thrown violently against the ground. Slumped over and with an expression of weariness and pain, the Supreme Kai wonders where Ru is. He tries to get up, he can't fight anymore. Demiurges lands next to the fallen god. He admits that Gazan surprised him. Even though the demon's power was far superior, the god of creation managed to resist for a long time, and if he let his guard down during the fight, he would surely have been killed. Gazan is an incredible fighter. Demiurges summons a sword using one hand and then takes the weapon. As he prepares the final attack, the demon says that despite everything, it seems that he has reached the limit and will no longer be able to defend himself, so it's time to die. But to everyone's surprise, someone suddenly appears and holds the sword with his bare hand. At that moment, Demiurges is completely terrified. This can't be happening. It's Terran, who, while bringing his face close to Demiurges' face, look at him in the eyes, warns the demon that his party is over. As this happens, Whis and Ru watch from afar. Terran breaks the blade of Demiurges' sword with his own hand and then points his hand at Demiurges, saying that it's a pity for him. He almost got what he wanted, but now it's time for him to disappear forever. But something happens to Terran. He seems to feel something strange and is completely surprised and confused, claiming not to understand what is happening. The Destroyer places his hand on his chest as if sensing something. Looking back, he finally understands what happened. Gazan was hit by Demiurges' trident. The Supreme Kai looks at his wound, apparently very surprised by what was happened. The young apprentice, seeing what has happened, cries out desperately for his master. Kneeling down, Gazan reflects on what happened. During the fight, Demiurges set the trident aside precisely to use it for a surprise attack. Gazan was so concerned about surviving every attack of the demon that he completely forgot about the weapon. With an expression of sadness and defeat, he apologizes to Terran. The destroyer drops to his knees shortly afterwards, as Demiurgus reminds everyone that he is a demon god. Cunning is one of his main attributes. Obviously, he would take precautions in case something went wrong. Terran curses his enemy, but claims he won't go unpunished. Beerus would stop him. Demiurgus mocks Terran. He probably doesn't know that Beerus was one of the main responsible for his release and all the demons, and he was largely responsible for his great increase in power. Only now does Terran discover what really happened. It seems Beerus's impetuous personality led him wrong, but even discovering this, Terran is not angry with his disciple. He says that it doesn't matter. There is a reason why Beerus is his disciple, and he will prove it to Demiurgus. Before disappearing completely as a last word, Terran asks Whis to take care of Beerus. The angel says that he will do as he asks. Terran and Gazan disappear completely. Whis closes his eyes in grief, while Ro cries desperately, and the supreme demon god laughs. Meanwhile, in Makai world, Beerus is surrounded by demons, and Champa is next to him, passed out. Clearly, he's been fighting as much for himself as he is for his brother, and apparently it's been a long fight. Beerus is exhausted. He complains that these things never end, and Champa doesn't wake up either. The young warrior sees another group of demons flying towards him, and with an expression of defeat, he closes his eyes and in thought accepts that all is lost. But suddenly a force field is created around him, and the bloodthirsty demons that came to attack him shatter in protection. Who created the shield is Whis, who arrived there along with Ro, probably with the help of the Kai Kai. While seriously looking at Beerus, Whis warns that they have a lot to talk about. After assassinating the god of creation Gazan and the god of destruction Terran, the supreme demon god Demiurgus began a campaign of destruction and terror across the universe. Just as Demiurgus had promised Beerus before, one of his first targets was the young warrior's home planet Nekosei, and the people of Beerus, the Nekosasians, were slaughtered by the demon god's demonic hordes. The planet's warriors even tried to resist, but resistance is futile in the face of so many enemies. Demiurgus observes everything from above until the presence of other people catches his attention. One of those people who just arrived says, with a smile of satisfaction, that their plan worked. Who says this is Garoga, the god of destruction of Universe 6, who is accompanied by the Supreme Kai of his universe, and also the weird witch who set the trap for Beerus and Champa. Demiurgus agrees with Garoga's words about the plan having worked. Thanks to that witch, the powerful demon of his world attacked the people of Beerus, and that caught Terran's attention and brought him and his disciple to his world. And by manipulating Beerus's tainted heart, the demon god brought the boy back to him full of fury. That way he increased his powers and was able to kill Gazan, and consequently also kill Terran. It was the perfect plan. Garoga reminds Demiurgus that all this only worked thanks to them. It was he, Garoga, who came up with the idea of using Universe 7's demons as part of the plan, and it was Nua who found this witch to help carry out the plan. For them, the death of Terran and Gazan is a great reward, but Garoga still wants to have one advantage or another from Universe 7 in the future. Demiurgus agrees, assuring that when they need an ally in this universe, they certainly will. The old witch interrupts the conversation by saying that she is happy that everyone is satisfied, but now she wants her part of the bargain. She wants to become a goddess, but to the woman's surprise, her demand causes much laughter from the others. Garoga is the one who gives her the bad news. They don't intend to honor their agreement. Does she think a decrepit mummy like her can achieve godhood? What a joke. Furious, the witch insists, reminding him that they have an agreement, and they promised her that. This talk annoys the Universe 6's destroyer, who tells the woman that she has to feel grateful just for being able to help the gods with something. She has to put herself in her place. In a threatening tone, the witch says that no one breaks an agreement with her and goes unpunished. After that, she escapes through a portal. Nua is a little concerned, suggesting that they should go after her. But Garoga says it's not necessary. An inferior being like her can't do anything against a god of destruction. The only thing that matters now is that they accomplish their goals. Now Universe 7 will become a true chaos, and everything that Terran stood for will be tarnished forever. Some days had already passed since the death of Terran and Gazan and the attack and extermination of the people of Nekosei. Beerus, Champa, and Ro have been on the planet of destruction ever since, extremely depressed. Beerus, Champa, and Ro are depressed, reflecting on their defeat when Whis arrives from a meeting with the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest. He explains that since the day of Terran and Gazan's death, Demiurgus has been causing widespread chaos throughout the universe. And according to the angel for Daishinkan and Zeno, this situation is untenable. They have given 1 month for the situation to be resolved, or else Universe 7 will be erased. But Beerus doesn't seem to have any hope of resolving the situation. He says that cretinous god was right. He is not fit to be a god of destruction. He's weak. He couldn't defeat demiurges, and everything that happened was his fault. Ro shares the same lack of motivation as Beerus, saying that he is not prepared to be the god of creation either. He's still very weak and inexperienced, and because of this Gazan could not be saved. Besides, he still doesn't know how to be a god, and he can never be as good as Gazan was. But to everyone's surprise, Champa gets up completely furious, asking what kind of aspirant rabble gods they are. First, speaking with Ro, Champa asks how it is possible that he was the apprentice of the Supreme Whatever, and did not learn anything from him. Is he an idiot? Besides, with that idiot face he has, no one expects him to be brilliant. He just needs to be average, and that would be pretty good. Faced with such an inspiring, motivational speech, Ro reflects for a moment, then sheepishly agrees to give it a try. After convincing one would-be god, Champa turns to the other. He asks Beerus how he, who always thinks he's better than everyone else, can allow that bastard to destroy their people and go unpunished. He was bragging all the time about being the apprentice of the god of destruction, but now that trouble appears. Will he chicken out? Doesn't even look like him. He must be a man and clean up his own mess. Beerus is furious with his brother. Who does this stupid loser think he's talking to? He won't listen. All the shit from an idiot like him. Addressing Whis, Beerus demands that they begin training immediately. Whis is amazed that he didn't have to do anything to convince the younger ones. He agrees. Training must begin immediately, but warns that unfortunately, it's very likely that Beerus's power alone will not be enough to defeat demiurges. This leaves the young warrior a little disappointed. What is Whis talking about? The angel reminds them that they only have a month until Zeno interferes with the Universe 7 situation and explains that even if his training methods are very effective, it is unlikely that he will be able to make Beerus stronger than demiurges in such a short time. This set off a red flag in Beerus. What are they going to do then? But Whis, already thinking about the solution, asks Champa if he would accept becoming a god of destruction candidate. With a smile in his mouth and tears in his eyes, the chubby brother seems to receive that invitation with great joy and emotion, but he decides to respond with a colder and more indifferent attitude. If there is no other way, he accepts. Whis is overjoyed at the answer, saying they should start training right away. He will take them to another dimension, where they will be able to train with complete freedom. But aren't they forgetting something? And what about Ro? What should he do? Pointing his staff at the Kaioshin apprentice, Whis makes the Z-sword appear before him, which Ro clumsily grabs. After giving Ro the sword, Whis says that Beerus and Champa might need his help, so he should train his skills as well. The young apprentice looks at the sword with great pride. It is this sword his master wielded, and his master as well. He will make himself worthy to use it. While Ro trains his skills individually with the Z-sword, Whis takes Beerus and Champa to a dimension inside his staff, and there begins an intense training with the two. In this way, the new gods begin to be trained, and in a race against time, they need to become stronger to face this great threat. Roughly a month passed, and in that time, Beerus, Champa, and Ro honed their skills, while the demon god Demiurges, who had made planet Nekosei his headquarters, watched over all the destruction his demonic hordes wrought across the universe. Sitting on his diabolical throne while watching some macabre spectacle that takes place somewhere in the universe, Demiurges claims to like it. When some people try to resist his demonic hordes, for him, it is always very pleasant to watch a bloodbath. But the demon god switches his attention to another type of entertainment, noticing that he has visitors. These visitors are Beerus, Champa, and Ro, who arrive on the planet via some kind of teleportation, presumably Ro's Kaikai. Once they arrive, the planet's demonic hordes immediately sense the presence of the invaders and rush towards them to attack. Making the Z-sword appear in his hand, Ro makes his fighting stance as he tells Beerus and Champa to proceed, stating that he will take care of these enemies himself. Beerus agrees, saying they'll leave it up to him. And after that, he and Champa head towards the dark castle of the demon god. Off the planet in space is Whis, who watches everything that is happening, curious to see what the new gods will be capable of, sitting on his throne. Demiurges welcomes visitors who arrive in his room by destroying the door using 2 demon guards. While Beerus has his emotions a little more in check, Champa is a lot angrier, asking how dare that bastard exterminate their people and use their planet as his lair. For Demiurges, the answer is simple. He is a god of this universe now, so everything belongs to him. But Beerus disagrees with the demon, saying that the god of this universe will be him. The brothers walk towards Demiurges' throne, and as they do so, Beerus points a hand towards the enemy. In the next moment, an explosion occurs, throwing something out of the castle. The one thrown away is Demiurges, who is protected by an energy shield, as he notices Beerus' increase in power. The first to leave the castle is Champa, who flies towards Demiurges, accumulating energy in one of his hands. Such energy that he uses in a punch that is strong enough to crack the demon's energy shield, who's very surprised by this feat. But it's not over yet. and behind Champa comes Beerus. So accumulating power in a punch that, when hit, destroys the energy shield, hits Demiurge's right in the ribs, making the Makaioshin spit his evil blood. And finally, the combo is finished by Champa, who hits a flying kick on the demon, pushing him away. Demiurge's, Beerus, and Champa fire an energy attack at the same time, but at the moment of collision, the Makaioshin's attack has a disadvantage and is destroyed by the other two, forcing Demiurge's to dodge the attack. Taking advantage of the distraction, Champa goes to his back to try a blow. Such a blow that Demiurge's escapes to later reappear behind Champa with a spear in his hand. He hurls the spear towards Champa, who notices the attack too late. But luckily for him, Beerus intervenes, holding the weapon before it hits his brother. While breaking the enemy's spear, Beerus says his tricks won't work on them anymore. During their training, Whis uses all kinds of tricks, and his magical powers are far more vast than Demiurge's. No matter what trick the Makaioshin uses, they will be ready to fight back. Champa agrees with his brother, and adds that they have greatly increased their powers and Demiurge's will not be able to overcome their fighting together. While thinking about Beerus and Champa's words, Demiurge's remarks that they are not bluffing, although it does seem like it. These two have matured a lot in the way they fight. He concluded that tricks won't work, and at this point his power is not enough to overcome them fighting together. Beerus decides to have a little chat with his opponent. He asks if Demiurge's doesn't know that a universe cannot exist in this chaos. If things continue like this, Zeno will not allow this universe to continue to exist. But for Demiurge's, it doesn't matter. As long as he lives, he will spread chaos and evil. That's the reason for his existence. If he dies while doing this, it doesn't matter. Beerus begins to understand his enemy. He will do evil indiscriminately, even if it leads to his inevitable death. Right? Demiurge's confirms, and then states that doing evil is as vital to him as breathing, is vital to a mortal. That's why he will never stop until evil completely dominates this universe or until he dies. After hearing all this, Beerus smiles, apparently finally coming to an understanding, but Demiurge's doesn't understand the reason for his smile and asks why. Beerus responds, explaining that only now did he understand that Terran was trying to explain to him. Demiurge's perfectly fulfills his nature as a demon god, doing what his nature tells him to do regardless of anything. Demiurge's plays his role in existence by placing his nature above personal matters. All this talk annoys the demon, who asks what is the relevance of Beerus saying all this now. Beerus responds saying that he is saying all this because Demiurge's made him understand the true essence of a god. As he begins to emanate energy of destruction, Beerus suggests that his brother stay away. Champa does as he's told, while Beerus creates an energy orb of destruction. Demiurge's sees this with great satisfaction, asking if Beerus wants to confront him using this technique. The demon smiles and calls Beerus an idiot, saying he never learns. Ignoring the enemy's words, Beerus throws his energy. As he sees the attack coming, Demiurge's plans to lower the attack power a bit and then absorb it like he did last time. That way he will increase his powers much more and he will be able to beat the two. Demiurge's fires a wave of energy at Beerus' Hakai to lower the attack's power a bit, and then waits anxiously for the energy globe to receive the attack head-on. When he is hit by the globe, Demiurge's is absorbed by it and then begins the process of absorbing the attack. Thanking Beerus for giving him more power, but something is wrong. He can't absorb the energy. Beerus explains why. In the last time his Hakai was filled with negative feelings, that's because his own personality was too flawed, and he didn't quite understand the true purpose of destruction. From now on, he will no longer destroy things based on his own feelings, but because it's his job. Hate, love, empathy, none of these will intervene in his destruction. A god must be above his own feelings. Demiurge's is shocked. So Beerus doesn't hate him anymore, but he killed his master and destroyed his people. Doesn't he remember? Beerus says that his master and his people were destroyed because that is the natural order of things, an inescapable fate that applies to all things. Demiurge's was just an agent that brought about this, just as he, Beerus, is the agent that is bringing about his destruction. But that answer made the demon god even angrier. How dare this kid put himself above everything like that? Who does he think he is? He replies that he is Beerus the Destroyer, and he's had enough of this. Beerus extends both his arms, pointing at Demiurge's and the energy globe that surrounds him. The globe is aimed at the planet's ground, carrying the demon there, contemplating his inevitable end. Demiurge screams in despair, "Hakai!" Beerus shouts, and then a huge explosion occurs. After the destruction of Demiurge's and planet Nekose, only Beerus and Champa remain. Going to his brother Champa berates him for destroying their planet. Beerus justifies this by saying that the people of Nekose no longer exist. There is no reason for this planet to continue to exist in the universe. Champa does not agree. What does he mean? The people no longer exist. They are Nekosejins. But Beerus says no. Now they are Champa and Beerus, the gods of destruction. As he approaches listening to the conversation, Whis smiles, saying that Beerus has finally understood what it means to be a deity. Terran was right to choose him as a disciple. Beerus is worthy of the position of god of destruction of this universe. Ro arrives to them, revealing to have also survived the planet's destruction. Tired, he says those demons came in thousands. But when Beerus blew up the planet, most of them died, and those who didn't fled because of Demiurge's death. Whis says that without Demiurges to guide them in the world, most demons must have felt confused without leadership, and will return to the Makai world. And the few that remain, they can calmly deal with later. With a smile on his face, Beerus declares victory. They won. After a few days, in the palace of the Grand Zeno, there were all the gods and angels of the 18 universes, with the exception of the gods of Universe 7, Terran and Gazan, who had been killed. Daishinkan, managing the meeting as usual, breaks the news that apparently everyone already knew. Terran and Gazan were dead, victims of the Makaioshin of their universe called Demiurges. With the news, Garoga and Nua smile while exchanging glances, which catches the attention of Vados, who either already knows something or is realizing something now. Continuing with the speech, Daishinkan says that the situation was resolved thanks to the competence of Terran and Gazan's assistance, and also a mortal. The threat in Universe 7 has been resolved, meaning the universe won't need to be erased by the Grand Zeno. Such news causes great relief to the two brothers. Who doesn't like this news very much is Garoga, who wonders how Demiurgus was defeated by these two kids. But that's okay. In the future, he'll think of another way to bring chaos to that universe. But then Garoga notices something while looking at Champa, and then he questions Daishinkan, saying that he understands the reason for Terran and Gazan's disciple to be there, and they will likely become the next gods of Universe 7. But why this other mortal is also present? At that moment, Daishinkan explains that this meeting has two purposes. The first is to announce Beerus and Ro as the next gods of destruction and creation of Universe 7, and the second is to announce the disconnection of the gods of Universe 6 and announce Champa as the next god of destruction. This information leaves Garoga and Nua in complete shock and despair. Daishinkan justifies this decision, saying that it was discovered that they contributed to the chaotic situation of Universe 7. Completely scared, Nua tries to protest, questioning if there is any proof of this. Whis answers, saying he brought a witness. Already in possession of a staff, Whis touches it to the ground, making his witness appear, the old witch. In desperation, Garoga asks what that woman is doing there. She responds, saying that she warned that no one breaks an agreement with her and goes unpunished. With a crystal ball in her hand, the witch reveals the moment of the meeting between them to discuss the success of the plan. Daishinkan reveals that, in the face of this irrefutable proof, the Grand Zeno has decided to judge them guilty of disturbing the peace between the universes and breaking the laws of the gods. And because of the witch's brave testimony, she was spared. Anxious for the part that interests him, Zeno asks if he can erase them now. Daishinkan says yes. Garoga tries to speak, begging for mercy, but Zeno won't even listen and raises his arms, completely erasing the two Universe 6 gods from existence. There is not even a trace of them left. After that meeting the next day, another meeting was held where the ritual to transform Beerus into the new Hakaishin of Universe 7 took place. And in that meeting, his life was linked to Ro, who officially became the new Kaioshin. The next day, another ritual was performed, this time to proclaim Champa the new Hakaishin of Universe 6. In this way, the two twin brothers went to different universes. And since then, they have a great rivalry about which universe is the best. Not long after, the old witch, who had her life spared by the Grand Zeno for having testified against Garoga and Nua, managed to gain access to the supreme world of Universe 7, and still aiming to reach divinity, stole one of Ro's Potara earrings and placed it in her ear, believing that wearing an accessory from a god would make her a goddess. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wanted, and this ended up resulting in their fusion. Ro ended up becoming a very ugly old Kaioshin with a very eccentric personality. Beerus ended up getting very tired of the old Kaioshin's pranks, which made him a lot of embarrassment in the meeting of the gods, and so the Destroyer sealed the Kaioshin in the Z-Sword, since he couldn't kill him. After doing so, he stuck the sword into a rock on the Supreme Planet. Over time, Beerus became more and more powerful, and because he didn't find anyone in his universe who could match him, he became extremely bored and hibernated in long sleep. Thanks to Beerus' long rests, the future Kaioshins needed to take care of the universe alone. And over the years, this ended up causing many problems to arise in Universe 7, and made it fall a lot in the average among all universes, being penultimate in that average in current times. But despite everything, Universe 7 has always survived, at least until now.